I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from doomy and gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, hold on. Oh, my mom. Oh, my God. My family is so annoying. Okay. I'm live on a live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. And I'm looking suavemente, baby. That's right. That's right. Suave motherfucking mente. And you might be wondering, Hasan, why are you like that? Why are you like that? Why are you the way you are? You might be saying that to yourself. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you, okay? Suavemente. Why am I like that? Because it's fucking Friday, baby. That's why.
It's Friday, then.
It's nothing
Then
else.
Saturday, Sunday,
It's
what?
nothing else. It's a time for celebration. It's a time for jubilation. That's right. It's fucking Friday, baby. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Freaky Friday. It's the one time of the goddamn week where you have a sense of purpose, a sense of autonomy, a sense of decency in your life. Never take it for granted, ladies and gentlemen. Your forefathers fought long and hard and bloody to be able to bring to you this beautiful weekend. Never forget it. Celebrate it. Live it. Love it. Live in La Vida Loca. And I'm having a great, grand old time. The vibes are immaculate this Friday for many different reasons. Not one, not two, but many different reasons. Okay? Multiple reasons. Reasons galore, they're saying. There's never been more reasons to be happy on this Friday. It's Felon Friday. Let's freaking go, son. Let's freaking go. Why are you dressed like a Southwestern MIB? What's MIB? New diss track just dropped. Wow. Okay. We're not. You guys are sending me links so quickly. Okay, you need to fucking chill out. I know you're excited because yesterday you couldn't do the regular Hasan pay attention to me nonsense that you're supposed to be doing every fucking stream because I wasn't paying attention to chat because I was doing an event. An event. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming, what? Pay attention to me? Dude, I'm gonna start blocking people. Take an hour off. Gross. That was literally like a triple Monty. The chatter said, pay attention to me, first of all. And the link he sent me was a Twitter link of Andrew Tate saying the N-word with a hard R when referring to Donald Trump. Like an insane take, like an insane thing to send me right now when the vibes are immaculate. It's Friday. I haven't even talked about my personal news yet about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And you're out here fucking sending me hard ER tweets from Andrew fucking Tate. What are we doing here? What's going on right now? This is not living Moss. This is not living La Vida Loca. Okay? Not at all. And I don't like it. Anyway. This isn't live, laugh, love at all. Some of the chat misbehaved yesterday. Can you punish them? I have no idea how the chat misbehaved because once again, and I will repeat myself, I wasn't fucking paying attention to chat and it was awesome. I want to keep it that way. It's so much better for my mental health. It's like not even funny. Police Battalion GTA roleplay. Hasan, you said yesterday you know how to make a really good hummus cooking stream when? No. It's not happening. Anyway, folks, as far as personal news goes, yesterday I did not do a regular stream, as you guys are already aware of, and that's precisely the reason why you're being incredibly fucking annoying already, even though we started off on Friday vibes, hoping that the vibes would be immaculate. Okay? Because they're gonna be immaculate whether you want it or not, whether you can do it. It's at gunpoint. The vibes are good at gunpoint. We are forcing the vibes at gunpoint to be good. Okay, I'm sick and tired of you motherfuckers. I don't want this shit from you. Okay. What the fuck? What happened? I'm just posting a meme right now. Sorry. It's not even a meme. It's just me looking hot. I got 2 speeds, free Palestine, and the patriots must rise up. There's so many, you know, chat miss me when there's like 11 different people posting blast off memes in here. Okay. Like, y'all are going nutty with it right now. Anyway, post that shit on Insta too. I did. I posted on my Instagram story. I can't Omega lol in your chat. Fix this at once. This is funny. This is real. This was me yesterday for sure. So yeah, yesterday we did the Palestinian the Palestinian fundraiser event, Creators for Palestine charity event. Yesterday we did it at the Try Guy studio. As you guys know, I live streamed it on my live stream as well. Okay, and it was awesome, and I hope you guys appreciated it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you weren't being super cringe in the chat. I didn't really pay attention to what the fuck was going on in the chat, so I assume people were being cringe as hell. As chat is usually cringe if I'm not there to constantly hold their hand. However, regardless of that, there is obviously a very positive thing. This community, alongside many other content creators communities, raised, as you guys can see above my head here, 1.546 milli. Okay? Where'd you go at the end? I went home. The fuck do you mean, where did I go at the end? What are you, my dad? What is this? It's crazy. Anyway, Creators for Palestine officially raised $1.5 million in Palestine. Wow, 117,000 likes. That's crazy. That's the end of the live stream. This is monumental. Never let anyone tell you that you can't make a difference. Hell yeah. They're asking because like every other creator there at the end when they hit the goal and everyone went bananas. Yeah, I wasn't there at the end. Guys, I don't know if you noticed, but like I you know, I am letting other people fly their freak flags, okay? And by that I mean like you know, there's a lot of wonderful content creators out there who have done a wonderful job. And you know, we've done our part many times over at this point, and including in this charity, but it doesn't always have to be me in the fucking forefront of things, you know what I mean? You went home to play Rust? No, I did not. No, I just, yeah, I went home I was tired. What do you think about the creator of the NGO being a Hasan follower? It's not, I mean, that's great. Some of the kids in Gaza got to see the stream. I even got word from my friend that her younger cousins were able to watch some of the stream while in Gaza. These kids are looking for comfort and finding it in these creators that are showing up. I hope everyone involved is so proud. Hell yeah. I noticed on Twitch there were people from Palestine watching. I can't imagine what it felt like for them. I can tell you it empowered them for sure. Three of our friends in Gaza mentioned Capri Sun Poppy, Keith Habs, and Frogan's food segment, bringing them immense comfort. A lot of them haven't been able to get a home cooked meal like that in a while, but brought them joy. That's great. She said you almost failed her. Failed who? They are down bad for you. There's more too.
Question. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels this way, if I'm crazy or...
He's so fine.
Hell yeah.
I'm a question.
Hell yeah. I don't even see this stuff. Don't show this to him. Yes, show this to me. These were on my For You page. Nice. There's another one. Okay.
I'm a question. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels this way, if I'm crazy or...
What is going on right now?
You know,
What is going on? That's from 19 hours ago. It's got 58,000 likes. What's happening? What's happening? Kyrie gonna lose to Boston in the finals? Ain't no fucking way that will happen. I hope it won't happen. That would be the most racist thing that's happened in this goddamn racist ass country. Okay, we don't need white supremacy to thrive any further than it has so far. Okay, that's a bridge too far for me. That's like if Kyrie Irving loses to Boston in the finals, that is literally the most racist thing that will happen this year. Okay. Also, anyone outside of Boston, who the fuck would be pro Boston? I thought collectively sports fans had a distaste for Boston in general. Whether it is because you yourself are racist personally and you're like sad that Boston gets to out racist you on a regular basis. Like, who the fuck lives in like any other part of the country and goes, oh man, I really hope Boston wins? Like, just say you're a white supremacist and move on. Okay. Just say you're wearing a Klan robe while you're typing this and move on. Like, if you're from Boston and you're pro Boston, you're probably already functionally wearing a fucking Klan robe anyway. But like, if you're outside of Boston and you're like, oh yeah, I really hope the Celtics win. Okay, dude. It's got to be a really conflicting moment for a lot of Boston fans because like they're probably salivating at the prospect of Luka, maybe some in the future coming to Celtics and becoming a Celtic because they're like, we love white supremacy and we love like a schlubby fat white guy really just destroying the NBA. You know what I mean? So technically, they're going to have a really hard time. They're going to be like, there was that tweet, Boston fans are like unearthing. They're going into like John Wick style. They're going into their fucking basement, breaking the concrete to like find new slurs to say to Kyrie. Like they have like slurs that they've held on backup. You know what I mean? They have the cachet of slurs. They're like, we got to use the newest slurs, like, which are the oldest slurs in many instances, like slurs that come across like basically slurs that come across like a magic spell or something. Like you say it and there's a delayed effect for it because like you don't even understand. The recipient doesn't even understand that they are being slurred at. They're being hate crimed until later. It's like one of those samurais that just goes whoosh, and then puts the fucking sheets the katana back and then it like slices your neck 5 seconds later. Omaiwa Mashinderu type shit, you know what I mean? Like things that we've never heard of. Racism levels are going to be higher, like industrial grade racism. I'm talking, what was it? Donghua Xinlong, like industrial grade glycine, but for racism specifically. As you know, Boston is basically industrial grade racism as a city. So there are going to be it was the fucking Dace's tweet. Celtics fans in garage. Oh, it was a Daze's tweet. Yeah. Daze's tweet. Celtics fans in their garages like John Wick breaking through the floor to dig up some stash slurs for Kyrie. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know how it is. Kyrie has a history. He already stepped on the logo one time. You know what I mean? It's like, it's gonna be a heater. Stolen joke valor. I literally openly stated that I saw this as a tweet when I started off. The rest of it is my shit. The rest of it is my brand. The whole like omae wa mashinderu type, like all of the ancient racism slurs and all that stuff is just like my regular commentary. However, this part I did admit I saw on Twitter. Anyway, Celtics fans aren't racist. I hate this narrative so much. Listen, bro, it doesn't matter, okay? Larry Bird existed. That's it. It's just like for the long, and also, yes, they are. I mean, what are we talking about? Of course they are. Come on, bro. It's Boston. It's Boston. It's Boston. Yeah, what's next? Are you going to come in here and be like, excuse me, Eagles fans don't eat horse manure? It's like these are things that people know about things, about how it works. So yeah, like I said, Celtics fans are in a state of panic. They're conflicted. Because on the one hand, you got Luka. That's like, what kind of slur can you direct in the direction of Luka when he literally looks like you? He looks like you. He looks like your cousin. He looks like every one of the Celtics fans. So, and also, he's white. He's a fucking white player who's very good. So like that's the dream. You know what I mean? If you're a Celtics fan, you're like, "Oh my God, I get to watch basketball, dude, and I get to see one of me out there really doing the right thing, you know?" Luka's a great player. You know? He's a great player. Real head on his shoulders, unlike the other guys, you know? You know, the type of player you can bring home. You know, when your daughter brings him home, you're not angry. That type. Real lunch pail guy. It's funny because, like, you know, those are all he's a real intelligent player. Anyway. The NBA memes to refer to him as classy. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see Bill Burr says he doesn't even want the Celtics to win? Well, even I know this, but like the Celtics do get unbearable when they I mean, it's just like Boston hate in general, but they do get really fucking unbearable when they do win. So everybody hates. That's the other thing that I don't personally understand. Everybody hates Jason Tatum. I mean, Jason Tatum is like, I mean, he's a nerd, so I don't hate him that much. Like, he's fine. I mean, he went to Berkeley. He's like, he knows about Foucault. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. I know that that's probably really annoying for sports fans in general. Isn't Jason Tatum the nerd? Am I confusing them? That's Jaylen Brown. I'm sorry. Tatum went to Duke. I was thinking of Jaylen Brown. Wait, why the fuck do they hate Jason Tatum then? It's the Kobe text messages. That's it? Corny plus Chogard is? Yeah. He's a fraud that is carried by his team. Anyway, regardless, all I'm going to say is 36 points. The earth is flat. You cannot deny it. Okay. 36 buckets. Earth is flat. You can't deny it. Obviously, some shit's happening there. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. 36 points. The earth is flat. Okay. The earth is obviously flat. I have never been more convinced of how flat the earth is. I have never been more convinced about how flat the earth is than, TikTok getting me to watch Kyrie Irving play basketball. Anyway, let's continue. He's a fraud and a cringe. You don't know ball. No, that is, you're right. I don't know ball. I don't really care, to be fair. I do like the memes though. Okay, so moving on. Let's get to the actual shit that's going on in the world. We got a lot of stuff to cover today, as you guys know. A lot has happened in the world. I went to a dinner last night with some friends, like 100 Thieves. Hung out with a bunch of the boys and girls. And that was the last part of my personal news, and I immediately gained like 6 pounds. The worst thing on the planet. Yesterday I had like 2 Jersey Mike subs. Oh yeah, Nate Shot got fucking cumstered. I was shocked. I didn't address it because I felt like he was definitely. I didn't address it because I felt like he was definitely sad about it. He seemed kind of mad about it personally, but I cannot believe that FaZe Banks is, still better than Nate Shot at Call of Duty. Like, that blew my mind. I thought FaZe Banks was like too busy just being FaZe Banks, and I feel like when you're so FaZe Banks, like, you can't be good at gaming still. So I don't know what the fuck that was about, but he just sniped the shit out of him apparently. It's like just 2 grandpas doing fundamental grandpa COD. I know Nate lost his 1v1 against Banks. I know. That was FaZe Banks' specialty game and not a game Nate Shot was fluent in. It doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't matter. Just enjoy food. Oh my God, the way you talk about your diet is so triggering. I don't want to. Nade lost his 1v1s against Bang. Okay, I'm also memeing. I don't think he was actually mad, but it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up to him, because I felt like it would have been tricky to bring up. Anyway, can't wait for Trump to write a book and call it 34 Reasons Why. Okay, we're gonna get to the news. I have a hilarious TikTok before you start your news coverage. No, not yet. I ever seen a chatter project their eating disorder? No, there's a sheltered rosebud. She's gonna fucking hit me with that regardless, no matter what I say. She's gonna find a way to complain. Can we stop your shit basketball takes and get to something you actually know? Why are you getting mad, Celtics fans? Like, I'm sorry. I don't need to know enough about basketball to know that Boston is one racist and Celtics fans are racist. That's not a thing that I don't need to like watch NBA games to know that, okay? It's something that I'm born with. It's information that I basically were born with. If Boston is racist and Bill Burr is racist, Bill Burr would have been. What do you mean? Bill Burr would have been racist. Bill Burr literally has fought against his epigenetic memories. Okay? What are you talking about? His wife saved him. If it wasn't for his wife, he probably would be racist. Bill Burr is the OG, like, what is it called? Like the black wife effect. I mean, we joke around about it. I still feel like it's kind of cringe. The whole like black wife effect. Like, I feel like it's weird, but people seem to enjoy it. But I will say that, you know, that is like the OG black wife effect. And Dallas is not racist, bro. We are talking about Celtics. Don't try to point fingers back at Texas. Okay? White middle-aged 40-year-olds and bald. He's the MAGA blueprint. Yeah. Okay. Jaylen Brown had a 3.8 GPA, was recruited by the Berkeley chess team, and had an internship at NASA before getting drafted, and he carries the Celtics. Jason Tatum is just a cornball that gets all the credit. I'm from Boston. I don't make fun of you for New Jersey. You gave us Chris Christie. We gave you Bill Burr and Cohen. Yes, everyone that came out of Boston left Boston and became awesome. Sam Cedar, also Bostonian, I think, originally. Yeah, they got cool when they left Boston. I don't know if you noticed that. Also, New Jersey sucks. That's the difference between me and you, is that I'm never going to fucking defend New Jersey. I'm always going to shit on New Jersey. I got way more smoke for New Jersey. The problem with New Jersey is there's nothing that like is redeemable about New Jersey in general. That's the problem. There's nothing redeemable about New Jersey. So there's nothing even interesting about New Jersey. It's just like an industrial waste facility. That's it. Yeah, Jasmine Crocker's the Dallas rep. Exactly. Dallas can't be all that bad. True. Bro, New Jersey people know New Jersey sucks. Boston is awesome, but probably racist. Yes. Anyway, let's fucking blast off. Let's do it. I've been messing around too much. Okay? Messing around too much. It's time. It's time to blast the frick off. All right? Let's do it. All right? All right? 34 counts. Guilty. Hogwatch. Justice Edition. Creators for Palestine raises 1.5 mil. And a potential ceasefire. Get in now to discuss it all. When is the TAFs episode dropping? I don't know. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Tiffany Llamas, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Do you plan on going over the news briefing Trump had? Fuck yes, I do. You kidding me? Of course. Wait, what the frick? What the heck? Will he actually be locked up or not? No, I don't think so. But doesn't matter. It's still fun. I mean, he could technically, like that is in the rules. It is a part of the sentencing guidelines. If he got the maxed out sentence, he could go all the way up to 22 years in prison. It would never happen, especially because of the type of crime that he's engaging in, especially considering that he's a first-time offender. And also beyond that, the fact that he is like was the president, will most likely be the president. It's 22 for you, not him. No. 34 is up to 4 years, isn't it? I think the max sentence is like, technically it could be 34 times 4 years. Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's his first time offense. It's like the type of offense like is what 70%. 70% of the people with that exact type of felony actually don't see any prison time. Like he at the most will get like community service. I don't think it's 34 times 4, by the way. Those things don't stack in the same way. So can he be a first-time offender the 30th time? Community service would be such an insane PR stunt for him. 4 is the max. I think he can get it more. He's trumping it up to make himself look like the martyr is so dumb. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot going on in the world. We're going to get to all of it. Okay. Community service would be more humiliating. It'd be awesome. He would have to do it like, you know how like BP does it? Where BP will be like, oh yeah, we weren't forced to clean up after a fucking massive leak. We're actually doing this because we love the environment. Like it would be like that. Trump would be like, oh yeah, I'm actually doing community service because I love the community. I love it. I love the community. I'm doing it not because it's court ordered. I'd be doing this even if the court didn't order this. That type of shit. Max is 4. It's concurrent. I bet he serves community service by playing golf with his donors and mowing the greens. Genuine question. Because he's being charged, does this not change his ability to run for office? No. Even if he was literally sentenced and even if he was in prison, technically you could run for president and win the presidency from prison. You can literally run from jail. That's actually one of the best parts about American rules. He can't vote in Florida. Wrong. He can vote in Florida because Florida has a rule that says if the place that you got, actually got a felon on your record means you allows you to vote as a felon, then you can vote in Florida as well. If he got these charges in the state of Florida, however, if he was a felon in the state of Florida, not only would he not be allowed to vote, but he would also have to ask the governor. I forget what the old-timey terminology for it is, but you have to beg the governor for forgiveness because of the type of crime that he engaged in that is like untrustworthy, I guess, like a crime of no, it's not clemency. No, no. There's a different specific term for the type of crime this is, which is considered like a crime of untrustworthiness or whatever the fuck it's called. So therefore, moral turpitude. Thank you, chatter. Exactly. So this is considered a crime that is a moral turpitude. Okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean for Donald Trump that he engaged in a crime of moral turpitude? An act or behavior that gravely violates the sentiment or accepted standard of the community. A quality of dishonesty or other immorality that is determined by a court to be present in the commission of a criminal offense, a crime involving moral turpitude. So in the state of Florida, when you engage in a crime involving moral turpitude, you have to ask the governor for forgiveness and I guess clemency in that situation. To be able to vote ever again. So that's pretty funny. But of course, because this happened in the state of New York, doesn't matter. New York, unfortunately, too woke, lets those fucking felons vote. So Trump would be able to vote regardless. But in some states, they don't let you do that, like Florida. So America, once again, very strange country with very strange rules and very strange laws. However, allowing prisoners, even not just felons, but like prisoners who are currently serving their sentences to be able to run for office is a good thing. I will always stand on that. Felons can vote in Florida. We got rid of that law in 2020. Wrong. Technically, you didn't. You did vote for it, but Ron DeSantis literally clawed that shit back. You're wrong. unless you're trying to do a fucking 3-minute ad break debate at the top of the hour, and saying, well, felons can vote, but they can't technically see an uninterrupted, undivided, Twitch stream at the HasanAbi stream at the top of the hour because there's going to be a 3-minute ad break. Yes, felon vote restoration was actually voted for. It was more popular than Ron DeSantis. However, Ron DeSantis spent every waking moment after winning by like a very small margin of victory, mind you, like almost almost like an automatic recount margin of victory. He turned around and decided that he was going to do some stuff to make sure that people still couldn't vote. Like, for example, he instituted a poll tax. You have to pay all of your court fees back to the fucking state in order to be able to vote, even if you're a felon. So that in and of itself is, of course, unconstitutional, but who gives a fuck? It's the United States of America, baby. We do what we want around these parts. States' rights. States' rights to engage in poll taxes. States' rights. Do you actually think Trump is going to go to jail? No. But it would be very funny if he did. So that's not going to stop me. Also, like I said, once again, raised $1.5 million for multiple charities working on the ground in Gaza. Very excited about that. And that's phenomenal. The fundraiser is still going on. You can still donate if you want to. Very proud of everybody. But yeah, we're gonna start with Trump, and then we'll get to the Israel new proposal, and I don't even know what the fuck's going on with this new proposal shit. Have you talked about Joe Manchin leaving the Dems? No, because he left the Dems a long time ago, my friend. I believe he's just simply doing this so he can run independent as the governor. Who gives a fuck? Fuck Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin can suck my dick. What a great thing we did for him to get his vote, to capitulate to Joe Manchin. We just neutered like half of our fucking policy prescriptions. What a wonderful thing. And he returned the favor by turning around and saying, fuck you, suck my dick, I'm not a Democrat. The other person that we did that for literally also did the same thing. Now an independent. Kirsten Sinema. Great stuff. The first time offender thing is countered by the fact that he keeps attacking the court and is obviously not contrite. So I get that he gets sentenced, but the sentence gets stayed on appeal. What? Why do you say we? Are you a fucking Democrat? Yes, brother. Yes. I love the Democratic Party. It's my favorite. But yeah, Trump is not going to be serving a prison sentence. Let's be real. Not to make you, not to shit on your fun, but let's get started. Trump found guilty on all 34 counts in historic New York criminal trial. Let's take a fucking
history,
look,
249
baby.
years of American presidents, and never has anything like this happened before. Historic, unprecedented felony conviction of Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. It happened a little after 5 p.m. Eastern time. The jury read its verdict.
I'm so goddamn libbed up today, dude. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. It's hard not to be libbed up in a moment like this where like the criminal justice system just works. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's that older athlete that you love, I guess, or that you once loved, who is no longer performing in the way that he does, but then he goes on a fucking 20-point tear or something, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, that's the glory days. Like, he's back. That's how I feel right now about the American criminal justice system. Like, it sucks dick. It's awful. It's white supremacist. It works to do so much bad. But then sometimes it gets it right. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a D-Rose 50-point game. You're like, it's never going to happen again, but I'm glad that it happened one time. And it made me feel like it's the motherfucking glory days. Now, obviously, for the American criminal justice system, that analogy doesn't work that well because I don't think it has ever been good. But, you know, it's the theory of how this prospect was supposed to be good. Theoretical democracy. Like the theoretical D-Rose. The bar is in hell, but we reached it yesterday. Yeah. I'm glad we cleared the bar. Let's take a look. Let's enjoy it.
Generating headlines instantly like these behind me all around the country and the world. And while the verdict means that Trump will run for president this time as a convicted felon, that does not mean he will serve prison time. That's worth noting right up front. Many observers, in fact, call that unlikely. The former president was found guilty of all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, all tied to a hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the run-up to the 2016 election.
The jury needed less than 2 days to make its unanimous decision. Trump planned.
I'm not going to lie. I was shocked. I can't believe it. 34. That's crazy. 34. That's crazy. Like I thought they would surely find him guilty of some stuff, but 34 across the board, like everything. They hit him. They did the fucking full clearance aisle. That's crazy. Clean sweep. It's rigged, man. Shit is rigged. It's rigged. Nobody likes me in New York. It's rigged, folks.
Plans to appeal, and he remained defiant outside the courtroom where he was greeted by supporters and protesters. The guilty verdict is another first for the former president, who is also the first president to be impeached twice.
Bro's throwing up the fist like he's a political criminal, too. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, dude, it's Nelson Mandela. You watched him get arrested, okay? I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break. I'm running it now, by the way. Sorry, sucks to suck. Okay, let's continue. You should have subscribed
This morning,
already.
we'll have complete coverage of the verdict and what it could mean in November. Let's begin now with Robert Costa, who's been following the case from the very start. Bob, good morning.
Good morning. This verdict just the beginning of a new uncertain chapter of this campaign, fueled by former President Trump's grievance. And the sentencing will now come at a crucial moment. In July, just days before Republicans select him as their nominee.
Donald Trump left court Thursday a convicted felon and vowed to fight.
I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution.
He's a very innocent man. What is this? Here's the Mandela tweet. Bro, how? Why are these people not embarrassed? Why are these people posting this shit? It got 10K likes, man. What is happening, bro? What the absolute fuck is happening? Yo, Twitter sucks, dude. Oh my Lord, how much you might think like, oh yeah, we saw the bottom. Okay? We saw the bottom. We saw the worst of the worst. It can't get any worse. It's like, nope, just kidding. How is this any different than fucking Facebook at this point? How the heck every time you're not live or doing an event or not covering the news or traveling, the craziest news happens? Yeah. I mean, he is the white man's Mandela, if we're being real. Putting together the best Trump conviction tweets. Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to do Hogwatch. We're going to do it all. Oh, my God, I'm so excited. And, oh, by the way, the Republicans are insane. Like, they are so unimaginably racist. They're so fucking out of pocket. Like, they're going absolute nutty mode with it. People are saying some of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, on the one hand, yeah, it's really fun to see, like, all the Debras and the Barbaras crying and shit because Donald Trump is going to jail, is what they think, even though he's not. But, like, woo, what a treat. What a treat. What a treat. What a treat. Thank you. Thank you to the criminal justice system for giving us this beautiful thing. Thank you, Alvin Bragg Jr. Thank you, Judge Merchant, or whatever the fuck his name is. Okay. Thank you to all the goats. Thank you to Jeff Tiedrick. Thank you to the Democratic Party. Dark Brandon strikes again. Gonna be real honest with you, Alvin Bragg Jr., you fucking did that shit. AJ, thank God I saved you from the zombie apocalypse. Thank you, David Pecker. Okay. I mean, fuck it. Thank you to New York, the Boston of America. Thank you to New York City. Thank you to the jurors. Thank you to everybody. Okay. Bro yapping like he did it. I'm just saying, like, it's great. It's a joyous occasion. Thank you, Stormy Daniels, for having sex with Donald Trump, which is kind of gross, but hey, you know, get your money, queen. Get your money up, not your funny up, Stormy. Thank you to a friend of the show, Michael Cohen, mea culpa. Obviously. All right, let's keep going.
12 Manhattan jurors decided the former president's fate, deliberating for more than 11 hours over 2 days, reaching a verdict late yesterday and finding Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Inside the tense courtroom, Trump looked straight ahead as the verdict was read, a blank expression, then stared at each.
Dude, let's run that back. That one is not the best one. The one with his mouth open, is that real? Or is that fake?
Straight ahead as the verdict was read, a blank expression, then stared at each juror as they confirmed the verdict one by one.
This was a disgrace.
Trump was convicted of falsifying business records related to a $130,000 payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the lead-up to the 2016 election to keep her quiet about an alleged sexual encounter. Earlier Thursday, the jury reheard crucial testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen. The defense called him the greatest liar of all time. Cohen weighed in late Thursday.
It's accountability. It's exactly what America needs right now.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who brought the historic case, also spoke last night, saying Trump had been treated like any other defendant.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, and that's exactly what we did here. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Trump's lawyer Todd Blanche said the trial was flawed from the start.
Because of
I did my time, that's fine by me. If you dance with the devil, it's gonna go down. Tell the truth, it's now or never. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. This is my miracle ball. It's coming on down. And you know where I'm gonna bring it on down, bring it on down, bring it on down.
It's so good. It's so goddamn good. Woo! This is my miracle ball.
If you dance with the devil, it's gonna go down. It's now or never. You can feel it all around. You can feel it all around. This is my miracle ball.
Michael Cohen does nothing in his podcast that deserves this kind of an intro, okay?
Oh, baby, don't lie for me. If I tell you my story, don't cry for me. I did my time, that's fine by me.
It's my miracle ball.
My miracle ball.
Like, there is nothing that happens on this podcast that deserves this hard of an intro, okay? Is it an original song just for the pod as well? Yes, bro, yes. This is his unironic intro banger, okay? This is my miracle ball. Might be worse than Northwest as Simba. Okay, chill. Nothing, you're wrong. He gives us nothing but the truth. Yeah. Does he play the whole thing before the episode? I don't know, but like, this is lib porn saying guilty after every charge. Yeah, dude, this is like, liberals are nutting everywhere, okay? And to be honest with you, they deserve it. It is a worthy nut for them. Good luck to all the liberal. Check in on your family. Check in on your MSNBC, CNN watching parents, okay? They probably had the craziest sex last night. You might have a brother or a sister coming out in 9 months, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Your fucking boomer ass parents nutted, okay? They nutted like they never have before. I know it's hard. It's hard to think about, but you know who else was hard? Your dad. Your New York Times op-ed reading dad. That's who was hard last night, okay? Wrong, my parents are old. You think that's stopping them in this joyous moment? In this joyous occasion? You're about to have, you're about to have the next baby boom created by the boomers with just a shit ton of children named Alvin, children named Bragg. Okay? You don't understand. This is like Albanians fucking naming their children. This is like Albanians naming their children Tony Blair or Bill Clinton.
Everything around the lead up to this trial, it made it very difficult for the jury to evaluate the evidence kind of independent of what they knew coming in.
Trump faces up to 4 years in prison, but could be given probation with no jail time. Judge Juan Merchan announced he will sentence Trump on July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Less than an hour after the verdict, Trump's campaign was fundraising off it, claiming he is a political prisoner, after he said he'd
That boy got $36 million, I think, or 39. I can't remember the exact number, but they got $30+ million that they raised in one day, which, you know, not enough.
Out toward Election Day.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Joining Bob on set is Caroline Polisi, a criminal defense attorney and a lecturer in law at Columbia Law School. Good morning to both of you. Caroline, I want to start with you. The real verdict, Donald Trump says, will be on November 5th. If he becomes president again, I think some voters on both sides will ask, well, is he going to be in jail while being president? Is jail time on the table here?
It is on the table. I would say highly unlikely to
Let's
that.
go. Shh, don't say that. Shh, shh, don't say that. Don't say that. Think about it. Think about it. Think about how sick that would be. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Think about it.
That question, 34 felony counts, each one of which does carry with it the possibility of up to 4 years in prison.
Doesn't the judge get to decide, or am I dumb? Yes, this is entirely up to the judge now. The thing is, however, there's very little likelihood. There's very little likelihood because, like, once again, the type of offense and also him being a first-time offender, like, and also him being the fucking president previously and most likely the president again, like, because there's a logistical complication that many people are not even considering, or maybe some people are considering, which is that a president, if you jail them, they have lifetime Secret Service. So, like, what? Is he going to have lifetime Secret Service in jail with them? You know what I mean? These are like genuine questions. These are truly unprecedented moments. It's not like he's a... The thing is, he didn't, like, I guess, do extrajudicial murders that are outside of the scope of the presidential powers. You know what I mean? Because he did do extrajudicial murders. That's what presidents do, especially post-Obama. But, like, he didn't do it in a non-presidential way. Like, it's not like he fucking went up to a random person and just, like, domed them. In a situation like that, I feel like it would be different. But this is not... This is a first-time felony offense for you know, I guess betraying the voters' trust, or like lying to voters, hiding hush money payments, mismanagement of campaign funds, or directing Michael Cohen to mismanage campaign funds, and keeping a secret from the broader electorate. Ironic enough, because, like, clearly they wouldn't have given a shit if they knew, and many people now know, and they don't give a shit, obviously. So,
no mandatory minimum, meaning there no jail time, could also be a sentence. I don't see personally.
Hard line, to be honest. Real verdict, November 5th. Fire. You wish you had his presence, his aura, Lazan. Bro, you ain't even wrong. I do. He has phenomenal stage presence, bro. He does. It's true. This is a third world banana republic with a Gucci belt on, lol at rule of law. First of all, I love when fucking Republican dumbasses say stuff like that. I'm sure you're joking when you say that, but, like, no, it is actually good to fucking criminally prosecute former presidents. Like, we should get more of that. We should do it across the board. Also, the irony here is that, you know, everyone's doing the banana republic shit, but, like, there is nothing more European than investigating and maybe even subsequently arresting former leaders, okay? This is like, Europeans are probably watching right now going, first time? Really? Is this a first for you guys? That's cool. Like, that shit is, you can't even be a president or a leader of a nation state in Europe unless you're caught doing like insane corruption charges, or sometimes even like fucking, 17-year-old prostitutes and stuff, which is insane to say. That's an insane word that came out of my mouth, an insane sequence of words. But that's like literally Berlusconi doing bunga bunga parties and saying like, well, she's 17, but like she was hot though. Like that's his defense. That type of shit. Yeah, in France, like with the former French president Nicolas Sarkozy. Oui. So my point is, it's like it's very European. We are definitely hitting like extreme levels of Europeanism, I guess. Like I feel like there we got to a level of European that was previously, I thought, unachievable in the United States of America. We're Europe maxing in the worst ways possible. So hard that we're going to start like, shitting on the Romani people, even though there aren't that many of them here in America. Like most people's racism is directed towards like black people in general here. But like we're becoming more like Europe, that we're just going to start fucking shitting on travelers and shit,
Him being sentenced to prison time, the judge could impose a variety of different things. Home probation, for example. He could serve it in Mar-a-Lago with an ankle bracelet. He could serve it non-concurrently, meaning he could go on weekends, for example, to some sort of custodial sentence. I personally think there will be heavy fines and some sort of heavy probation associated with this sentence.
And he can be president while on probation.
Absolutely. There's nothing in the Constitution that prohibits it.
Bob, what are your sources telling you about how the former president, who did not react in court, is reacting behind the scenes?
There's a lot of uncertainty among former President Trump's inner circle because they believe your point that he's unlikely to maybe face jail time. At the same time, they were inside that courtroom. They saw Judge Juan Merchan lash out at one of the defense witnesses. Bob Costello cleared the courtroom. Tensions are high between the judge and the Trump legal team, so nothing's being ruled out by the Trump side. And that could really make Trump pay a huge political cost this summer. The Republican National Convention, where he's trying to get a jolt to get into the fall campaign. Will he show up for that first debate? How will this affect his running mate? So many questions, so many variables for the presumptive Republican nominee.
Caroline, from a legal perspective, are there grounds for appeal here, and what's likely to be the outcome?
There absolutely are grounds for an appeal here, both on the legal side as well as how the trial played out. We talked a lot about the way this statute is, structured, that while the jury was required to be unanimous with respect to all elements of the offense, there was that underlying object crime of the New York State conspiracy to violate election laws, right? The $130,000 payment. And the unlawful means that was accomplished. The jury didn't have to be unanimous on that decision. Some constitutional scholars say that there are due process issues with that in terms of a defendant being put on notice with what exactly he or she is being charged with. That could take years. I always refer to the Harvey Weinstein verdict, which was in this state as well, 4 years from conviction to being overturned. It's a long road. The wheels of justice move slowly, but we'll get started pretty quickly.
Any chance of the delegates that the RNC may revolt and hold their votes? LOL! Are you crazy? No. Fuck no. One of the most prescient sentiments ever expressed by Donald Trump was when he said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and these motherfuckers would still vote for him. Okay? That is real, bro. That is one of the realest things he's ever said. Because they would. They'd vote harder. They'd be like, bro, what kind of baby did he shoot? I bet that was a libtard baby. I'd shoot a baby too. I shoot my own baby for Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me?
If you don't watch Fox News, here are 5.
So good. It's so good. God damn it, dude. Thank you to everyone that participated in this process to give us this beautiful fucking moment, dude. Republicans are just losing their fucking minds over just like literally baby shit. Now, this is one of those like unifying moments where like we're all a little liberal today. You know what I mean? I think this separates the boys from the men, okay? Like, I shit on the Democratic Party a lot. I'm going to shit on the Democratic Party in a little bit. You know I'm going to do that because we're going to talk about Israel, and the Democrats are in charge, and they suck. Having said that, however, absolutely nothing gives me more fucking pleasure than watching hogs melt the fuck down, okay? I mean, it's great. It gives me so much goddamn joy, okay? It's one of the very unique moments where I'm just like, oh, so good. Please give me more of this shit. Give me more, please. I love it. I fucking love that shit, son. Oh, it's so awesome. Especially because, like, these guys, right, the Republicans, they get everything they want, even when they're not in charge. They get things that they don't want that are still in the direction of things that they might want. You know what I mean? Like, all the anti-trans bills and stuff. It's like Republicans weren't even asking for it, and they still got it. You know what I mean? While the Democrats are in charge, mind you. So it's like, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal to watch them it's phenomenal to watch them mauled because they're such petulant little children that get everything they want. It's like the fucking rich kid on the block, the spoiled little fat kid who just like is always getting everything he wants, but then like sometimes he's not used to being told no, so he just like loses his fucking shit. It's great. It's fun to see.
With that, the Trump team has come out saying they're moving forward.
Beyond this moment, how does this set the stage for those next three cases, Georgia, Florida, and in the nation's capital?
Yeah, well, this one is different. It's unique because it is a state case. It is the only case that if he does become president again, he cannot pardon himself for. So that is a unique twist here. You know, many people are saying this is likely the only case that is going to come to an end, which it already has before the election. So I think it doesn't bode well.
You know, Bob, political conventions in recent decades have been kind of boring, perfunctory affairs, lots of ceremony, balloons, big speeches. But now we've got Donald Trump being sentenced just days before the Republican convention. What's going to happen in July?
Usually when there's a scandal, it causes a reckoning to happen inside the party. Think about Watergate in the 1970s with Richard Nixon. Republicans got uneasy about President Nixon's conduct. What did you see this time around? I stood in that park for 6-7 weeks for CBS. We saw red tie Republican after red tie Republican come there and show their solidarity with Trump, including the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And we're seeing Republicans across the board saying they're sticking with the nominee, even though he's a convicted felon. That tells you Trump has a grip on power, and that's going to affect the entire campaign. Look for the Biden campaign still to bring up Trump's conduct, maybe not to get into the specifics of this case, but to raise issues about January 6th, American democracy, and Trump's conduct, and say, do you really want this person in power in the White House?
Bob Costa, Caroline Polisi, always great to have you both. Thank you very much.
Todd, thank you for being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
I mean, well, I don't know.
That's my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. That's my lawyer, dog. I don't know. Strong start, Todd. Strong start, Todd.
The jury,
let's run it back.
Todd,
Let's
thank
run
you
it
for
back.
being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I think
Is it, Todd? Is that a good question, Todd? Todd, you fucking suck, dog. 34? Bro, you had a perfect defeat. That's crazy, man. You had a perfect defeat. He's out here doing impossible things. 0 for 34, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. I want to do more the basketball analogies You know what I mean? It's just like, you got swept, son. You got swept. What happened?
Understanding why a jury reaches a verdict is something that every single trial lawyer in the country would love to be able to answer honestly. Look, a lot goes into a jury verdict that doesn't even include what happened at the trial. You know, the decisions that are made before the trial, the decisions that the court makes and that the parties decide about what witnesses to call, what evidence to put in. You know, so I think that at the end of the day, it remains true that if the word of Michael Cohen was not accepted at all, then you could not have convicted.
Bro, that shit was so stupid. Like, you have to do that, right? And I get it. For Donald Trump, he's not the best client because he's incredibly incompetent in doing crimes because he's kind of failed upwards always, right? So he is, in many respects, one of the worst clients to try to get off because, like, he's constantly going around pulling at Israel and being like, I did that shit. I love doing that shit. I'm going to do more of that shit. You know, fuck you. Also, the judge is anti-Semitic. Okay? If this is the Israel analogy, you know, he's just doing that all the time. He's like, no, I did that shit and I love doing it. Suck my dick. So it's hard. It's hard to defend Donald Trump. Having said that, okay, this is like the guy that's testifying already served a sentence for the crimes that he was directed to do by the guy who's being prosecuted in this situation. So your client, like, you can't just be like, how are you going to trust this fucking guy? I mean, he's a liar. He's a perjurer. He fucking lies all the time. Excuse me. It's like, yeah, bro, that's what happens when you're doing criminal conspiracy, okay? And I made an analogy earlier before, like last week, where it's like, if you have a mob boss sitting at a trial and you have a hitman that is already serving a prison sentence, you can't just turn around and be like, Your Honor, how can you trust this guy? He kills people. It's like, yeah, for him, for your client. He's killing people for you, for your mans. Of course. Wow, how can this guy be considered credible? I mean, he's killed people. Oh, man. That's the whole point, dude. That's why your client is currently being prosecuted. Like, what are we talking about?
President Trump and the jury convicted. So at the end of the day, they looked past what we thought were
Chapo take, yeah, dude. I have this take for a couple months now. Suck my dick, Chapo tank. I didn't watch the latest episode yet.
Were fatal flaws in Mr. Cohen's story and his past, and they reached a guilty verdict.
Right, but it wasn't just the word of Michael Cohen. I mean, there was other evidence in this case, the documents. They wanted to rehear David Pecker's testimony. I mean, they took all of that into consideration.
Sure. No, look, of course the jury will take everything into consideration. That they were very serious. Look, this jury showed up on time every day. They were very focused on the evidence and on the...
I understand being cynical about Trump actually going to prison, but didn't Cohen go to prison for literally the same shit? What legal reasoning would the judge have for not giving Trump prison time? Because it's Trump. He's a former president. All of the things that I just described to you are the reasons why it would be so fucking nutty. It would be insane. It would be awesome. But that would be crazy for him to actually get a fucking jail sentence for it.
And on the testimony that came in, and there was a lot, but look, at the end of the day, it was still a case, in our view, as we've been saying.
Yeah, also Cohen was brought up on more serious federal charges as opposed to Trump being brought up on the lowest class felony, class E for state felonies. Yeah. And even... You said it 24 hours before Chapo, and yours was funnier. Normally, I don't support you in chatter squabbles, but you did good. Thank you, Motorface, for defending me against my friends at Chapo Trap House, who are very funny, who I listen to all the time as well. Probably worse would be he loses the election and they make him do some form of house arrest. My coworker, who's such a smarmy fucking lib, is extra unbearable today. But today I can't. But I also can't blame him. Yes. This is their moment, dude. Come on. Libs have a moment today. Libs have a moment. They are right. I am wrong. Okay. I've downplayed it because I didn't think that 34 out of 34 W's was going to be posterized. Okay. And also, the Republicans are so mad. It makes me so happy. It gives me so much joy to see conservatives crying, being like, our democracy gone. Where is the law and order? This is a banana republic. Like, it's just fucking dope, dude. It's dope. I don't know. Clearly, this shit is political, though. They can't attack Trump on policy because they kept all of his horrific policies, but he's powerful. Because people like him, hateful people like him, and non-hateful people don't like the Dems. But nearly every president has done fucking crimes and bribes. Yeah, okay. Sure. Fair. I hope they try to fucking arrest Brandon. That'd be sick. This was my favorite tweet out of all the hogs. War. Bro, you are going to fucking war with your hairline. What the fuck do you mean war? It's crazy, man. Apologize to Alvin Bragg. Yeah, I saw this tweet and I agree with it unconditionally. Alvin Bragg apology form. Reason for behavior. Check. The media convinced his case was weak. I don't watch actual trials. I don't know legal ball like that. Mercury was in Gatorade. I was jealous of Alvin. I miss Robert Mueller. I will hereby respect Alvin Bragg, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay? I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game. To be fair, I don't have to make this apology because I have been an Alvin Bragg defender. Okay? I don't necessarily, because like I was a defender of Alvin Bragg. I just didn't, I just thought that this is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, which it kind of is. But like ultimately, it's fun for the time being because it makes conservatives very mad. Everything that you guys have said, like everything that one chatter said personally about like, oh, all presidents are criminals. This is political. Yeah, so what, dude? It's great. Who cares? Is Jeff Tiedrick okay? Did he nut to death? Yes. He was warned. Real Donald Trump, we're coming. Watch out. Bionicle Army took his ass out, dude. He was first. He was the shit. Then Jack Smith seemed promising, and I kind of forgot about Alvin, but he was working. Yeah. He was cooking some shit up, dude. He was cooking some shit up on the sidelines. Again, white supremacy in display, okay? The black man is working hard, and everybody sees a white dude, and they're like, ooh, that's my guy. That's our real savior. Turns out, it's the black man all along, okay? It's white supremacy. It's the implicit, it's the biases that we have in our hearts that we don't even recognize. That's what caused everybody to undermine him, okay? Oh, your case is weak. Turns out, it's not so weak, is it? Okay, let's continue.
Soft bigotry that relied on testimony of conversations and interactions that took place 7, 8, 9 years ago, and certainly documents were.
Didn't realize Alvin Bragg was black. Wait, really? You didn't realize when Donald Trump was calling him like a savage or an animal or many different like dehumanizing things? Both him and also Fannie Willis too, who was also black. a thug. Kept calling him a thug. And also an anti-white racist. Also, that chatter basically revealed that he didn't watch The Walking Dead. My Walking Dead gameplay, which was very political, by the way, because AJ is a prominent character. Alvin Bragg Jr. is a very prominent character in the game.
Were part of the case, but the documents, the 34 counts were documents that really had very little connection to President Trump, but for the checks, the few checks that he signed. Look, I very much believe that the jury...
Dude, what is this argument, dude? What is this argument? He's still going off with this shit. It's like, yeah, dude, Michael Cohen just personally wanted to pay Stormy Daniels. Like what could it have been? Why did he do that? Especially after they had many conversations that pertain to Michael Cohen operating as a fixer for Donald Trump, specifically in the Stormy Daniels hush money situation. Why could he have done that? Like, what other reason could there be? Okay? No one watches your gameplay? That's wrong, little bro. Actually, my fucking Walking Dead gameplay was widely celebrated. So you're wrong on that front.
That the jury should have found President Trump not guilty. I mean, in my soul, I believe that, and I believed it for a year. I mean, I left my job to do what I did the past 6 weeks,
damn, son, he left his job to work for a dude who's not gonna pay him, famously doesn't pay, and also on top of that, the entire world knows you as a fucking loser. 34 L's, dude. Posterized. Alvin Bragg put his nuts on your fucking forehead, dude. What happened? What happened? Damn, son. Imagine 0 for 34. I left my job. I'm not even going to get paid by my client. Woo! That just sucks, son. That is terrible.
My conviction around what happened today and what I believe the facts show, it remains the same.
I know you disagree with the outcome, obviously, but do you accept that he did have his day in court and it was a jury of his peers that made this decision?
No, not at all.
Why not?
No, I mean, look, I think, and this is nothing that we haven't said repeatedly. We were indicted for.
We should pour one out for the real GOAT, okay? Thank you, HasanAbi, for sending me this. Taco Penis. Hey, how you fucking doing? He would have won. He would have at least gotten a couple of those off, dude. There's no way Taco Penis goes 0 for 34. Okay? My GOAT. Alina Habba. Taco Penis. He had an all-star squad, dude. What happened? Yes, his name is Taco Penis. Joey Taco Penis. Also, who is this guy in the back? Sorry for zooming in on his face, but like there's this what's going on over here. I love this photo because he's like, hey. It's like you can tell he's going, hey, my name is Joey Taco Penis. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? I'm walking here. I'm doing fucking attorney shit. I'm lawyering here. How you fucking doing? Oh, yeah.
For conduct that happened in 2015, 16, 17, in a jurisdiction that it was very hard for us to get a fair trial, Caitlin. I mean, and I know the district attorney has repeatedly said it today, this is a bread and butter case. We do this all the time. That is not true. It's just not true. It may be that they bring these types of charges regularly, business records charges, but you cannot find another case in the Manhattan District Attorney's, in the history of that office, where they did what they did here, which is charge somebody for conduct that was 7, 8 years old, somebody's personal records, right? Not corporate records, his personal records. So this is not, I don't think, I think it's naive to say that this is like any other case that we do. What we did in this case is what we do all the time. No. And maybe it's okay. I mean, they think it's okay they did it.
Well, because I think the response to that would be, well, it's also not every day that someone running for president reimburses his attorney who paid off a woman to keep her silent. And, you know, when you say about getting a fair jury, this is where Donald Trump, I mean, you know New York well. This is where Donald Trump chose to have his businesses and spent decades of his life until just recently. I mean, that's why the case was here. I think some people would say, well, that's ridiculous that a jury couldn't put their beliefs aside. You just talked about how hard they worked in this case. Don't you think that they put their political beliefs or biases or stereotypes aside to make a fair decision here?
I don't know what they did or didn't do, but listen, Caitlin, it matters, right? Like when 100, we did it in groups of about 100 when we picked that jury. Half the jury just walked out when invited to by the judge if they couldn't be fair and impartial. So imagine if you're standing before a group of your peers, right? That's what a jury system is supposed to be. So you're standing for a group of your peers, and half of them walk out before a single question is asked, just because they have an opinion of you that is so strong they can't be fair and impartial.
But these 12, to be fair, did not.
Well, they did not, of course, but no, that's not really the point. The point isn't that.
The point is, what if they did?
That 50 stayed. The point is that it's telling how many just walked out. And also the fact that President Trump did business in New York, that's not the law. The law doesn't.
What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? Bro, you can't even lawyer your way out of jury. You can't even lawyer your way out of this. You can't even lawyer your way out of a Caitlin Collins question. Like, what do you mean? Of course, plenty of people are going to be biased in either direction, mind you, against the former president. It's actually impossible to try Trump because some people have opinions about him, apparently. Yeah, I mean, law tip, jurors cannot walk out without being dismissed by the judge or by court officials. No, he's talking about when they're selecting a jury. Like, he's saying, like, it's shocking how many people had a strong enough opinion that they would not be able to accurately deliberate without their biases. You're not understanding what he's saying. He's basically saying we live in a society. Yeah.
And say, well, tough luck. If that's where you do business, then that's where you're going to be tried.
He built his business here and he resided here. And I guess if you think, if you talked about the testimony and when this happened, well, why didn't the cross-examination of these witnesses or what you put forward, your defense, why didn't that work? Why did it still lead to this outcome?
Well, that's a great question. If you know the answer to that, tell me. I mean, look, I think that at the end of the day, I do think it comes to something that we...
Help me out here, Caitlin. I'm fucking starving. I'm sinking over here. Help me out. You got an answer?
Talk about a lot of times in our profession where there's a bias that you have that you can't get past. I mean, you say that this is where he built his business. That's true. Every single person on that jury knew Donald Trump, either as president, as candidate, from The Apprentice. And so I don't accept that this was a fair fair place to try.
Is that what Trump. You're going to? What's your main argument going to be in your appeal?
Look, I think there were a lot. That is certainly an argument. I think the timing of this trial and was really unfair to President Trump. There was so much publicity around the witnesses and around leading up to the trial that it just, our system of justice isn't supposed to be a system where every person that walks in the courtroom knows about the case. I mean, and it sounds
but
like
it's one of those cases where you can't avoid it. I mean, no matter what jurisdiction he's tried in,
the law
everyone knows Donald Trump.
The law doesn't say But if you can't avoid it, tough luck, right? That's not what the law says. The law says that a person is entitled to a fair trial in front of a jury of their peers. And we just think that because of everything around the lead up to this trial, it made it very difficult for the jury to evaluate the evidence kind of independent of what they knew coming in. And we knew that, and that's not something that we've been screaming that from the rooftops.
Well, let's talk about, you said a few of your arguments on the appeal. When do you plan to file your appeal?
Well, there's a lot of, look, this is one step in the process, right? So we have motions due in a couple weeks in front of Judge Merchan, which we're going to vigorously fight and restate a lot of what I'm saying to you tonight, and other things that happened during the trial that we think just made the trial unfair, including the testimony of Ms. Daniels. If that is not successful, then as soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing, and then we appeal from there.
District Attorney Bragg tonight did not directly say whether or not they are going to seek jail time for Donald Trump. Do you expect that he will?
I have no idea. Look, there's a system in place that where you rely on precedent, and somebody like President Trump should never.
I do think this is unfair on Trump. Okay, dude, just like it's unfair at the top of the hour for those who are unsubscribed, right? That's what you're going to say. Come on. I'm not even going to look to see if you're actually trying to bait. I'm just going to hope that you're trying to bait, okay? Stop it. What is this? Hasi, you look so good in the group photo. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Get better bait, okay? Clearly photoshopped. You made my head look fucking large on that. All right. I think it's very hard to be in neutral because he used to be the president and people will benefit or damage from his policy at all. Okay, guys, there's no way to fucking ever criminally convict or charge a motherfucking president then. Like, there's just no way to do that. You can't, there's no, we might as well just say, sorry, former presidents are basically God kings. Like, you are going to still have to achieve some level of impartiality, which I suspect that's the reason why they have lawyers that specifically go through hundreds of jurors in the jury process, in the jury selection process. Okay. Like, it's ridiculous. Oh, well, sorry, we just can't do that. We just cannot do that, no matter what. They're God kings. Your drip yesterday was really good. What are we doing here? Huh? What are we doing? What am I doing here? Am I here just to suffer? Huh? Am I here not to celebrate joy, this joyous occasion? I'm here to serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour and tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But beyond that, I'm here to celebrate. You can also celebrate by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're going to look at the POTUS tweet. Don't worry. We're going to get to all of that. We're going to get to the Israel stuff.
Face a jail sentence based on this conduct. And it would just kind of confirm what we've been saying all along. And a lot of people say that we're wrong and that we're missing we're missing key pieces. But if other 77-year-old first-time offenders would never be sent to prison for this conduct.
Judge Merchan will make that decision.
Correct. That's right.
Do you think the judge was fair throughout this case?
I think that there were times when we very much disagreed with what the decisions Judge Merchan made. I think there were times when we certainly appreciated that he was making decisions, but weighing both sides and making decisions based upon that. But at the end of the day, there were key decisions made before the trial started and during the trial that I don't want to use a fair or unfair, but that we think were not consistent with the law.
But you can't say if he was fair or not?
Well,
He ruled in your favor sometimes, he ruled against you sometimes.
Yeah, but no, I think just saying whether someone's fair or unfair is not really the question. The question is whether decisions that he made before the trial, in advance of the trial, with the omnibus motions, with the motions in limine, and then during the trial, were they right under the law? Was he right doing that? And that's where I think we have disagreements. We think there were a lot that were not.
Why did Donald Trump not ultimately take the stand here?
Well, that's a very personal question to him and to me, honestly. And it's a very difficult question. Of course he wanted to testify, and I don't say that because that's what he has said. He wanted to get his story out. I think the judge had made some decisions before the trial or the day of the trial started about what would be allowed to be asked of him by the prosecutors if he took the stand. And some of those questions were really complicated to answer because there's still appeals going on. And so there's a lot of decision points that go into whether somebody testifies. Ultimately, it's his decision, and he listened to us, and he relied on our counsel, and he reached a decision that he thought was right, which I very much agreed with.
So that means your counsel was for him to not take the stand?
I'm not going to tell you what my counsel was.
Well, you said he relied on counsel, and he went with that decision, and he didn't take the stand.
But ultimately, it was his...
Bro, the fact that he's stuttering against fucking Caitlin Collins is crazy. I totally understand why he got owned. Actually, like it almost feels like Donald Trump could make a genuine appeal here and be like, my lawyer was against me this whole time. He did not do an adequate defense.
It was his decision, and I never say, and I think colleagues and folks that you have on here hopefully agree with me, I never say to somebody, don't take the stand, right? That's their decision, and that's a decision that they have to make. But I want them to have I want them to know what will happen on the good and the bad if they do take the stand.
So no regrets on him not taking the stand?
Look, the verdict came down a couple hours ago. I don't know if I have any regrets about anything yet. I'm still thinking things through, and I think so is he, and so are everybody else around him. But at this point, I don't think that there was a conviction because he did not take the stand.
When he was leaving, one thing he brought up were the witnesses who were not called. And he was saying that there could have been witnesses.
Dude, this is unimaginably bad. This is unimaginably bad. I'm seeing why they lost so fucking hard, dude. God damn. If I'm this bad on camera, if I'm this nervous, I wouldn't just go on CNN, which is hostile territory to begin with. If I'm Trump, I'm not paying his ass anyway. You know what I mean? I already have a long track record of not paying people. Yo, is Trump actually broke? Who's this jabroni-ass pansy lawyer? One, he is actually broke, but this is irrelevant to the point of contention here. The reason why he has this jabroni-ass lawyer is because he has literally gone through half the lawyers in New York. That's why I joked about it previously, where it's like, first of all, you know your shit's fucked up when your lawyer is a Catholic, okay? Joey Taco Penis. Like, you're out here hiring Italian lawyers, like, you're fucked. You're fucked. That means you literally went through every other lawyer. And he even went through Joey Taco Penis, too, and arrived at this fucking guy.
That would have helped make the case. We never saw Keith Schiller, Alan Weisselberg, some key figures here who got brought up a lot. Why didn't the defense call any of these witnesses?
Well, because we happen to live in America, and we don't have the burden of proof. And so there's not... That's not the point. That's a question that is a loaded question that should not be asked of a defense attorney or a defendant. The question that we asked the jury, and they ultimately obviously got passed, is why the prosecution didn't call those witnesses, right? You, as a defense attorney, you don't go into a case saying, I'm going to fill the holes of the prosecution, right? And Keith Schiller and some of the other witnesses that were not ultimately called.
Is the shit Joe just posted on Twitter News, or is he just saying some bullshit? It's the latest POTUS tweet. Is it about a ceasefire? We're gonna get to there. We're gonna get to that in a second.
Should have been called. Should have been called by the prosecution, and we asked the jury to take a hard look at that. I don't know whether they did or not, but they convicted.
Todd Blanche, I have a few more questions for you. If you'll stick around, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Much more with Donald Trump's lead attorney in a moment. The presumptive Republican nominee, now a convicted felon, guilty on all 34 counts today in his unprecedented hush money trial.
Bro, convicted felon Trump goes kind of hard. Like, convicted felon president goes hard, dude. It does. God, America is in a state of such disrepair. It's awesome. It's cool. Fuck it. YOLO. We're just having fun with it at this point. Empire collapsing. And honestly, you just got to have fun with it.
Trial here in New York. His lead attorney, Todd Blanche, back here with me. Can we just talk about what it was like in the room today? Because our reporters, everyone kind of thought, reporters included, that no verdict was going to be reached. The judge himself seemed to think that. He went to go get the jury, and then he came back with a verdict note in hand. I mean, you and Trump had been sitting there talking, laughing, and then obviously realized a verdict was coming. You were obviously surprised?
Yes, very surprised, but that's what juries do. You know, everybody that's been talking for the past 2 days about what they thought maybe a note meant or what a jury was thinking or how long they would deliberate, you never know. You never know. And I think there have been no notes really all day. And as 4:30 came, we were going to just go home and start again tomorrow. And the jury, sent a note, said they reached a verdict. So it was surprising.
Bro, he's just like, womp, womp. Like, his attitude is like, his attitude about this whole thing is so funny. He's just like so unimaginably defeated, which he is. He is literally defeated. He was defeated in the marketplace of ideas, okay? His ass was defeated in the court, obviously. But like, have some fucking composure, big dog. What the hell are we doing here? It's crazy.
Surprising, but it wasn't surprising like, oh my gosh, I'm shocked. We had been prepared.
But were you prepared for a guilty verdict? Trump seemed to be telling people, from what I heard, he thought it was going to be a hung jury.
We were prepared for a guilty verdict. I mean, I don't know what people President Trump was saying that to, but of course in our view, we were fighting to win the case, of course, but a hung jury would have been as close to a win as we could have gotten. But we were prepared for a conviction. I think that was expected.
I think a lot of people are curious, because we hear from a lot of former Trump attorneys, what it's like to be a Trump attorney. How has it been for the last 7 weeks?
Listen, I hear former Trump attorneys talk on TV all the time as well. I have found the last 7 weeks to be I don't want to use cliches, but it's been everything that I would expect and want out of a client, out of someone who has really putting their life in your hands. It's been challenging. It's been rewarding. President Trump there's a persona that people have about.
What does hung jury mean? Is when one guy in the jury has like a really big penis. That's all it takes. All it takes is one guy that's like super big,
About him that is completely wrong. There's a persona that people have that is right in some ways too. It was the hardest in many people's lives. The hardest thing you do is go through a criminal trial, and he was. I was impressed, especially today, at the way that he carried himself and handled himself.
Well, there were moments, and I was in the court multiple times, where you would see you and Trump were often sitting next to each other, or the other attorneys, Emile Beauvais and Susan Nicholas. But Trump would, hit you on the arm, tap you on the arm.
Like the guy in the white suit in 12 Angry Men? Yeah, in the director's cut, in the extended cut, if you watch it, you'll actually notice that it's not one guy who has like a genuine disagreement with the rest of the jury, but it's actually the fact that he has a massive penis. Like, that's why the rest of the jurors have to listen to him, because he just whips his cock out. And then everyone is like, oh, fuck. Like, all of my convictions I've now cast aside. Like, that's how it works. That's what he was looking for.
The arm urged you to either object or clearly was writing you notes and saying stuff. I mean, who ultimately was in charge of the defense strategy here? Was it you or was it Donald Trump?
It was both of us. If there's a lawyer that comes in and says that they're in charge of their defense strategy, they're not doing a service to their client. Every decision that we made as a team, and not just President Trump and myself, but the whole team. And so, and again, every defendant, everybody who has their life on the line in history will tap their lawyer every once in a while and say, hey, what about this? What about that? We not only did we get along during the trial, but we were on the same page about strategy and about what we should be doing and not doing. And it was, the one thing that I left with today is he impressed, hopefully, everybody that got to see what happened today, the way that he handled himself in the courtroom, hearing that 34 counts of guilty, the way that he handled himself really throughout the entire trial as somebody who is the Republican nominee, not campaigning, sitting in court all day. And I was right there with him the whole time, and I have no complaints about it.
But did it make your job harder?
He's like, I promise you he was not farting. Or if he was, and if he was falling asleep, it was because the trial was boring and his farts actually smelled really good. Oh my God, I'm so libbed up. I'm talking about Trump farting. That's like peak liberalism. It's just, I'm so Jeff Tiedrick coded today. It's not even funny.
And more difficult when he was constantly going after the judge, calling him corrupt, saying that he was so biased he couldn't breathe here, going after.
That was awesome. When he said that, he's like, the judge is conflicted. He's so biased, he's conflicted.
The witnesses in this case until the gag order. I mean, he violated the gag order at least 10
Why do I hate Trump so much? I love Trump. Are you kidding me? It's a love-hate relationship.
times here in this case. Didn't that make your job harder?
I don't think it made my job harder. It's something that we had to deal with during the trial as a team, and understanding that there's a message that he needed to get to the people, to the American people, the people who are deciding who to vote for in November. And part of that decision has to be, he is being judged for this trial. And that's a fact. And so when folks get upset that he responds to what he sees happening and responds forcefully, that's because he's being judged by everybody. He's being judged on television, by voters, in newspapers. And so the fact that he says, this is my opinion, this is my view, is not something that I looked at as making my job harder. I accepted that as being part of this job. And that is what he will continue to do. Like, I don't think he's going to stop tomorrow morning. Like, he has to explain to the American people why this whole year in front of the Manhattan DA in this case was completely unjust.
But can you do that without attacking Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen? I mean, there was one point where the judge had to use incredibly strong language with you because Trump audibly used an expletive when Stormy Daniels was on the witness stand. When you say can you do that, you mean can you respond when but isn't
people
that inappropriate for him to have an outburst in court while a witness is on the stand?
First of all, I don't think an outburst is the right way to describe what happened. As you know from being in the courtroom, the courtroom has very bizarre acoustics, and there's times.
What is happening? It's the acoustics of the courtroom that made it seem like it, dude. He was actually super calm and collected.
You can't hear a thing, and there's times when voice carries, and it was absolutely not an outburst.
Well, the witness heard it. Stormy Daniels heard it.
I have no idea if that's true.
Her attorney told us that.
Okay, well, that's the first that I'm hearing that, and I don't know that is true or false, but it was not an outburst. It was a reaction to, again, it's easy to sit here and throw stones and say, well, how come he said this? How come he said that? Why don't you go on trial for something that happened, and I don't mean this you, I'm saying rhetorically you, for something that happened nearly 20 years ago, when you hear somebody saying something that you believe is demonstrably false, and you can't do anything about it, and you know there is a reaction that folks agree with or disagree with. President Trump, in my view, behaved in a way that I thought was exemplary for a defendant facing what he was facing in that environment, in that courtroom for the past 5 weeks. I mean,
you didn't think it was inappropriate when he came out and would rail against Judge Merchan and go after his daughter and other witnesses in this case?
He did not go after the judge's daughter after he was gagged.
After he was gagged? Okay. What about before he was gagged? God damn, dude. God damn. This is why I'm saying it's like kind of hard to be Trump's lawyer. This is why it's hard to be his lawyer, because he's like constantly going, I did that shit. Also, the judge fucking sucks. Also, we should probably maybe kill the judge's family. That's like, you can't do that. It's like Trump and Alex Jones. Chat is cooked. Why?
At all. And by the way, the defense went after the judge's daughter.
He was a registered Dem until 2023. He quit his job to start his own law firm and represent Trump. Oh my Lord.
In public filings. So you want me to say that it was inappropriate for President Trump to do something that I believed under the law required to be brought to the judge's attention?
Well, attacking her on his, obviously he has a massive following. Making a point in a court filing is different than making a point on Truth Social.
What's the point of a gag order? The judge does nothing when it's violated. I mean, dude, what is he going to do? You put Trump in contempt of court? I feel like that would literally break shit. Also, Trump, for the most part, did at the very least follow the guidelines of the gag order to a certain degree, because once the gag order was initiated, Trump was held in contempt for violating the gag order, by the way. Wait, he didn't go to jail, though. They fined him. But the thing is, he, the gag order, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the gag order had boundaries that were set. He was fined 10 times, actually. The gag order had boundaries that were set that limited what he could say, specifically about the judge's family, specifically about the jurors, specifically about all the other witnesses, including Michael Cohen. But beyond that, I think he said it's fair play to... What? Also, at the quarter of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Wait, what? I already ran the ad break. What are you talking about? The fuck? The judge can take his contempt of court violations into account during sentencing. 34 felony convictions. Stop whining about the process. Yeah, it's entirely possible that his lawyer is a chatter doing this for clout.
Why?
Is Trump going to be a prison abolitionist now? Yeah. Our prison's obsolete, folks. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying prisons are obsolete, folks. No one can be free until we're all free. I mean, no one.
I mean, I guess I question that. So the idea is that as a attorney, I'm allowed to make motions, put arguments in front of the judge. But if my client makes those same arguments to the people who are going to decide whether he should be president of the United States, somehow it's okay for me to do it, but he can't. I don't
it's
accept
different
that.
venues. I think there's
Sure,
a place to make your argument, and doing it on Truth Social, attacking a private citizen.
Nobody
on
reads
this front,
the papers, right? That's the problem, right? So it's easy to say, okay, defense attorney, you can file those papers, and there's
you're
nothing
an
wrong
attorney.
with
I
that.
mean, you read those filings. We read those filings. Obviously, we talk about those filings. But on this overall, I mean, you are relatively new to the Trump team. Your life has kind of changed since you've become a Trump attorney. You've moved to Florida. You're now registered as a Republican. You used to work at a big firm.
Bro pulled the dying content creator exit strategy. Okay. I love that. Like when you're when you're a content creator and your relevance is waning, you just immediately start talking about trans people all of a sudden. Like he did that. Okay. Move to Florida. Start talking about like right-wing politics all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's a classic. Classic move, dude. Congratulations. You're fucking killing it. I can't wait. I can't wait for your stupid book to come out inevitably, and no one will read it.
From here, you're registered as a Democrat.
You'll have your right-wing Jesus pivot, Hasan. No, I will not. Because guess what? I would rather just quit streaming in that situation, okay?
Do you expect to continue to represent Trump in this case and in the federal cases?
Yes, absolutely. Listen, absolutely. I'm going to Florida next week, and we have a motion to compel hearing in the case at the end of June, and we have a lot of work to do. We haven't been working on that case the past 6 weeks, and we are going to start fighting every day in Florida. We have briefing in this case, we have a sentencing in this case, and then we'll have an appeal. I have, putting aside changing my life, I think President Trump has put faith in me and my team, and there's a lot of great people that I work with. And as long as he has that faith, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing.
One thing about the Trump attorneys that we sometimes hear is whether or not they were paid after. It's always a point of contention. Obviously, Michael Cohen talked about it. Has that ever been an issue for you since you've represented him?
No, and I don't know what Trump attorneys, I know that it's a fun folklore to talk about that Trump attorneys don't get paid and whatnot, but I don't know who that applies to. But of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid. And if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid. But that's not, I'm not.
This is a disaster, bro. He took he took the drug that makes you, instead of the drug that makes you dab Hamas, he took the drug that makes you answer every question, honestly, in a way that makes him and his client look worse somehow.
Of course, I don't know who that applies to, but of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid. And if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid.
Like, he just openly admitted even his mom is worried. That's so funny. His lib-ass MSNBC watching mom is like, why are you doing this? You don't have to do this. Please don't do this. This is like the fucking Always Sunny in Philadelphia lawyer, dude. Like, his vibes are almost damn near identical to the fucking... Hold on, let me just pull this up.
I have something here that I need to read to you.
No, not this guy, the bad lawyer. What was the bad lawyer? Not Brian Unger. Uncle Jack the Molester? That one.
These two boys. Shall I turn it over?
Yeah, turn her over. Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. There we go. Hi, you're on the Jack Kelly Lawyer Show.
Hey, Jack, this is Ed over in Kensington.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Good, good. I'm doing well, Jack. Thank you.
Yeah, and the day, how was it?
That was good, I guess. The reason I'm calling is...
Can I ask you a question? What do you think of this photo? That's me as a bird. That might be a good mascot for the website. It's just a cute little bird outfit. I just don't want people to be scared and think it's too real. Like that, are there birds flying around in the offices and they won't come by to get legal advice or help? Hello? Hello? Okay. Moving on. Hello? Hi, you're on air.
Hey, Jack, I had a question about my landlord. I was wondering
Can you see my hands?
What?
When I go like this behind the plant, can you see my hand back here?
No.
And when they're down like this, can you see it?
No.
Okay. Great. I just wanted to make sure my hands have been a hindrance my whole life, and I don't want to have them on screen. Can I ask you a question?
Well,
do you like this picture? I thought it could be good as a mascot for my legal website. I also have a picture of me as a snake, and Dolores, who works in the office, thought that was horrifying. I also dressed up as a giraffe, but the image was so... Would you mind taking a shot of the three of us? And I just wanted to say I'm very excited to be here. I do estate law, and this is my first actual trial.
Your Honor, and if I may, Charlie Kelly, co-counsel, background in bird law.
Nephew.
Yeah, but excited to be in the People's Court, and a big fan of black judges, too. Stop touching me.
Okay. Big fan of black judges, too. Oh, God. Oh, Always Sunny is so fucking good, dude.
Look, all I need are the facts to this case. I have a very long day ahead of me, so I'm gonna need to keep this thing moving.
Are you gonna bang the the hammer? Is there a...
Here we go.
Hey! That's okay. Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's cool, right?
Yeah, nice. I'll keep it brief. I just have three things to say. One, Liam McPoyle has a history of lying. Two, my client is a loving family man. And three, he is innocent.
My memory was clouded by rage, and so I misremembered the incident.
An understandable mistake. Could happen to any one of us. For example, you remember me possibly as a man with small hands. Yeah, you think he had small hands. Do you remember that?
Yeah, sure, okay.
What you remember is false.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Big, masculine. My hands tell a story of greatness. And when you look at my right hand,
I'm gonna stop you right now. Are you just gonna talk about your hands for a while?
No, Your Honor. No more questions for the witness. So.
Anyway, same vibes, if you noticed. Great stuff overall. Donald Trump should have never let this man go.
Oh, baby, don't lie to me.
Okay? Never.
But that's not, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that. It's not like I'm getting paid in the other. I mean, he has a lot of cases. He has a lot of lawyers right now. And I don't know if you're hearing something different, but the lawyers are getting paid.
Todd Blanche, quite a day for you. Thank you for coming in to join us on set tonight.
We are joined now by the star witness.
Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, no, same voice, same vibe, same energy. Here it is. Trump voice. They're calling it prison abolition, folks. Complex. Prison industrial complex, they're calling it. Very disgusting. Very sad. I'm the first person to say perhaps that none of us are free until all of us are free. And you'll be hearing it more and more.
They're calling it prison abolition, folks. Complex, very complex. The prison industrial complex, they're calling it. Very disgusting, very sad, perhaps one of the saddest. And I'm the first person, I'm one of, if not the first person, to say perhaps that none of us are free until all of us are free. And do we like that? And we do. And we like it very much, very strongly. No justice, no peace.
What if Trump converted to Islam in prison? Could he be redeemed? Yes. Okay, so let's look at, fuck Michael Cohen. Let's look at some of the reactions, okay? First of all, this was an incredible reaction immediately from Trump.
So it seems that there are a lot of witnesses, other people, that they could have called that they didn't call. Now, they didn't call them, obviously, because they would have been very bad witnesses for them. But take a look at the list. Because of the gag order, I won't go down into individual names. But you have a lot of big players, very big players that would have solved.
Like here, He just looks so serious. And then you hear him talk. Here he looks so fucking serious. And then you hear him talk, and all of a sudden it's like an entirely different man. When he's mean mugging, he looks like a serious, competent lawyer. And then you hear him talk to Caitlin Collins, and you're like, oh, I get why it was a 0 for 34 type situation.
Their problem, or actually would have given us the win. We already have the win. If we had a fair judge, this case would have been over a long time ago. But a lot of key witnesses were not called. Look at your list. Look at the players. And you know who I'm talking about. You can take 5 or 6 of them. Why didn't they call those witnesses? They didn't call them because they would have been on our side.
Yeah, it is a solid legal argument to say the prosecution could have brought people in to help my side. Instead, they only brought people in to help their side.
And it's a shame. And in particular, one witness who's now suffering gravely because of what's happened, because of the viciousness of these thugs. The vicious people, what they've done to that person. And you know who I'm talking about. And they didn't call him as a witness. They didn't call anybody as a witness. And all these people they could have called and solved the problem.
Bro, you can't be calling people thugs no more. You're a convicted felon. 34X. It's just like, you know?
The other thing, the confusion is, nobody knows what the crime is because there's no crime.
Nobody knows what the crime is. Nah, they know. I think 12 people knew.
Nobody knows what the crime is. The DA didn't name the crime. They don't know what the crime is. That's what the problem is. It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation. Thank you very much.
One of many experiences where we had a conflicted judge, highly conflicted. There's never been a more conflicted judge. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before.
Yeah, because no presidential candidate has ever been a convicted felon with an active court case. Like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, no shit, dog. Yeah, these are unique times. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, yeah, we know it's unique. We know it's a first.
I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines, and was.
Oh, by the way, he's like, here's the liberal reaction. I'm so happy I could cry. Guess he and Mother Teresa will be cellmates. Michael Cohen on MSNBC at 8 tonight. So glad the Phillies aren't playing. But here, let's hear let's hear how this was.
This jury finding Donald J. Trump guilty on the first 5 felony counts. Reading the rest as we are getting it from our court reporters.
Starting with count 6.
Count 6, guilty. Count 7, guilty. Count 8, guilty. And you'll see on the screen we're tracking ahead. Count 9, guilty. Count 10, guilty. Count 11, guilty. Count 12, guilty. Count 13, guilty. Count 14, guilty. Count 16, guilty. Count 17, guilty. Count 18, guilty. Count 19, guilty. Count 20, guilty. Count 21.
Yeah, I know he's not the first to run indicted or convicted. Obviously, the GOAT, Eugene V. Debs, literally ran from prison. That's my GOAT right there. Labor leader, socialist, 5-time presidential candidate. Ran the 5th election in 1920 from prison. He was a conscientious objector to World War I. He was convicted of sedition for a 1918 speech in Canton, Ohio, where he criticized the junkers of Wall Street and the government for arresting anti-World War I activists. His conviction was handed down a week after Schenck v. United States introduced the clear and present danger test, which affirmed that print or spoken word could not be restrained or punished unless it creates a clear and present danger of bringing about a substantial evil. The court did not consider whether Debs' speech posed a clear and present danger. During his 1920 campaign, he ran as convict number 9653. He garnered nearly 1 million votes, or 3.4% of the popular vote. And then, okay, the rest of it is, the rest of the list is not as great. Okay, but this is the coolest and the best, for the record. The rest of the list is, you know, leaves much to be desired. Like Lyndon LaRouche was a conspiracist and a political extremist who ran for president 8 times from 1976 through 2004, first as a candidate for the now defunct U.S. Labor Party and later as a Democrat. He ran his 92 campaign from a prison cell after an 88 conviction for mail fraud and conspiracy to defraud the IRS by defaulting on more than $30 million in loans from campaign supporters. Oh my God, Larishites. Holy moly. Rick Perry, I did not know this. He was indicted in 2014 by a local grand jury following an investigation into whether he withheld millions of dollars from the office of the local district attorney, a Democrat. In 2015, he launched the 2016 presidential campaign, his second bid for the nation's highest office. But just 3 months later, he dropped out of the race after failing to convince the primary voters to give him a second look.
Another eloquent voice against World War Socialist Party.
Mark Ruffalo reads Eugene Debs' Canton speech, famous Canton speech, which we're not going to watch right now. Then obviously you have Joey Exotic, which I'm not even going to get into. Speak more on the Larishites, lol. No, I'm not going to do that. We have enough fucking weirdo, like MAGA communist type motherfuckers and Baba Vakian revolutionary communist as it is. There is no reason to talk about Larishites on this broadcast, especially on this wonderful libbed up ass day. Okay?
With jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put 2 sentences together, given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. And maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it.
He looks like shit, by the way. I mean, obviously, normally, he doesn't look great. Like, he doesn't look that great in general. But I'm not going to lie. Right now, he looks extra shitty. He's looking rough, dude.
Because I don't know if he knows about anything. But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington. And nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Nobody.
So we have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it. And I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do. Because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far
I don't know why he keeps saying the judge is conflicted, because if he's like operating, if the judge is operating with like bias, then why would he be conflicted? That part I don't understand. He keeps repeating that word over and over again, and it's like, it makes me feel like he maybe doesn't understand what that word means. Because it's like, no, seriously. Short for conflict of interest, obviously. No, but like, here's the problem. You could say he's compromised, exactly. But there is no conflict of interest if he's just biased. You know what I mean? Like, because he keeps saying the judge is biased against me. So where would the conflict be? Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't make sense. Even from the most charitable approach and saying that like he has a conflict of interest or whatever, like that would mean that there is like a second, like there, what is the conflict there? He's not conflicted at all. There is no conflict of interest. He just hates you. And he's biased.
As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil.
I feel like you're conflicted, bro. It seems weird. The way he's talking about this shit.
He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things. But when the government wanted something, they got everything. They got everything they wanted. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a
we wanted a venue change. We wanted to go to Alabama. We wanted to go to Missouri. We wanted to go to Mississippi. And it was rigged. They told me you can't do the crime in New York and then get convicted in Alabama. What's going on, folks? I'm kidding. I'm sure he wanted to just go to Albany, which is what usually they do in situations like this. When there is like a glaringly obvious act of like white supremacist police violence, for example, against a black person, immediately they're like, well, let's take this court case to Albany. You know? Why Albany? Upstate New York is much more conservative and much more white, not as diverse as New York City. So that the jury selection in that situation will favor whoever the reactionary is.
fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
How much are they paying you? Who is they? Oh, this is so good. We finally got the hogs back in, dude. This makes me so... Chat, you don't understand how happy I am when I see hogs in the chat. When hogs are back, I'm so happy. So much better than the annoying liberals. Oh my God. Election season starting early. Yeah. Greguki, we are excited to have you here. Please explain who you mean when you say they. Like, who do you think would be paying me other than you guys? Can you turn off your audio compressor when you burp, please? No. I feel like for Trumpers, never really stopped the political cycle. No, there has been so, dude, for quite some time, post-Trump getting owned in the electoral process, hogs just kind of died out in this community. And it made me so sad because I love them and they don't understand I love them. They don't understand that reality. I love them. I want to be around them. I want them to be in this community. I want them to come in and fucking chirp. I much prefer hogs to like liberal Zionist weirdos. I much prefer hogs to like annoying chirper woke scolds who come in to be like, when you burp into the microphone, it triggers my eating disorder or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they're fun. God, I got too excited and he fucking left already. He's not saying, oh, there's layers of cake to it and you're one of them. Sent it twice because I don't see it on your stream. There's layers of cake to it and you're one of them. What does that mean? See? The mind of the hog, dude. What? Why are you talking like you're the Riddler? What the fuck? I mean, I am caked up. Come on, dude. Give us more. Give us more. Give us more.
Who is a failed DA. Crime is rampant in New York, violent crime. That's what he's really supposed to be looking at. Crime is rampant in New York. Yesterday in McDonald's, you had a man hitting him up with machetes, a machete. Whoever can imagine even a machete being wielded in a...
I love this line of argument. I love this line of argument because like he just keeps repeating like other crimes happening. Like he's just like, I can't believe they're convicting me when other crimes are happening. Your Honor, there are murders happening every day. Solid defense, dude.
Store in a place where they're eating and he's going rampant, and Bragg is down watching a trial on what they call crimes. They're falsifying business records. That sounds so bad. To me, it sounds very bad. You know, it's only a misdemeanor, but to me, it sounds so bad. When they say falsifying business, that's a bad thing for me. I've never had that before. I'm falsifying. You know what falsifying business records is? In the first degree. They say falsifying business records. Sounds so good, right? It means that legal expense, I paid a lawyer, totally legal. I paid a lawyer a legal expense. And a bookkeeper, without any knowledge from me, correctly marked it down in the books. A very professional woman, highly respected, she testified. Marked it down in the books as a legal expense. So a legal expense, paid a lawyer, is a legal expense in the books. It's not sheetrock, construction, or any other thing. It's a legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were. And I said, what else are you going to call it?
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, you did put it down as a legal expense specifically because you got Michael Cohen to pay for it. The fuck do you mean? Why is he? Yeah, you cooked the fucking books, dog. It was for hush money. You know that right-wingers have a lot of sympathy for allegations that the life-ruining consequences of our justice system are somehow flawed.
What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong and then they sue you for perjury. But I didn't care about that. I wanted to. But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there?
I am a bad boy, baddest of boys. Yeah, it's really fucked up that the judge allowed them to call into question in front of a jury his character across the board, which is certainly never done in trial. Yeah. Definitely. That's never happened before. First off, first time for everything, folks.
And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? And all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case. Because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack, like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening.
What?
The level.
Wait, that's another cell report. He's saying, you're a serial perjurer. Sir, we can't have you testify because you're a serial perjurer. You would have just said some shit. Yeah.
Level of support has been incredible. So the whole thing is legal expense was marked down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. When you have violent crime all over this city at levels that nobody's ever seen before, where you have businesses leaving, and businesses are leaving because of this, because heads of businesses say, man, we don't want to get involved with that. I could go through the books of any business person in this city, and I could find things that, in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his...
Whoa. Whoa, chill, bro, chill. He's like, you don't understand. They're all criminals, which he's not wrong. Don't threaten me with a good time, sir. Fuck. Anyone and everyone. They're all doing it, folks. That's why they're running away.
Life. But I'm out there, and I don't mind being out there because I'm doing something for this country, and I'm doing something for our Constitution. It's very important, far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen to other...
Yeah. If this happened to me, it can happen to you too, folks. You could also be running for president and realize that there is a set up a catch and kill scheme with a local newspaper. And in the process, realize that a porn star that you had sexual intercourse with might come out and openly reveal it, which could potentially harm, in your own calculations, could harm your chances of winning the election. So then you can call in your lawyer, your fixer, Michael Cohen, to go and pay hush money so that she doesn't come out with her story. Happens to me, could happen to you too. Who amongst us has not paid? Who amongst us has not paid hush money to a porn star? I thought these people were woke. I thought they were pro-sex work.
Other presidents. It should never be allowed to happen in the future. But this is far beyond me. This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than my presidency. And the people understand it because I just see a poll just came out, the Daily Mail. That was the first one, came out. It was done last night right after the verdict, where I'm up 6 points. 6 points from what we already were. We were leading fairly substantially. We're up 6 points in the Daily Mail poll. Now, maybe other polls come out and it says something differently. But a lot of people have predicted it because...
Maybe I'm stupid, but I genuinely don't understand why this is illegal. You can't take campaign funds and pay off hush money for a porn star and then masquerade it as a... Well, there's 34 different reasons why it's illegal. But you can't shelter public opinion from something that could have potentially changed the election outcomes. You can't take campaign funds and pay off your lawyer under legal fees when it's just simply paying off hush money. You can't lie to the public like that. Can't do anything. You mean like the Biden laptop? Yes, just like the Biden laptop. The Brandon laptop. It's illegal, folks. Like, there are so many different avenues where he could have conducted himself in a different manner. where he could have like part of the reason why he got caught and like they made the argument that he did this specifically for the election, because like there was a previous very similar case in the past where I believe a former another politician, I forget who it was, had a similar situation where he said that he actually paid specifically and like cooked the books specifically because he wanted to shelter the truth from his family. Didn't you defend Biden's laptop though? Biden's laptop? Guys, Hunter Biden is not running for the fucking... Oh, God. Come on, dude. 153. That's 7 minutes early, bro. That's way too fucking soon. Many people are hitting top of the hour ad break debates 7 minutes before the top of the hour, not in the 5 minute. I'm too hog horny right now. It is a weakness. 5 minutes. No. We have a 10-minute rule. Did that other hog respond? I think he left. Yeah, he just stopped talking. We got too excited. I think it was John Edwards. You can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, folks. Believe me. Twitch Prime is free. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky by the likes of Motorface and Adrian is online, gifting 5 individual gifted subs. When is the sentencing? July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The public understands and they understand what's going on. This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. We had the best expert, most respected expert, head of the Federal Elections Commission. He was all set to testify. He was waiting for 2 days. And when it was his turn, Bragg's people protested. And the judge knocked him out, said you can't testify. He actually said you can't testify for anything having to do with the trial. You can say what the federal elections is. Well, that doesn't help. Everybody knows that. But you can't testify. So essentially, he wasn't able to testify. Other people weren't able to testify. But with these people, they were able to use people salacious. By the way, and nothing ever happened. There was no anything. Nothing ever happened, and they know it. But they were as salacious as they could be, and it had nothing to do with the case, but it had to do with politics. And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. They took the state and the city, and they went into a federal election. They're not allowed. The people from federal election, Southern District, and Washington dropped the case. Everybody dropped the case. There was no case. Cy Vance dropped the case. And when Bragg came in, he said, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen. And who would have a certain person, again, gag order, who would have a certain person like this ever testify? He said, this is essentially one of the worst people I've ever seen ever to testify. He said, the craziest case I've ever seen. This is Bragg. Then when I announced I was running for president, long time later, they decided to revive this case. And they got a judge, Judge Marchand, who was responsible for another case that was also brought. It destroyed the life of a very good man, by the way, destroyed the life of a very good man who went to prison once, and then they just put him in prison again because they said he lied. He didn't lie. I looked at the statements he made. In fact, he didn't remember something, and they put him in jail. Again, they've destroyed him. With me for many years, he was an honorable person. He was an honest man. And if you look at what he did, supposedly, it never happened. There's never been anything like this over the education of his grandchildren.
I think the guy he's talking about is his wasn't it his like accountant or whatever, or not his accountant, but his people are saying Epstein. No, dude. It's Alan Weisselberg, former Trump executive, who was sentenced 5 months in jail for lying for perjury. A retired executive in Donald Trump's real estate empire was sentenced Wednesday to 5 months in jail for lying under oath during his testimony in the civil fraud lawsuit brought against the former president by New York's Attorney General. Weisselberg, 76, was escorted out of the courtroom in handcuffs following the sentencing. It's the second time behind bars. The former Trump Organization chief financial officer served 100 days last year for dodging taxes on the $1.7 million in company perks, including because he changed his like compensation structure to like a rent-free Manhattan apartment, luxury cars, I think like paid for the schools or something. Like he changed his compensation structure and dodged 1.7 million in taxes. When Weisselberg pleaded guilty last month to 2 counts of perjury, the Office of the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a legally binding promise not to prosecute him for any other crimes he might have committed in connection with his longtime employment at the Trump Organization. Weisselberg's plea deal also does not require him to testify at Trump's hush money trial, which is scheduled to start with jury selection on Monday. He accepted responsibility for his conduct and now looks forward to the end of this life-altering experience and returning to his family in his retirement. The two cases highlighted Weisselberg's unflinching loyalty to Trump, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. The governor of Wisconsin has already declared a state of emergency over the RNC. So many people here in Milwaukee are worried about how this is going to amplify the shitstorm heading our way. I can't decide whether or not to leave during those days. Dude, are you kidding me? I kind of want to go to it. I feel like that's like the best. That's when the going gets good, dude. The Hogwatch will be unimaginable. Oh, think of the content, dude. I will be going to the DNC for sure. That's the Hog Safari, bitch. Trump's family employed Weisselberg for nearly 50 years. It gave him a $2 million severance deal. When the tax charges prompted him to retire, the company continues to pay his legal bills. Weisselberg testified twice in trials that went badly for Trump, but each time he took pains to suggest that his boss hadn't committed any serious wrongdoing. He's a real loyal guy. Too scared to head out to Naperville when you're in Chicago, I bet. Oh, yeah. I got shooters out in Naperville. Anyway. There's no way this guy didn't narc on Trump. No, I think he literally lied for Trump. So the stream not hitting like it used to. Scroll up, it's jank. Are you okay, dude? Oh my God, Hillary Clinton, live Hillary Clinton reaction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anything going on today? Thank you.
Oh my God. Lock her up. Lock her up, folks.
He didn't report that he had a car or 2 cars on his income. I don't know. I wonder how many people here have cars. I wonder how many people said, oh, gee, I have a car that's worth X dollars. How do you even figure it? And I guess you do have to report it, but I would say probably almost nobody does. Nobody even thinks about it. They put this man, they destroyed this man, but they put him in jail again because they didn't want him to testify. They didn't want him to testify. That's why he went to jail. They put him in jail twice. He's 77 years old. Now, normally I'd say that's an old guy, but I don't feel 77. Nobody ever says that about me. I'd like them to say, gee, we have to have a little sorrow for this man, because they just don't say that about me, but maybe I'm better off that way. I think I'm probably better off that way. But they put him in jail twice. And you have to see what they put him in jail. And he was threatened by the judge. This man was told, you're going to get 15 years in jail if you don't give up Trump. And he was told that. You're going to get 15 years in jail. And he made a plea deal because he didn't want to spend the rest of his life. And he was told that viciously. We're living in a fascist state. He was told that viciously. So you can go to jail for 4 months, 5 months, or you can get 15 years in jail. So do a plea. Almost who wouldn't do that plea? Everyone does those pleas. It's a horrible thing. There's a whole group of lawyers that fight that. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. But they destroyed his life. So many other things. You look at Southern District didn't want to bring the case. Nobody wanted to bring the case. And then you know who didn't want to bring the case most of all? Is Bragg. Bragg didn't want to bring it. But then he
didn't
brought
want to do it.
And they tried to make it a different case. They didn't say legal expense.
Why are people so determined to defend this motherfucker despite how horrible a person he is and all the shit he's done? Genuine question. Like, I seriously can't comprehend it, because they're horrible too. And they're horrible in a similar way. And he does a phenomenal job of being like the beacon of anger. They can all just like relentlessly support and cause him to vent all of their frustrations about liberal Democrats ruining the country. That's it. He is their god because he owns the fucking libs. He owns them so thoroughly. And that's the real reason why he's going to prison, folks. I mean, he's not, but imagine if he did. That'd be awesome.
Equal legal expense. Again, if I wrote down and paid a lawyer, and by the way, this was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But, you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that. Took me a while to find out. But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals, and he had something to do with taxi cabs and medallions, and he borrowed money. And that's why he went. And then he pled to three election violations. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I wonder why he did that. He pled. He took a deal. Now, he took a deal because he wanted to get off. In other words, I'll take a plea deal and I want to get off. And he wanted to make a deal with the Southern District. And they wrote the worst report I think I've ever seen on any human being, other than the report that was written on James Comey by the Inspector General, a very great Inspector General, actually, wrote a report that was so bad. This one was possibly worse. The Southern District, the judge didn't let us use it. He said, it's hearsay. I said, it's not hearsay. Wouldn't let us use it. This is about the man. But he got in trouble for a very simple reason, because he was involved with borrowing a lot of money and he did something with the banks. I don't know if it's defrauded the banks, but something happened. You guys know what it is. And then in addition to that, he gave up on 3 things where he wasn't guilty. In fact, they were going to testify in that. The head of the FEC, the Brad Smith, the election expert, #1 rated in the country, was going to testify. He took a plea on 3 things. He just added them in because that gave him more bargaining power with respect to me. But the 3 things that he pled on, having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a big deal, a non-disclosure agreement. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them. Every company has non-disclosure agreements. But
what was it for? What was it for, though? I just can't remember what it was. If you could refresh my memory. Who was getting the hush money? The non-disclosure agreement money? And what were they not allowed to disclose? I just can't remember. I just cannot remember what it is, what it was. I feel like that is kind of, just interesting.
But the press called it slush fund and all sorts of other things. Hush money, hush money. It's not hush money. It's called the non-disclosure agreement. And most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company. It's a disgrace. So
That's so funny. Like, he's talking about it. He's talking about paying off a porn star to not reveal that they had sex right before an election, as though it's like you're working on proprietary tech and you don't want it to be revealed to your fucking competing corporations. You know what I mean? Like, my penis, it's proprietary, folks. If the other real estate moguls found out what I do with this penis, you best believe it, they'd use it too. The way I move in the bedroom. It's just a normal NDA.
Not hush money. It's a non-disclosure agreement, totally legal, totally common. Everyone has it. And what happened is he signed a non-disclosure agreement with this person, I guess other people, but it's totally honest. You're allowed to make the payment.
Why won't he just? It's just weird when he wants to like address the issue. It's funny when he wants to address the issue, but can't specifically name names. Partially because of the gag order. For the record, this is a consequence of the gag order. In some respects, and also because, like, if he were to talk about the actual details of the situation, people are gonna be like, wait, what? Like, he's just reminding people that he fucked Stormy Daniels and then tried to silence her before the election. Which is, of course, also doubly funny because he has denied having sex with her as well.
You don't have to make it. You can make it anyway.
Why even bother paying her? Would anyone even care if he fucked her? That is another incredible question. And the answer, which makes it even funnier, is that no, people objectively would not care. Because we now know. He didn't even have to fucking do it. He personally thought people would care at the time, clearly. Because they literally, in private conversations, openly stated, he said, wait until after the election and then we won't even need to pay her. Which is a direct way to prove that this was for election reasons, okay? Just hold off on paying her until after the election and we won't have to pay her. Still confused why she even agreed to sign it, though? What do you mean? What? Get the bag, son. What are you talking about? Money. Hello? Who wouldn't want that bag? Are you kidding me?
What you want? It's a non-disclosure.
Yeah, are you first of all, she deserves it. Okay? For fucking this thing? I mean, come on. What are you going to do? Not milk it? Yeah, she worked hard for that shit. Secondly, I love that you said Melania would care. Okay.
And he signed that. And there was nothing wrong with signing it. And this should have been a non-case. And everybody said it was a non-case, including Bragg. Bragg said, until I ran for office. And then they saw the polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was leading the Democrats. I was leading everybody. And all of a sudden, they brought it back. It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country. And it's a thing that I'm honored. In a way, I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it. And I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. The money that was paid legally. There was nothing illegal. In fact, the lawyer in creating the NDA, because at that time he was a fully accredited lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. I never thought of him as a fixer. The media called him
Okay.
a fixer, or the prosecutors.
Who's the lawyer, man? Who are you talking about, dude?
Called him a fixer. He was a lawyer, and he was fairly good. Later on, I didn't like what he did. I didn't like, for instance, I didn't like that when I became president, he went around and made deals with companies. When I heard that, he was gone. He was gone. And he had payments coming to him, and a lot of this involved things that are very simple. There was nothing wrong. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here. In fact, I just watched a couple of the reports. You watched Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett. You look at all of these people.
All the best of the
Mark
best.
Levin, all very talented people, great people. Many more. And they don't know me, essentially. They don't know me. They're legal scholars and experts. But I look at them. I watched Turley this morning saying, there's no crime here. Everybody says there's no crime here.
Okay, let's get into the details of it a little bit because I feel like we haven't really discussed the nitty-gritty. Okay? So, former President Trump's conviction in New York stemmed from a $130,000 hush money payment to his attorney, Michael Cohen, which Michael Cohen made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the days before the 2016 election. Prosecutors said the deal was meant to keep voters in the dark about Daniels' allegation that she had sex with Trump years earlier, which he denies. But the actual charges that Trump faced were far less salacious and dealt with the comparatively mundane paperwork that was generated for when he reimbursed Michael Cohen for the payment. 34 counts of falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a felony in New York. He pleaded not guilty when he was arraigned last year. So here's how the story starts. In 2017, Cohen and Alan Weisselberg, an executive of Trump Organization, reached an agreement about how Cohen would be repaid for the $130,000 that he sent to Daniels in exchange for her silence. Weisselberg detailed the calculations and handwritten notes that were shown to jury at trial. Cohen would receive $130,000 for the Daniels payment, plus $50,000 intended for a technology company that did unrelated work for Trump. That amount was doubled to account for taxes that Cohen would have to pay on the income. Weisselberg then tacked on an extra $60,000 as a bonus for Cohen, who was upset that his regular year-end award had been cut. The total worked out to $420,000. Okay? Cohen would be paid in a series of monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. The first check was $70,000, covering 2 months. Cohen sent an invoice to the Trump Organization for each check, portraying the payment as his retainer. Every time he was paid, a bookkeeper generated a record for the company's files known as a voucher with the description legal expense. The first 3 payments were made from Trump's trust, while the remaining 9 came from his personal account. Each of the 34 charges against Trump corresponded to a check, invoice, and voucher generated to reimburse Cohen. The prosecution laid out the charges in a chart that jurors saw several times during the trial. Prosecutors said Trump knew the payments were to reimburse Cohen for the Daniels payment, not for his legal expenses. The jury voted to convict on all 34 counts. How say you the first count of the indictment? Guilty, the foreperson responded, repeating the answer 33 times. Under New York law, the falsification of business records is a crime when the records are altered with an intent to defraud. To be charged as a felony, prosecutors must also show that the offender intended to commit another crime or aid or conceal another crime when falsifying the records. In Trump's case, prosecutors said that the other crime was a violation of New York election law. That makes it illegal for any 2 or more persons to conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. What exactly those unlawful means were in this case up for the jury to decide. Prosecutors put forth 3 areas that they could consider: a violation of federal campaign finance laws, falsification of other business records, or a violation of tax laws. Jurors did not need to agree on what the underlying unlawful means were, but they did have to unanimously conclude that Trump caused the business records to be falsified and that he did so with intent to defraud that included an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. Trump's defense was that they were paying Cohen not because of the Stormy Daniels hush money payment, but instead that was just like regular old legal fees, which is wrong. It's just a lie, right? And that the descriptions on the invoices and records were accurate. Cohen held the title personal attorney to the president once Trump took office and was being paid for his legal services under an unwritten retainer agreement. Therefore, the argument went, no business records were falsified. Except the problem is, Michael Cohen openly did say, no, this is for hush money. And also, there was enough evidence to show that it was definitely for hush money, including, but not limited to, the handwritten fucking note. So, you know, he's cooked in that situation. Okay, but what was the crime? He claimed it was wrong on his taxes, according to them. That's what we're going for because we couldn't get him on anything else. I don't even want to vote for him, but it's obvious. I don't even want to vote for him, but it's obvious this all to sway the election. Trump paying Stormy, the laptop, these trials, it's all these two key players attempting to sway the election in their favor. How would you define hush money on your taxes? Well, the problem is you just don't define it because you don't do it. Or if you do it, you just let it ride. Also, I can't believe you're bringing up the laptop unironically. Are people genuinely bringing up the laptop unironically, thinking that this was actually genuinely changing the outcome of the election? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Hunter Biden is not running for president. Hunter Biden is not, once again, running for president. Hunter Biden was never running for president. He's not running for president. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Do you think that Hunter Biden is running for president? Is this Hunter Biden has access to the president? No. Hunter Biden is not running for president, though. Hunter Biden having access to the president as the president's son does not change that reality. He is not running for president. What are you saying? I wish he was. That would be very cool. But alas, he is not. He's done business deals with the president. No, he has not. And he so super has not done business deals with the president that, like, the Republican investigation into exactly what you're just repeating straight up found zero conclusive evidence that showed that Hunter Biden was actually colluding or collaborating with the president in any capacity. I cannot believe you just said Burisma. The Republicans themselves have dropped this. Maybe Fox News is just picking it back up now. But the Republican congressional inquiry found zero evidence to show what you are currently championing here. That's just not true. He used his name to get the position, making promises to give them access so he could get a job he wasn't qualified for. Yes, you're absolutely right about that. That part is absolutely correct. But that's not what you just said. You just said he's done business deals with the president. Unless you were the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine, this should not be a matter for you to be concerned with. Him defrauding Burisma into believing that he has more access to the president and more sway with the fucking vice president at the time, not the president at the time, for the record, does not mean that he successfully changed Biden's mind on policy. At least the other national security risks based on that precedent? No, it does not. Because I hate Joe Biden, but he genuinely, as far as we know, did not actually work with Hunter Biden in any capacity whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the decision that Joe Biden made or championed as vice president at the time was literally universally demanded by European counterparts, by the Republicans that also sent open letters to the administration that actually went against Burisma, because the prosecutor that Joe Biden wanted to remove from his position of power was holding up the Burisma investigation. So you're wrong on literally basic facts that you would have known even if you paid a little bit of attention all the way back when the first time the Trump administration, while they were the president, tried to bring this up as a counter. God, I love this guy is a 10-month subscriber. I love that. Also, it is hilarious to make this assertion. Like, I'm not a defender of the Bidens, except for Hunter Biden. I do defend him. But I'm not a defender of Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, if you think that it's presenting a national security risk, are you fucking insane? Have you looked at the Trump family? Jared Kushner was running train on American foreign policy so he could fucking sell off assets to like Saudi royals and shit. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm missing the part where there's no national security risk. If it was Trump's son, I feel like it would be a different story. First of all, it was Trump's son. It was Trump's son-in-law and Trump's children too. What the fuck are you talking about? It was Trump's daughter. What are we talking about here? It would not be a different story. It would be the same story. The only difference is that in this story, they actually successfully did deals. Hunter Biden never actually followed through on any of the promises that he made to Burisma. So this is what I mean. Are you the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine? Are you the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine who's like, we demand compensation from the Biden family because Hunter Biden lied to us about the access that he seemingly said he had that he actually didn't? Is that what you're doing here? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Don't take Hunter Biden's side. Both are bad. I'm sorry, dude. My man is pro-unionization of sex work, loves doing the proletarian drug of crack cocaine, not just like regular cocaine, but straight crack cocaine. Hung like a fucking horse. He's got it all, baby. He is, as far as fail sons goes, he is one of the best. Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Hunter Biden or fucking Eric Trump. It's not even a question. It's not even a fucking question. It's ridiculous. Plus, they did all the stupid ass hearings in the House and got less than nothing. I know. It's so funny to have this argument right now after the Republicans tried to run with this story, with this narrative, and it completely fucking failed. It just completely failed. Like, Hunter Biden also was never in the government, whereas Trump's children were involved in it. So that's the other part of this as well. How can you even compare Eric Trump to Hunter Biden? That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't do that because Hunter Biden fucking gaps him so hard. He's awesome in comparison to Eric Trump, who is just like so wormy and so shitty and so annoying. Anyway, where's that one chatter that I was clicking on? I lost him. What was his username? Has he responded? Generally speaking. Where's the smoke for Hunter? No one cares about that. Is the proximity he has to the president? Wait, no one cares about what? That one was like directly a part of the administration and the other had no access? That's like fundamentally important. That is probably the most important thing. Because guess what? If roles were reversed and Hunter Biden was officially working with the Biden administration, even if he was a fucking vice president at the time and not the president, I promise you the Republicans would have more evidence to actually tie Hunter Biden back to Joe Biden, which they didn't. Okay? I hate having this argument because it makes me seem like I'm a dick rider for the Democratic Party, and I am certainly not. Okay? It is nepotism through and through. Hunter Biden used his last name to get a bunch of fucking jobs he did not have any business doing. Okay? But because he is also an abject failure, he failed to follow through on the fucking promises. I hate having this argument because it makes me seem like a dick rider for Trump. Well, you kind of are a dick rider for Trump if you are personally repeating shit that the Republican Party is not even repeating at this point. The difference is I'm trafficking in truths. You, on the other hand, are portraying falsehoods that have been literally time and time again confirmed not to be true. So much so that the Republicans had to do a closed door meeting on the issue so they could fucking lie to Fox News. And even then, nothing came of it. Do you understand? The difference between you and I is that, like, while I am jokingly saying, you know, I dick ride Hunter or whatever, or / talk about like the actual truth of the matter, you, on the other hand, are peddling falsehoods, whether you recognize it or not. That's precisely the reason why it seems like you might be a little bit kind of pro-Trump, not just seemingly pro-Trump. Oh, fuck. How could I forget? The Republican star witness got arrested by the FBI for just straight lying, too. The one thing that the Republicans needed in this situation was a way to directly connect Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. And yet all of the people that were involved in the Burisma scandal, all of the people that were involved across the board, unfortunately for the Republicans, kept saying, nah, you know, Joe Biden would pick up the phone, but they never talked about business or anything. You know, his other son was dying. Of course, he's going to pick up the fucking phone when the one remaining son that's not dying is calling. Turns out, though, the one guy that did actually connect it, in air quotes, he was lying. So, and also a foreign agent. I was, but I wanted Tulsi Gabbard. You're a Tulsi Gabbard stan? What the fuck? Tulsi is the absolute worst. What the fuck are we talking about? Trump too dramatic and keeps escalating. You like Tulsi Gabbard? What the? He's like, I want a person who claimed that they were anti-imperialist and then literally went to Africa to work alongside the CIA. I fucking knew it. He's a Jimmy Dore fan. Oh, God. Tulsi Gabbard sucks. Like, straight up sucks. We talk a lot about, like, you know what's really funny? We talk a lot about, like, Israel dick riders in Congress who are just like, I love Israel more than I love America, actually, whatever, right? Okay, Tulsi rides for India. It's like, substitute a Zionist for, I guess, like a pro-Hindutva fascist? Like, what are we doing here? It's wild to come in here personally while Biden is literally directly responsible for an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign being conducted with our political cover and our tax dollars and our guns and our ammunition, and have me talk about the one aspect of the fucking Biden camp that actually unironically doesn't clear the bar for political corruption. It's ridiculous. If you want to shit on Brandon, or if you want me to shit on Brandon, okay, come at me with some actual shit. Not the fact that the American public has a constitutional right to see Hunter Biden's penis, okay? It's ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard is the most anti-war candidate we've had in our lifetime. Brother, Tulsi Gabbard personally, in the midst of her anti-war sentiment, first of all, she's not. She's a fucking psychopathic, rabid Islamophobe. So you're out of your goddamn mind. Secondly, Tulsi Gabbard is literally in the CIA. What the fuck are you talking about? What? When? Dude, what? How are you a fucking Tulsi dick rider right now, bro? What the fuck? Tulsi Gabbard, straight up. Tulsi Gabbard straight up went to Africa to do covert wars for the CIA. And Tulsi is Islamophobic before Israel. Well, Israel never stopped, but Here, let me break your fucking brain, dummy.
Have you hear what's...
Oh, that's Tulsi Gabbard, a Fox News commentator who substituted for Tucker Carlson time and time again. What does she have to say about Israel? From November 15, 2023. I joined over 290,000 Americans at the historic March for Israel yesterday in Washington, D.C. to take a stand against anti-Semitism, against Islamist terrorists, and to stand in solidarity with the Jewish people who face unprecedented threats and attacks. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were a no-show. One reason I left the Dem Party is because it is led by and rife with Islamist apologists and protectors who label anyone who opposes Islamist terrorists like Hamas as Islamophobe.
There are tens of thousands gathering at the National Mall showing their support for Israel and to condemn hatred of Jews. One of those at the rally is our next guest.
We wouldn't be on the cusp of World War III if she was president right now. Being on Fox is the only way for her to get her name out. Bro, you are such a simp. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You are like, bro, jerk off. Go click out of this broadcast right now and masturbate and then come back. Okay? You have to. It's done. I'm prescribing you one jerk off session before you continue typing because, oh my fucking God, you have to be the horniest man in America right now at this very moment. You need post-nut clarity, bro. I don't think Jen is a man. Okay, flick the bean then. Okay, flick the fucking bean and then come back. I'm prescribing you one goon session before you ever write about Tulsi Gabbard ever again. Okay, you need to rub one out. It's pretty funny when all it takes for a chatter to think that like a politician somehow is honest is if they say that they're anti-war. It's like Trump said he's anti-war too. The fuck do you mean? And between Trump and Tulsi Gabbard, one of them was the president and demonstrated that he's not actually anti-war. The other one also directly went and worked with the CIA in Africa. Fuck!
Reach.
Oh, hell yeah. Ben Shapiro's crying. This is awesome. Tulsi Gabbard says she would be honored to be Trump's running mate. Yeah. What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? She has experience. She knows the brutality of war. Okay. There's no way you flick the bean that quickly. Okay. You're still going off this like Tulsi Gabbard is anti-war shit. She's not. You're insane. Like the homophobic cult stuff doesn't even like Tulsi Gabbard is so bad on the issues broadly that that like the homophobic cult stuff doesn't even come into question yet. Okay. Yeah.
Aloha, everyone. You haven't heard much from me lately. I've been gone for the last 4 months, serving on an active duty tour and deployment to Africa as a civil affairs officer. I was supporting a special forces mission to go after al-Qaeda affiliated jihadists. Now, every single day, it was truly my honor to work with incredible patriots, experienced, focused warriors with an unwavering commitment.
I never fell for Tulsi like so many of the left did, but I'm still shocked by how hard her right turn was. I never was shocked, and I was literally the #1 anti-Tulsi Gabbard and anti-Andrew Yang guy on the left for years. I was the premium leftist guy who kept yelling at all the other leftists who were like falling under the spell of Tulsi Gabbard from the jump. Day one. Day one. Okay? I think Michael Brooks had you beat. No, it was Michael Brooks and I were 100% in alignment from day one. There was not a single fucking moment. Yeah, there's like clips of me all the way back in 2018 chirping about her, and even before then. Day one. Okay, come on, give Sam Cedar or Michael Brooks some credit. You were number 3 at, oh, no. No, I'll fucking talk. I'll earn it. Day one certified Tulsi hater. I was duking it out. So, yeah, no. Tulsi Gabbard is like RFK Jr. in one very specific reason. Tulsi, just like RFK Jr. is this version of Tulsi Gabbard now, is a crank, right? So she presents herself as like a beacon for all the cranks. And so did Andrew Yang in some ways. They are never going to get broad political momentum, but they love getting like these fucking weirdos, libertarians, you know? And for the most part, just like RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard is like almost 100% aligned with whichever political party that she wants to be affiliated with, right? It could be the Democratic Party or it could be the Republican Party. For Tulsi, it was both. For RFK Jr. is 100% aligned with the Democratic Party on everything. If you look at their policy papers, it is literally like any other run-of-the-mill Democrat. But then there's one issue that they're like a total fucking crank on. For RFK Jr., the issue is vaccines and medicine in general. Okay? That's it. For Tulsi Gabbard, it was, I guess, her presenting herself as a fucking anti-war person, but she really wasn't, ever. Anyway, medicine in general is a crazy thing to say, Lamau. I mean, he is. So what do you want me to say about it? Anyway, let's get back to fun stuff. I don't want to talk about Tulsi. She's irrelevant. Who gives a shit? Ridiculous stuff. Let's hear from some patriots.
In days to come, that I might get enough strength back to be able to jump right up and salute you.
Bro's about to die, dude. Bro's on his deathbed. He's like, I love you, Trump. I love you, Donald John Trump. Bro, you are literally... Bro is on 1 HP.
Because that is, in my book, you are Commander-in-Chief. That's just the way I feel about you. And I have hundreds of thousands of people who feel the same way. And I'm glad that I'm a part of it. And
bro, you are not voting for Donald Trump because you are dead before November. Okay, let me just tell you right now. What is this? Hope Miss Behar has extra strong diapers when Trump wins in November. Joey Behar says she was so excited when the verdict came out, she started leaking a little bit. Ew. Ew. These people have no shame, dude. Okay, maybe they lived up too hard. 5 years ago, you shitting on Tulsi.
Actually, really great to see.
Wait, before you leave, can you give me your take on why you like Tulsi? Because yeah, I was yelling at. I was even talking to Kyle about this because he was one of those like. He was one of those guys that like got swept away with the Tulsi shit. But we're not gonna do this right now. Come on. Here's a VOD of that chatter wearing a MAGA hat. Wait, what?
I'll be able to tell you when it's all over. But
We like
a
this.
lot of the governors have done a really terrific job. Some I don't think have, to be honest. But we'll be talking about that in the future.
Oh my God. Okay, people have the capacity to change. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yo, I love this chatter. Generally speaking, you are the GOAT. Okay? From Trump's last conviction.
Well. So Donald Trump has finally been put behind bars. Just as I had suspected. Just as I had predicted many years ago. To everybody watching, to all the conservatives, the Tower of Dominoes is about to fall, and you must be ready for the consequences of your actions. The Democrats are beginning to rise in crazy ways. God bless everybody, and let's celebrate today. Cheers.
Eric is a memer. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. Okay, he's portraying himself as a. Oh God, I hate when he's the man. Yeah, I hate when we have like a person who's like very clearly doing a bit, and then I just have to like remind everybody how bits work and what comedy is and how you're supposed to react to that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's look at what Fox News is saying. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, hold up. I'll play more clips of, we'll do Hogwatch more, but let's hear what fucking Mickey Cohen had to say about the Trump guilty
Cohen,
verdict.
Michael, thanks for coming back.
Good to see you,
on George. GMA. You were here with us sitting in that chair in March 2023. You predicted this outcome, so you're not surprised.
I gotta pee.
No, I'm not. In fact, next month, George, is when you and I sat down for that historic change in my life. That was July 1st of 2018, 6 years ago, when I turned around and I told you that my wife, my daughter, my son, and my country have my first loyalty. And this has been one heck of a journey in order to keep
it. One heck of a journey. How about that time in the courtroom? What was the toughest moment for you?
I really didn't have a single moment that was tougher than the 21 hours that they had me on the stand, whether it was on direct or on cross-examination. The whole thing was very tough. It's emotionally draining because you have to be perfect. I knew that any mistake that I made would be just, it would become the topic of conversation that would just explode. And so I really just needed to stay focused. And it wasn't easy with Todd Blanche. He's a meanderer as it goes to questioning.
He called you the greatest liar of all time. You've been convicted for lying. Are you done lying?
Yeah, you know, I want people to also remember, I take responsibility for what I did. But remember that the lie, we have to remember what it was. It was the number of times that I claimed to have spoken to Donald about the failed Trump Tower Moscow project. I stated 3 versus 10. I shouldn't have done it, but I did it in coordination and at the direction of Donald, Jay Sekulow, Ivanka, Jared, Abilol, Ty Cobb. There was a whole group of people involved in the creation of that document. Now, I don't ignore my responsibility. I accepted it and in part went to prison for it. But I don't want people to think, just because you lied about that, I didn't really think it was all that material, but I took responsibility for it.
And you're done now?
Absolutely done.
Did you have any moments in the courtroom where you actually had some kind of contact, communication with Donald Trump?
Only once. The rest of the time, he had his eyes closed. He was slumped back, not sure whether he was sleeping or just resting his eyes, as he would say. But there was very limited interaction. Not to mention where you sit, it's very difficult to see the defendant the way that the judge's box versus the witness box to see the defendant, who's more to the right. I had a better view to the left of me of the jury than I did of Donald.
I'm just wondering what that was like for you. You spent years fighting for Donald Trump, bullying people for Donald Trump, even lying, as you just said, for Donald Trump in coordination with his people. Do you wish you'd never met him?
I do. I do. This has been enormously difficult on my family more than anything. It's been hard on me, but as hard as it is on me, watching my family suffer as a direct result of my actions and the misloyalty that I gave to Donald, it's something that haunts me every day.
So how did you feel when you heard that first guilty?
I let out just a gasp of air. I camped 6 years. Remember the first time.
Rat! Fucking snitch!
That I met with the District Attorney of New York's people. I was a prisoner in Otisville. I was in my greens. And they came back 2 more times after that. 3 times.
Trump is not the first president to do terrible crimes and are being convicted on such tiny crimes. Obviously, overreach of the judiciary. You wouldn't have been happy about Lula's conviction? Yes. Because I like Lula. And he was prosecuted for being a good person in general under trumped up charges that were completely made up. Whereas for Donald Trump, his charges were marginal overall, and he won't even go to prison. He literally just avoided the top of the hour ad break without actually fucking subscribing. You don't go to jail for that. You just watch a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can't be trying to fucking bait me like that. You can't be trying to bait me like that. At 255, nonetheless. Get out of here. Now, we watched the Trump thing. We'll look at the voter impact before we do Hogwatch, and then we'll get to the Brandon Israel stuff. Okay.
Big questions. What will the verdict mean to voters? Our political director, Rick Klein, joined us now. Good morning, Rick.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. This was a long trial with a lot of embarrassing developments for Donald Trump. But if anything, Donald Trump is stronger now than he was at the start of the trial. You see this very narrow lead that's been pretty persistent, Donald Trump leading by about 2 points as of now. But that said, there are Trump voters who have said that a verdict in this matter would make a big difference. This was from our poll from a couple of weeks ago. We saw 80% of Trump's supporters say they would continue to support him no matter what. But that's another 20% total that would either reconsider or withdraw their support based on a conviction. That's 1 in 5 Trump voters, which is an enormous number in an election that is expected to be as close as this one. And here's just one example of how that plays out in practice. This is a poll from just a couple of weeks ago. Like many other polls, a narrow Trump lead if you just ask the straight head-to-head 44-40. But if you add that condition, you ask people, what if he's convicted? You see Trump support dropping by 5 points, Biden's growing by 3 points, a much different race suddenly if you talk about a conviction. The bottom line is we are in uncharted territory. There is really no precedent for this. And we've talked to some voters, undecided voters, who say they're more firmly in Biden's camp, even some who say this is pushing them toward Trump. But we're not going
I want to know about the voter who will now vote for Trump, even though he was a Biden voter beforehand, but he hated the unjustifiable criminal trial against Donald Trump. And when I say criminal, I mean not Trump is the criminal, but instead the criminal is the judge and Alvin Bragg.
Point to know, and the bottom line is in an election this close, everything can matter.
Do you think Trump supporters actually care about the conviction? Fuck no. Absolutely not. The only people that would potentially maybe sway in either direction would be those who are in the margins, those who are like still iffy on voting for Trump, that are like alarmed by his corruption, alarmed by his chaos that he brings, and that's it. But overall, if you send me the fucking cop brutality from the encampments one more goddamn time, I'm gonna fucking launch you into orbit. That's not what we're talking about right now. We'll get to the UCSC students when we get to the Palestine part of the broadcast. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
This clearly could be a huge development.
Meantime, what price does he pay politically?
Okay, let's watch the fucking Fox weirdos mauled over this shit now.
If you don't watch Fox News, here are 5 totally real and definitely not made up stories you might have missed this week. Trump's guilty edition. Yesterday, a New York jury found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 counts in his hush money trial. And Fox News didn't take it great.
I'd like to have our constitutional republic back.
These evil men and women will be vanquished.
Revolution is in our DNA. We are fighters, and I hope it's only at the ballot box.
This is a textbook Stalinist kangaroo court banana republic Orwellian show trial.
This is what you see in banana republics.
Banana republic garbage.
Soviet-style justice.
Soviet-style show trial.
We've got a kangaroo court.
This is a kangaroo court.
This is so Orwellian.
I guess we all need, to shop at Banana Republic from now on? Because that's what it...
Fucking got him, baby! Banana Republic. Soviet Union style Banana Republic. Banana Republic Orwellian Banana Republic, Soviet Union, Stalin, purges.
Feels like, yeah, a banana republic.
If any of that sounds familiar, it's because they say this every time Trump has a legal issue of any sort. In fact, they said it so often in 2022 that I made a fake horror movie trailer titled The Deep State's Revenge: Dawn of the Banana Republics. But this time is different, of course. This time, it was rigged. I mean, how else could Donald Trump lose? He was represented by the greatest legal mind of our time, Donald Trump.
How involved was Donald Trump in his own defense?
I mean, very involved. And he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, but does he? I mean, did you see the verdict? Hope he pays you, though. That's one thing he is not great at.
Donald Trump is the strongest.
She must have missed the part where he points to the camera, turns to the camera, and directly goes, Mom, if you're watching, I promise he's paying me.
This man I've ever met.
Obviously, Jesse Waters, who was on the verge of tears all night, had a lot of...
The narratives go both ways. Again, this solidified his presidency in November. Yeah, totally. This is definitely... what are you saying? What are you saying? You're saying that, people are just yep, that's it. Now I'm definitely voting for him. No, people loved him already, and they're going to vote for him. Nobody's going, oh, yeah, I wasn't going to vote for him, but now I definitely am. That's ridiculous.
Thoughts about this verdict?
These are wicked people, whether Soros was involved in any way. This man's life is a Greek tragedy. From billionaire, bankruptcy, TV star, Hollywood Walk of Fame, divorces, marriages, children. And then you have investigations and hoaxes and a pandemic.
First off, wow. Second, I love how Jesse cites the existence of Trump's children as part of a Greek tragedy. Don't get me wrong, I agree, but probably for different reasons. But it's even more laughable that Jesse wants to pretend Trump cares about his children. I mean, he threw a coup on one of their birthdays. Yeah, Eric's birthday is January 6th. I feel like we don't talk about this enough. Speaking of Eric, Don Jr. Last night, Don Jr. could not stop trashing Fox News. The reasons were a little fuzzy.
Fox conservative, all bullshit. Shannon Bream was
How do you know it's a political thing? Yesterday, like, to Alina Hub, I'm like, how do you know it's a political? Like, that was Shannon Bream on Fox News, like, legal correspondent. How do you know this? It's like, really? What are you, a fucking dolt? I can't get back. They won't have me on Fox anymore because I'll actually say the truth.
How does he have the exact vibe of the worst bar back at any nightclub? Bro is about to throw a chair when I say I don't want to hang out in the back of his Nissan Altima.
Oh, we're very MAGA. Bullshit.
It is really good to be back after such a chaotic last week. Thank you to everyone for your nice messages and thoughts. My phone was basically melting, so I didn't get to respond to all of them.
Why is he allowed to be so zooted, dude? It's crazy. And not even in a cool way. See, this is why I'm saying Hunter Biden on top. Don Jr. makes cocaine look bad, bro. Fuck. It's crazy. Hunter Biden made crack seem like the classy option. It's because it is. I told you. Crack is the proletarian drug. Shouts out to Kat. She needs our support right now. She got laid off from Media Matters. Everyone, alongside many other wonderful journalists. George Soros Bucks is no longer working in the direction of Media Matters, unfortunately. But anyway, let's get to Judge Janine.
Or does he not pay politically as that appeals process, plays out, and he now calls to the American people to deliver their own verdict in November?
Well, I think that the American people will be struck by this, as we are all struck by it, in different ways. I, as a former prosecutor and a judge who knows the state courts and who knows the state law, I know that this is riddled with reversible error. I know that there was no basis to charge this crime, this alleged crime, and to resurrect dead misdemeanors based upon non-unanimous federal violations of the election law or of the tax law. So, I mean, you've got that, but there's also a gut punch to the criminal justice system in the United States. People realize we are no longer safe anymore. And it's because of the progressive left agenda of making sure that we don't keep people in jail. And, they're out there with 33 arrests, but, they're still assaulting people or violently attacking people down the street here. But now we've got.
I like that the argument literally is like, dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to only arrest poor people. You can't arrest rich people.
One of the most famous.
Like everyone's argument, all the Republicans that are defending Donald Trump's, their arguments are reduced to, hello, you're not supposed to arrest powerful people, idiot. That's not what the fucking system is for, idiot. This is no different than when maybe Lindsey Graham or maybe another Republican, we don't know who, or a Democrat, we don't know who, told ICC prosecutor Karim Khan, hello, the International Criminal Court is for thugs. It's for African warlords and thugs like Putin, not for Israeli or American officials. What are you saying?
Individuals in the world, a former president of the United States who can be taken down by a George Soros funded prosecutor on a crime that doesn't exist, where not one person put his finger anywhere near that bookkeeping. And now they're going to return a verdict and say, oh, he's guilty. He's definitely guilty. This is a jury pool made out of 85 to 90% of the people are anti-Trump, not pro anybody, anti-Trump. That's the jury pool. We knew it. We have a judge who wasn't picked out of the wheel or out of the drum, as all of us judges are. And he was a judge who was selected, not just for the Trump organization, not just for the this case, but also for the another case that involves the who was the guy who was the Bannon case as well. This is an anti-Trump judge, an anti-Trump prosecutor. America is going to respond to this. This This is a gut punch. We want to see politicians fight. We don't want to see what they do in third world countries, to have one side start indicting and jailing the other side. This is not American. This is not who we are. And to see this happen.
There's nothing funnier than making this argument on behalf of Donald Trump, who literally ran on arresting Hillary Rodham Clinton. Lock her up was one of the more popular chants. The notion that, like, we don't do that in America, like this kind of moralistic posturing is so funny. It's awesome. Where are the law and order lovers and defenders? Where are the people that always love saying, don't do the crime if you can't do the time? Which, by the way, no time will be given to him regardless. But, like, what happened? I thought we were a nation of law and order. What happened? Is it really impossible for him to get time? It would be strange if he got time. It'd be awesome, but it would be crazy if he got any time off of this. I don't know if liberals are that fucking wild with it. It'd be cool, though. I hope they are. I would love to see that. He's a 77-year-old minor and neurodivergent. And it would be dope to see him run from prison. It'd be sick. I am very openly explaining to you that I'm in it for the content. I hope you understand. I think that the American empire is on its dying breaths at this point. And personally, I don't really give a shit what happens one way or another. With respect to Donald Trump's legal troubles, other than I think it would be really cool if he went to jail, because I want to see what happens. I want to see what would happen in a situation like that.
Happen before our eyes when we know that this is not legitimate, when a defendant was not advised of the crimes that he was charged with. They don't even know what the crimes are until we get to the charge to the jury, as if the prosecution and the judge, with a wink and a nod, said, hey, I'll give you that old accomplice testimony. Even though we didn't charge Donald Trump with aiding and abetting anyone else, I'll throw it in as a matter of law. He's an accomplice. And I'll throw in those federal election violations. So they'll have to say, yeah, Donald Trump must have done it too. And I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. This is lunacy. And I think that any red-blooded American who sees this is going to understand this isn't what we do to our political.
As crazy as that, I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. It's like, bro, those are the people Trump chose to associate with and literally paid to associate with. What are you talking about? Like, we're acting like these people were in the periphery, totally unrelated to Donald Trump. And he just happened to be in the vicinity and, like, caught us straight. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, he paid the hook and paid them to perjure. What are we talking about?
enemies. This is what they do in kangaroo courts and third world countries. God help America after what I've seen in the last few weeks.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Well, this verdict takes the 2024 election into uncharted territory. No major party has ever nominated a convicted felon for president. It's one more thing for voters across the country to consider in November. Nicole Killian is talking to voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Michelle. A lot of the reaction here in Pennsylvania and across the country has mostly been along party lines. Some voters told me that they're still undecided about whether to support former President Trump, but others say this verdict will not change their vote.
From former President Trump's home state of Florida.
We're voting for President Trump.
To battleground Michigan.
I'm happy that they convicted him.
If I could do cartwheels, if he got convicted, I would do cartwheels.
And the swing state of Pennsylvania.
Walk over broken glass to vote for him.
Trump's guilty verdict brought relief and outrage in Allentown, the Keystone State's third largest city, which played host to President Biden in January.
When you're coming down to Torrance, Delaware, right?
And the former president right before his trial.
Make America great again.
Pro-Trump banners hang outside the home of Glenn Stetler, who used to be a Democrat and attended Trump's rally last month.
Do you think this hurts his chances now that he's been convicted?
With the crowd of people that I saw, there's a lot of people that like this guy. He's a good person. I don't believe he should be charged for it, and I really don't think it's going to matter.
But Democratic-leaning voters like Yvette Ortiz said Trump should be treated like any other citizen.
I think that he should, be accountable for what he did, but I don't know about jail, maybe a little bit of time or community service.
Michael Daigle is a registered Republican and previously backed the former president, but now he isn't so sure.
An appeal is not going to come until after an election, and we'll just have to see whether that invigorates a Republican base to come out and vote for him.
That last voter told me that he will likely stick with Trump, but he is exploring his options, although he insists he will not vote for President Biden. Keep in mind that Biden won this region, helping him to win the state in 2020 by more than 80,000 votes. Tony.
Nicole, thank you very much.
If they convict him,
holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers! Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country! Guilty.
God, I love the Republicans. Come on, dude. There's such fucking content. I love Donald Trump. You got a problem with that, bitch? Gays for Trump.
Not guilty! He's not guilty! You pieces of shit! Won the con! Eat shit and die! You're fucking corrupt,
your
motherfucker!
fucking kids are all dead. Your kids.
I'm serious. When I say this, I think Trump supporters in big cities that are like otherwise Democratic strongholds are literally visibly more insane than like the lifelong Republican that lives in some rural ass fucking town in Texas. Like, not even a question. Like, these guys are almost always so much more nutty. And I think a big part of the problem for the Republican Party is that they pay too much attention to these fucking freaks and like literally cause a lot of the quote unquote normal Republicans who don't pay attention to whatever the fuck's going on, and they just kind of like vote for still racist reasons or tax reasons or whatever the fuck. Like, those are the guys who are just like, what the fuck's going on? This is like a little bit too much.
are all Piece fucking of dead. Shit. All your Piece of fucking shit. children, they're all fucking I dead. found guilty. They're all fucking dead. Yeah. Motherfucker. Fucking guilty. Motherfucking piece of shit. Fucking guilty. Fucking piece of shit. There's no justice in this country. It's all corruption. It's all fucking corruption. I have a message for you. Fuck you, Juan the Con. Juan the Con. I'm fucking pissed. Fuck you and fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden.
All I know is this.
Fuckers. Fuckers. Yeah.
Guilty on a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
It's a lynching. It's a lynching. It's political interference.
It's
Fuck you.
over.
There's no justice in this country.
It's over. How do you feel? Corruption. Tell me your reaction.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it. That's unbelievable.
What do you think about the verdict? They're doing this.
Corruption, the judge
means that
threatened
they
him.
could do this to all of us.
1776,
I'm
baby.
fucking pissed. I'm fucking
No, you're
pissed.
not. Calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down.
And the people who are on the
Get
ground, the
down
minority,
there.
can't do this.
The only man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life, Through and through. Donald fucking Trump.
Oh my God, he's crying. Oh my God, he's crying. Bro, what the fuck? He's crying. Bro, he's shedding real tears for Trump. That's awesome. That's fire. That's, oh God, that's so good. Oh, that feels fucking awesome to see.
Fuck Obama. Fuck Obama. Yo, that motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you that much. Fuck Joe Biden.
How can people become this mentally ill? That's crazy. Like, I don't know what you do with this guy. You can't save this guy. And of course, he's live streaming it too and filming it.
Not guilty. I hope the country doesn't burn down. Not guilty. I hope that we can find a way to love each other and to make right this fucking this prostitution.
Bro, talking about loving each other in the country while he's shedding tears for Donald Trump.
Go fuck yourself and your mother.
Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher. I guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. They're going to have to bring in...
So why are you guys mad then? You should be excited, right? See, now this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's like you should be excited then that the polls are definitely going to go up. Why are you mad?
Michelle Obama, they're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike, in August to try and fix things. But that's not going to work either. The numbers are going to go so high for Trump right now that it's over for Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
Fuck you, Judge Juan. Fuck you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes. Fuck you. I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to this fucking streets. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's
But
take
you
to the
have.
fucking streets. Good. Let's block traffic.
Someone said you are.
Corruption in this country. They're convicted an innocent man. He committed no crime.
Congratulations, Trump just won the election. What do you think, Bill?
I think it's time for dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets.
Oh, fuck him! Fuck Trump every day! Fucking kill the guy next! I'm down for whatever! Just get him that fucker out of here!
Meanwhile, a show of support for Trump here in South Florida. Dozens gathered.
Yo, he went a little nutty with it, my boy. Hey, yo. Yo, that's crazy.
And Local 10's Christian De La Rosa live now with this part of our team coverage tonight. Christian.
These were people who felt compelled, obligated to be as close as they could to Mar-a-Lago, even if the former president wasn't here to show their support, and also share why they think today's verdict could in fact bolster Trump in November.
Bro, these people are so crazy. They went to Mar-a-Lago. Like, they have like a religious affiliation with Trump.
Trump 24, let's go, blow those horns.
We have to support our president.
They're making it. They're acting like they're doing like a pilgrimage to Mecca or some shit, bro. This is their Hajj.
Support for the man they call their president.
I feel like it's a sad day for America.
And voicing their discontent with his guilty verdict.
We thought that maybe there was some hope.
I didn't think they were going to get him on all 34 counts, which kind of tells you what's going on in New York.
This is completely political. Anybody who cannot see that, they have been brainwashed by this media.
Steps away from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, supporters like Leona Mangan.
I went to January the 6th. Give me liberty or give me death. Even Mother Teresa could not get out from under that.
Like titanium, they're convinced hush money payments charges against the former president were an abuse of power to begin with.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
They're also convinced Trump will eventually come out victorious.
Surely these things will all be overturned.
And as far as the race for president,
I don't think it's going to help him or hurt him. Not at all. I think the independents, even if you're on the fence, have already made up their mind, and they can.
Across the street, a much smaller number of people celebrate.
You know, if you diddle a porn star and hush money payments get tucked away and you fill out your books illegally, then you will go to jail.
And even with just a handful of counter-protesters across the street, I can tell you things remain peaceful. We're live right outside Mar-a-Lago tonight. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
And our team coverage continues now with Local 10's Alex Finney live outside Versailles, where another crowd of supporters rallied for Trump. Alex.
Yes, Calvin, very, very spirited crowd that was here for several hours today. As we know, a lot of people were here as that verdict came down. Of course, you have a lot of people on both sides with very strong opinions. Sounding off for former President Donald Trump.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
A verdict that many we spoke with said came down quicker than expected.
I mean, it was so fast. I'm surprised they reached a verdict.
People gathered outside of Versailles in Little Havana.
It doesn't seem to be fair that they charge him with a felony.
Justice system prevailed.
All of this coming soon after a Manhattan jury found the former president guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in his New York hush money criminal trial. A felony conviction of a former president unprecedented.
His lawyer was the one who did it.
This man giving his thoughts on the news.
I hope he can run for president. I hope he can become president because, you know, Trump's who we want in there.
And still a lot to be seen now at this hour here, a little after 11 p.m. A lot of people have gone home for tonight. Those honks have officially started to die down a bit. But again, we have a lot coming up in the next few days, weeks, and months ahead. Stay tuned. For now, this is the very latest. We are live in South Florida, well, in Little Havana, that is. Alex Finney, Local 10 News.
Trump himself was greeted by supporters outside Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue.
And that is where we find CBS 2's Dave Carlin. Dave, what is the reaction there tonight?
Well, this place so busy with all of his comings and goings. Right now, he is inside. It began, of course, him going to court, then him coming back from court. Then around dinner time, he went out again and came back in. You'll see the video right now. Now, all the while, people have been here to greet him. After the sun went down, some staunch Trump supporters kept their flags waving, predicting another Trump presidency.
I wanted he be here because I think somebody has to stand up and say, this is invalid. You can't do this kind of law. This destroys American jurisprudence.
The message is it's going to backfire on the Democrats. It's going to backfire on Sleepy Joe. It's going to backfire on Albert Bragg, and Trump is going to win. And I will vote for him for the third time, even if he's in jail.
She's wearing an NYPD hat with the Bring Our Hostages Home pin on it. You know she's a cop.
Jail. Earlier, Chopper 2 was over Fifth Avenue and Trump Tower when the crowd was much larger, with a mix of political persuasions. Friction was minimal.
That took a lot of courage for that
jury to come back with that kind of a charge against him. I just think it's amazing.
I think he's going to make America great again.
Around 6:15 p.m., Donald Trump entered with a wave to the crowd. He did not stay long and was on the move again, only to return at 9:25. He was also the talk of nearby Times Square.
It shouldn't matter who you are or what you do. If you do the crime, you deserve what's coming to you.
It's insane. That's never happened before in history. So this is something that we're living, and I don't even know how this is going to turn out. I'm shocked.
There is a Trump news conference Friday morning set for 11 a.m. right here.
This guy kind of looks like Julian Assange. Omni Valor. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Calm down, okay? And perhaps take your medication. What am I supposed to do, man? Please help me. I've apologized a million times. I'm sorry if I've hurt others. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't even know what you did. No one is mad at you. Hegemonic World Peace, you got a lot of viewers that are mentally ill. No shit, I'm on Twitch. And secondly, yeah, says you, dumbass. But yeah, Omni Valor, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Live in front of Trump Tower, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
All right, Dave, no shortage of opinions tonight. And after the verdict, Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, took to social media. She posted a childhood photo of herself sitting on her dad's lap with the words, "I love you." She did not attend the trial.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is speaking out about the verdict. She issued a statement saying, quote, "No one is above the law." You may recall the AG's office did win a civil fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization earlier this year.
Rudy Giuliani had this reaction tonight.
A very sad day for America. A very, very sad day for anyone who values justice and has lived by it. I hope this gets reversed very, very quickly.
The former mayor and Trump attorney has faced his own legal troubles. Last month, Giuliani was indicted on felony charges related to alleged efforts to overturn President Biden's 2020 win in Arizona. And last year, he also lost a defamation lawsuit regarding his false claims about 2 election workers in Georgia.
And outside the courthouse, voters on both sides of the political spectrum made their voices heard. A small but vocal group of anti-Trump protesters gathered in Lower Manhattan after that historic verdict came down. Just down the block, a small pro-Trump group awaited for the arrival of the former president's motorcade.
I believe, quite honestly, it's quite the clown show. But the American people aren't going to fall for it. This will just make Trump stronger.
And we're really thankful that the New York jury was fair and listened and asked questions and came back with 34 counts guilty.
The protests were largely peaceful, and there were no reports of any arrests.
On Long Island tonight, people are also reacting to the verdict.
CBS 2's Lori Bordenero went to Floral Park in Nassau County, and she has more on what they had to say.
We've been talking to a lot of people here, and some people say justice has been served. Others say this is just a political ploy to keep Donald Trump from becoming president. But regardless of political affiliation, people here seem to be genuinely surprised Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts. A few people we spoke with were shocked that he is still allowed to run for president. This is a county where more than 44% voted for Trump in the last election. Trump supporters don't think this verdict will hurt his chances at all come November.
Are you surprised? I'm surprised by the 34 counts, but I'm not like, I do love that in America, even if you're in jail, you can still run for president and even win technically. I think that's dope. I'm not even joking about that. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not doing the dry sarcasm. I think it's an unironically good thing that you can run for president from prison as a convicted felon, and you should be able to vote as a convicted felon and vote from prison as well. So I think it's crazy that we can do one thing but not the other. And no, Trump is allowed to vote for himself because in the state of Florida, if you get convicted, if you're a convicted felon from another state, the state of Florida says normally if you were arrested here with a felony, you wouldn't be able to vote. But because you were arrested and convicted in the state of New York, it depends on what their laws are. And in the state of New York, felons can vote.
November, but some anti-Trumpers would like to see the former president out of the spotlight.
He's a crooked guy. He tells lies, and he doesn't really care about anybody else for himself.
I think that he should have to be removed as the candidate. I don't think he should be allowed to run. He's involved in so many cases, and it's such a distraction. And the only reason he's running is to stay out of jail.
My main problem is, what's the crime?
I'm going to vote for him even more if he runs, because I think it's terrible what they did when there's plenty of other presidents that have done terrible things.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman calling the verdict a big miscarriage of justice and saying there was no basis for this conviction. In Floral Park, Lori Bordenero, CBS 2 News.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. But good news is coming. DA Bragg, hear me clearly. You cannot silence the American people. You cannot stop us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United States of America against a political opponent, un-American. Joe Biden, you're fired. We the people stand with Donald Trump.
He hit him with a "you're fired." God, it's fucking insane that a black man is saying that there's a two-tier criminal justice system, which is true, except he's saying it about a two-tier criminal justice system for an incredibly powerful, incredibly wealthy former president. That is so unimaginable, dude. You ask that dumb fuck about white supremacy in the criminal justice system, and it's like, oh, that doesn't exist. Our institutions are infallible and perfectly good and designed well. I give this dick-sucking audition a 9 out of 11. People cheering the Trump conviction don't own Bitcoin. What? Content is no longer available.
My mind was not made up before, but it is definitely made up now.
Yeah, right.
And I will definitely be voting for Donald Trump.
I do not believe his mind was not made up before. Like, who the fuck would be like, you know, I'm iffy on that Trump guy, but now that I know that a jury of his peers convicted him, like found him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that he definitely paid hush money to a porn star in an effort to make sure that people did not know that he had sex with a porn star in the lead up to an election, and then falsely documented the payments as regular legal retainers. That is when I was like, this is my guy.
Because the weaponization of the legal system, it is so blatant, and this corruption cannot stand. whether I like Donald Trump or not, which I don't, I feel that it is essential that I vote for him because I must stand against the lawfare that was put on display by the Democratic Party, Alvin Bragg, all of these folks. And it's a shame because I'm a New Yorker. I live here in New York. And as a black man who...
Bro, I love how fucking stupid Americans are. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Lives in the United States and in New York. I know what it's like to have the legal system used against you, specifically targeting you. So, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, to expect us to just sit back and watch this happen and just rock.
Bro, that's how you know he's lying about like being iffy on Trump. He did the quintessential black Republican move. He did the classic black Republican move. Black conservatives love saying, as a black man, I've experienced racism, and what the racism that Trump is experiencing right now is worse than that, or it's just like that. Literally. It's classic.
Ride with it like it's okay, like we're stupid and we don't see what's going on. That's crazy. Because if you can do something like this to a former president of the United States, just imagine, people, imagine what they can do to us. I'm sorry, but I'm all in. Trump 2024.
Americans are stupid. One thing that both parties get right. I never voted for Trump before, but I certainly will be voting for him now. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to truth. Stay-at-home dad, iconoclast, intellectual, stoner, yogi, meat eater, runner, beer drinker, unvaxxed. My freedom protects you. Your freedom protects me. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to truth, justice, in the American way. They must be defeated. MAGA. I'm in the same boat. Never voted for him, but will now. But man, oh man, I hope your boat is reliable because the bridges you just burned are never getting rebuilt. Good luck, brother. Dude, Twitter is so fucking unimaginably right-wing. Like, Twitter has become the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing platforms. Bro, you are so unvaccinated, you wrote unvaxxed on your fucking Twitter profile. Why would you have ever voted for the Democrat anyway, the Dummycrats? They're the party of gay vaccinations, gay autism vaccinations. It's so awesome that they have no like valid grievances with policy ever. Hasan, the YouTube of Tesla is hacked. And they're asking people to send them money. Can you do something about this? What? Bro, that's awesome. This guy literally believed the fucking YouTube. It's like a fake YouTube account. Thinks that it actually was the real YouTube account of Tesla. And is asking me to fix the situation. Like I should save the fake Tesla account. Anyway, the point I was trying to make before I got interrupted by one of the best chatters so far, Megaphonics on an alt, was that you notice how they don't have any fucking policy opinions at all? Like this entire thing is held together for many people on both sides, by the way, I'm not even just saying this is just about the Democrats or just about the Republicans. For so many American voters, it isn't about policy at all. It's about having their team win, and it's about their own like personal petty grievances being addressed. That's the reason why they're so mad at Robert De Niro. Like Robert De Niro comes out and he's like, yeah, fuck Donald Trump. He's a charlatan or whatever the fuck. And they're like, yeah, Robert De Niro, I will fucking kill you. It's like, bro, calm down. Like, why are you so mad? In a way, they're identical to fucking... In a way, they're identical to like Divorcelli fans who will find out that someone has wronged their intellectual daddy and will go there and fight like with so much animosity and so much vitriol. And it's like, what is it to you, man? Why are you this mad? It's because they're in a fucking cult. That's it. Like, this is not like, oh, I really want Trump because of, I don't know, the tax cuts that are coming for me, right? And these guys want to stop Trump because of the tax cuts. They're like, no, I love Trump, and I have so much rage in my fucking heart that I will literally fight your battles for you, Mr. Trump, sir. I will now make it my life's mission to fucking destroy Robert De Niro. Why? Because Robert De Niro said Trump sucks. Get a life, man. Fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with your brain? Spend it on some fucking healthy hobby. Like, I think he is like that mentally ill. Hasan and I have shared correspondence on a number of occasions, notably the time he read my comment in 2021 and the time he answered my question in 2019. The bit right here is this guy portraying himself as a fake Trump supporter to rile up the actual Trump supporters. The problem is the bit actually works really well because the actual Trump supporters are content. I think this is... like, I hate to give it to Jimmy Kimmel, but like, this is a pretty solid bit because Trump supporters are awesome. They are so much content. So obviously when you like get someone to get one of them to get like, or someone to rile them up, like Walter Masterson does a pretty good job with this, you get even more content out of them. Oh my God. That is... What is happening? Am I too libbed up or something? I genuinely don't know. That was actually fucking hilarious. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they kind of slap with this one. That was so good. And then he fucking went in to he went in to kill himself. That was awesome. And unironically shocked. You're libbed up? Yeah, dude. You think it's libbed up to say that like doing an unironic suicide joke, which like 40% of this chat would be like, that's a bridge too far. Why did you take it there? It was funny before then. That's libbed up. He did a suicide joke on national television on Jimmy Kimmel. That's insane.
I'm so pleased that there's finally some accountability for Donald Trump. Yeah, he's evaded the law for many years, decades, and it's finally caught up to him. And also, we're fighting for democracy here.
Yeah, see, very polite chatter. It was problematic. Not a fan of Kimmel. Yeah. No, it's actually problematic when I serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but I don't see any of you chirping about that. You literally keep saying 10 out of 10, or perhaps you're saying all of that because you obviously are subscribed, so you don't give a shit. You know what I mean? You're subscribed for $5 or for free, so you've used your Twitch Prime, so you don't care. It doesn't bother you because it doesn't impact you. Selfish, all of you. Barry Balls, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Barry Balls! We're going to get to Brandon in a second.
This was an election interference case. You know, it wasn't just a porn star sex case. It was an election interference case. And did he do it or not? The jury said yes.
He's actually going to increase his chances to win. He's actually going to win because he's...
Bro, every Trump... Dude, Trump supporters are a hive mind. Like, actually. They just operate with the same exact talking points. I don't know where they get the talking points from. I don't know how this happens. But they all say the same shit. I haven't heard a single goddamn fucking statement that is unique so far. It's all like, he's innocent. He's the most innocent man in America. Also, this is a travesty. And also, this is going to help his chances. This is actually, I'm mad, but like, I shouldn't be mad, really. I should be happy because he's going to win extra hard. You know what I mean? He's going to win the hardest anyone's ever won. He's going to win so hard, it should be illegal. They're going to arrest him again for how hard he won.
It's in the public's eye how they're using this judicial system just to penalize him, to get him away from running for president again. Because Biden's going to construct the laws in a way where it's only going to benefit him and his people. Trump is going to benefit it in a way where it's going to benefit him, but it's also going to benefit people with an opportunity coming from the bottom.
Oh my God, it's Sigma grindset mentality played to its logical conclusion. It's fucking awesome. It's just like, yeah, dude, I'm not there right now, but I promise you, like, Trump is going to change the rules in the rule book to make me win big eventually. He's going to help me, bro. It's like, no, he's not, bro. He's not going to help you, okay? Like, Democrats aren't helping you either, okay? If you were to say, like, oh, the Democrats, what have they done for me? I'm there with you. But, like, how the fuck do you think Donald Trump has helped you or will help you in the future? Like, how are you this fucking insane? It's like the gambler's fallacy, but for voting for Trump this time, dude. Yeah, someone in the chat, 99% quit before they hit big. 99% of Trump supporters, likely Trump supporters, quit before they vote for Trump and then have Trump help them succeed on their Sigma grind set.
Trump's gonna build a wall. That wall's gonna protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Oh, yeah.
Wait, the naked cowboy is a Trump supporter? Or is this a different one? Wait, since when is the naked cowboy a Trump supporter? It's a fake? Are there two naked cowboys? Folks, we lost the naked cowboy. This is causing me to retriangulate. I think once you lost the naked cowboy support, it's kind of over for you. I'm not going to lie. It might be, things are not looking good for Joe. It might be Jover, boys.
Our first reaction was sadness for America, sadness for Trump. But at the end of the day, it's only going to increase his support like every other time they indicted him.
Same thing. It's very scary. Very scary. We're in a third world country right now. I don't even feel like we live in the United States. If it can happen to him, it can happen to any of us.
Bro, at any given moment, if I'm standing with a crowd and they're agreeing with me, like a crowd like this, and they're agreeing with me, I'm reconsidering everything. I'm sorry. You might say, oh, you're ugly shaming or whatever the fuck. Fuck it, I am, dude, okay? If I'm standing in a crowd and it's all fucking ogres with like genuine rot from within, basically fucking escaping out of every orifice, I'm gonna be like, I gotta really, really, really dial it back. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Branded like this. I'd be like, maybe I got like, you know, maybe I don't have the best opinions after all. Like, if you ever find yourself in a crowd like this, and it's not even like ugly shaming, it's just like, they're so weird, bro. They're so fucking weird. They're so weird looking and weird. And the things that they're saying are weird. I'd be like, honestly, this seems a little, you know, this seems a little odd. Have you met Twitch chatters? Yes, dude. I go to fucking, what are you talking about? I do meet and greets all the fucking time. Okay.
Cup 24. First of all, you're too ignorant to even try to debate me.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to see this in this moment currently because no other president has really been convicted of 34 counts in any criminal case, basically. But I'm gonna keep it real, as a current presidential candidate and one of the ones actually winning majority support.
Like think about it this way: like they're rolling up. Is that like his dick?
In all states.
Is that Hunter Biden's dick? Like, this guy literally took Hunter Biden's naked photos and put them. I mean, you can't see it, luckily, so it's fine. But like, he took the Hunter Biden crack pics and put it in a book. The moment that you see that, you're like, my side is crazy. Like, these guys are crazy.
States, as it shows statistically, I believe that still his
like, look at this car, bro.
Support level from the people are not gonna is not gonna go down much.
That's it for him.
He's walking around with a gay revenge porn scrapbook, dude. Like, come on, dude. How does this signal sanity in any capacity?
He's not going to be able to continue with the campaign. He's not going to be able to run for president if he's found guilty. And then we're stuck with Biden.
This is 100%, once again, something that I've repeated before, but must be repeated again and again and again. These people are fucking hater stands. Like, which is worse than just being a stand. Like, people will say, like, oh, Swifties do this too. And it's like, yeah, that's also mentally not the, you know, sanest fucking person to be. But at least they're demonstrating their love for, like, an artist. You know what I mean? It's significantly healthier than this shit.
And Kamala Harris, that doesn't do anything for us and has not been doing anything for us since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned. It won't stand up in court on appeal. All right?
I kind of worry that it'll further divide our country. And I think it was from the testimony I heard, it sounded like the jury really paid attention. And
like, you see left-wing protests and shit. Like, you saw that old man in the back, right? Hold on. Let me go back real quick. I want to show you, like, what normal people would protest like, okay? And I'm not just saying this because, like, this man very clearly agrees with me, but it's like, Joe Biden, pick up the damn phone. He's wearing a keffiyeh. 24,000 murdered women and children. Very clear-cut protest. There's a reason for why he's protesting. You could tell. He wants the genocide to stop. I personally agree with that. I personally agree with his position. But beyond that, it's like, obviously he's there for a purpose. He's not there fucking being like, I love Donald Trump. I think he's hot. He's hot as fuck. And also, he's not guilty. It's like, it's just like, weirds me out. It weirds me the fuck out that these people are just like mindlessly simply there because of their love and admiration for a person. And it is so completely devoid of policy, completely devoid of like any tangible thing that will make their lives better or worse. Like, they're just there because they love Trump. That's it. And they feel like he's been harmed. That's the difference between like being a fucking cultist and being a person who like actually cares about issues, protesting for specific issues. Blows my goddamn mind.
Since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned.
Very fucking annoying to see. Pisses me off.
I think it was from the testimony I heard. It sounded like the jury really paid attention, and I think we need to honor the verdict. I'll be curious to see what the sentencing is.
Free Trump! Free Trump! Free Trump! I feel like the justice system here in America actually worked. The sad part of it is that it could have gone either way. But when he was found guilty on all 34 counts, job well done, justice system in America.
I was already blue. I'm probably going to stay blue. Sadly, I think it will have no repercussion in Texas. I don't think Houston, I don't think Texans are going to care. Trump's our guy, go Trump, go red. I hope I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong.
I think in the fall, during the election cycle, yeah, it might affect my vote. Yes, sir. Just simply, I don't think we need a convict in office if that conviction sticks.
Whoa.
I wasn't surprised, but I was still very disappointed. I still thought, maybe there was a chance that Trump was actually innocent and that he hadn't done any of what they said he did. Now, again, I don't support Trump anymore, but I also didn't want a convict running for president. So,
the fuck?
It definitely did put things into perspective for me. And
people that love the rules and law are so strange.
As I said, I'm open-minded, but the two major candidates we have are just, to me, probably some of the worst in American history.
I feel very sad for America because this is the man who's fighting for America. This is the man who's fighting for America.
Auntie, what the fuck are you doing?
He tried to save America.
It's a disgrace what happened here. I'm a native New Yorker. We support Trump. I never voted for him the first time, but we'll do it this time. It's a disgrace. Mr. Trump loves this city. He's a native New Yorker. He doesn't hate this city. He doesn't hate this country.
Auntie got a copy of fucking Epoch Times and her life changed so dramatically. Okay?
The people that did this hate him.
To jail! Go to jail!
All the way, lock him up. I've been here for the last week. Guilty! I am so happy.
Feel good. The justice been served. Justice been served. Guilty, guilty, guilty.
I feel good. It's a great day for the American people, for everybody. I mean, who is against who believe in the law. And I mean, it's a great day. They see him. They see that no one is above the law.
Yeah, this was awesome. I'd rather go 0 for 34 than 0 for 9 because you go 0 for 9. That means you stop committing felonies. That means you lost confidence. Dion Kobe Wade waiters. That's right, dude. That's right. He has a point. All right. There was another Twitter. We saw this, the comparisons to Nelson Mandela, which is insane. We got some Trump supporters crying. Obviously, discussing film. Came out with another banger tweet. Home Alone 2 lost in New York Star. Donald Trump has been found guilty of 34 felony counts. Okay. CNN Trump guilty. NBC Trump guilty. ABC Trump guilty. Fox. Taco Bell items rumored to be removed from the menu. Ugh. Libs are libbing up. My week at court, who you going to call? God, liberals, man. Fucking liberals.
I'm not.
All right, let's look at conservatives. Liberals celebrating makes this, they can't celebrate this without like being incredibly fucking cringe. You know what I mean? Tomorrow's their month. Please stay out. Please stay safe out there, especially if you're in Gay City. I know. Hold on. Who'd you learn that from? Samuel Alito. AOC with a Samuel Alito burn. We didn't watch Benny Boy yet. Oh, there was another guy who had a relatively predictable take on this. DJ Academics, who's famously on the wrong side of every fucking issue. DJ Academics says Donald Trump getting found guilty on 34 felony counts for paying off his side hoe makes me want to vote for him even more. Not even gonna lie. DJ Academics looking more compromised by the moment. DJ Academics also has his own weird case. Why is he still around? Perhaps he should worry about his own personal situation. Classic. Classic DJ Ock. Once again, you know. Isn't this surprising? Trump 2024, my fucking goat. Phase Nick Merckx. I'm phasing the fuck up. Okay, that's right, baby. Trump 2024, he says. Bro, you got this. You got this marker on your fucking account. It's Jover, okay? Brain rot. The final version of the brain rot has been achieved. What was that finger thing? Phase up. Which I'm phased the fuck up. Question is also, does Tim the Tatman and Dr. Disrespect have the balls to say it out loud? Here come the floodgates. I'm Canadian, but I agree. What Florida does to a man, there's something in the water down there, bro. I swear to God. If I was Trump, I'd work on a slogan, Trump till 2034 all day. What is this? Can we do a live react when it happens? Elon Musk's ex to stage a town hall with Donald Trump. Oh my God. Let's go. Okay, this is the one time where Megaphonics sending a fucking Elon Musk related tweet is valid. Megaphonics, you are not allowed to send Evan Jess J tweets either, okay? That is your workaround. You literally, oh, he got clapped by Fossabot. He got so excited that he got clapped by Fossabot. That's awesome. Megaphonics. Sending Evan's tweets is basically a workaround for you because he stays tweeting about Elon Musk. Stop. It is no different than sending a direct Elon Musk tweet or meme. Oh my God, this is so cute. People excite. Did you watch Tim Pool's interview with Trump? Fuck no. Which prison gang do you think Trump is going to affiliate with? Whichever one's the Muslim one, because he's saying the Shahada the moment he gets in there. I'm telling you. He's going to be MS-13. Yeah. Nick Merckx hit the fucking Trump 2024 button. Respect. Once again, all of the best minds, okay? Nothing but the best and brightest for Donald Trump. Trump has now officially raised $52.8 million in 24 hours. Nothing funnier to me than giving Donald Trump money right after his criminal conviction, specifically that will go directly into paying off his many fines. It's a way for MAGA to fund our court system and to fund these blue states that are unjustifiably persecuting the big, beautiful boy. Maybe that's why his lawyer was on CNN being like, I am getting paid, Mom, I promise. But on that note, let's move on to some real shit. Because, wait, before that, this is the last one. Last part of the fucking equation, we got to hear from Ben Shapiro. Okay? And obviously, Brooklyn Dad Defiant. Shout out to the not convicted email lady who kept her cool all those years and Trump got his moronic goons chanted, lock her up. Who's laughing now, bitches? Hint, it's not you. Okay? Brooklyn Dad, baby. Nothing more defiant than being pro Hillary Clinton. Oh, I got chills. It's her time. She's going to win. She should run.
Last night, in a historic breach of all historical norms, in a move that really does put the Republic on the precipice of serious constitutional disorder, chaos, and disaster, a jury in New York found.
I like that Donald Trump's many different crimes, not even this, but like a shitload of other crimes and corruption that he is engaged in the most incompetent way possible, is not somehow causing this beautiful Democratic Republic to fall apart, but it's actually the prosecution of said crimes and corruption that is putting the Democratic Republic at the precipice of collapse. It's never the guy who's doing it. It's the people going, no, don't do that, actually. That's the problem.
Found unanimously that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 separate felonies, all stemming from hush money payments that were made to Stormy Daniels all the way back in 2016. Now, the legal case is an atrocity. It's a ridiculous case. We're going to go through all the details in a moment. It was a political put-up job by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who came into office pledging to get Donald Trump, not pledging to find his criminal behavior that was actually criminal, pledging to get Donald Trump under any circumstances. And that, of course, mirrored the language of Attorney General Letitia James, who was elected to her position in the state of New York on the basis of, quote-unquote, getting Donald Trump. It was a put-up job by the judge, Juan Mershan, who clearly wants Trump behind bars, which is why I believe that he's probably going to sentence him to jail time come July. I do not think.
Whoa, that would be so sick. Dude, I don't think that's the case, but that would be so fire. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be, oh my God. That is like, oh my God. I can't tell if he's like doing this because he just wants to like rile people up for clickbait and shit, or if he legitimately believes it. But oh God, if there was any shot, oh my God. I think Jeff Tiedrich would literally die if that happened. He would bust out the fattest rope that would suck the life force out of him. I think a lot of liberals would unironically die from the collective orgasm that they had. Blanche conceded it's possible that Trump could be behind bars during the convention if the judge imposes jail or prison time and declines to pause the sentence as the appeals process plays out. I don't think it's going to happen. The appeals in and of itself, given the severity of the crime, would mean that like you probably would be fine on bail. You probably wouldn't have to be behind bars. That would be... Oh my God. No, if there's a sentence of incarceration and how it's carried out and when it's carried out, I expect that we would ask for a stay of any sentence while the appellate process works its way through the courts. That's discretionary. That's not something that has to be granted. So that's something that I don't want to think about. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible, of course. Yeah, even his fucking lawyer saying it's most likely not going to happen.
That Chekhov's gun can sit above that mantelpiece for the entirety of the second act here. This was a put-up job by the Biden administration, which has been attempting to brand Donald Trump a criminal and a felon since literally the day that they got into office, and the Democratic Party, which has been attempting to label him everything from a Putin cat's paw to a traitor to the country since 2015. It all culminated yesterday in a jury finding, in the most ridiculous possible criminal case, that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 felonies. It's an absurd case. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump was found guilty Thursday by a New York jury on all 34 counts in his hush money case, concluding the first ever criminal trial of a former president. Now voters will render their own judgment as Trump, the presumptive GOP presidential nominee, barrels ahead to the November 5th election, using the trial and other prosecutions he faces as a rallying cry for his supporters. President Trump, for his part, responded to the verdict. He responded precisely the way that you would think that he would, with absolute sheer outrage, as is appropriate. Here was Donald Trump's statement in the immediate aftermath. There's no question that this is political. None whatsoever. The basis of the charges is trash. This is a trash case that was brought in a jurisdiction unfriendly to Donald Trump, with a prosecutor who obviously wanted to make his bones on Donald Trump's back, and a judge who wants to be famous based on convicting Donald Trump. This was, in fact, a put-up job. Todd Blanche, one of Trump's attorneys, he made the point that the timing of this most recent grand jury is quite suspicious. It turns out that it's kind of weird to file a misdemeanor charge, which is really what this was, a misdemeanor business records falsification charge that expired in 2017, in 2023, as Donald Trump was securing the Republican nomination for the presidency. Here is Todd Blanche, one of Trump's attorneys.
I will say that the timing of
trash, absurd, ridiculous sounds like Ben's feelings are getting in the way of facts. Yeah, of course. There's never been a moment where Ben actually gave a shit about facts. When he says facts over feelings, he's saying his feelings are more factual than real facts itself. And therefore, the real facts of the matter that don't correspond to his feelings are not facts at all. It's the underlying, it is basically the underpinning of every Republican argument.
Of this most recent grand jury, meaning the 2023 grand jury that ultimately indicted President Trump, kicked into action less than 2 months after President Trump announced he's running for re-election. And there are coincidences, and then there's coincidences, and I don't think that that's just something that happened.
Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA who brought this case, had pledged back in 2021 that he was going to find some rationale for prosecuting Donald Trump. He said, quote, "I'm the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him. I also led the team that did the Trump Foundation case. So I'm ready to go wherever the facts take me and to inherit that case. I think it'd be hard to argue with the fact that'd be the most important, most high-profile case, and I've seen him up front and seen the lawlessness he could do." And he was then asked by a reporter, "You believe that should happen?" He said, "I believe we have to hold him accountable." Okay, he was pledging to do this in 2021, and then he did it. And then he did it. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, from the start.
Dude, I can't be the only one who's like fucking annoyed with how many ads Ben has. And not only because it's like ridiculous that he has so many ads to begin with, like that there are brands that are willing to work with him, but it's just in general, it's like, I'm not going to, obviously I'm doing ethical reacts across the board no matter what, because like I'm responding to pretty much every single thing that he says. This is fair use in general, so I can skip the ads. I don't really give a shit. But also, he has like an insane, every fucking video is just like slap with a goddamn fucking built-in ad to it. What is happening?
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor.
That is it's an extraordinary lie, an extraordinary lie. There's never been a case. It's a novel legal theory that was brought to court by Alvin Bragg specifically to get Donald Trump before the election. That's all this was. Everybody knows this. Independents know this. Democrats know this. When Democrats say that all they want is the law followed without fear or favor, it's weird how you're perfectly fine with James Comey letting Hillary Clinton off the hook for obvious criminal conduct in 2016.
Bro, Jim Comey literally is responsible more than anything else for Hillary Clinton losing the election. What are you fucking chirping about, my boy?
With the excuse, well, she was running for president. We don't want election interference. And then it turns out that you're totally fine with Donald Trump being prosecuted for absolute trash of charges stemming from activities sexually back in the mid-2000s and then from a hush money payment made in 2016. Meanwhile, you're apparently perfectly fine with the DOJ letting Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, off the hook, even though he clearly involved himself in criminal conduct in terms of mishandling classified material because he's a doddering old fool, who then goes out, by the way, and rips the prosecutor for mentioning that he's a doddering old fool, and in the process shows himself to be even more of a doddering old fool. You are totally fine, apparently, if you're a Democrat, with the DOJ originally trying to cut such an extraordinary sweetheart deal with the president's son that it was only scuttled when a judge looked at it and said, what the hell is this? That is the only reason that Hunter Biden is being brought up on charges now, is because a judge looked at the original sweetheart deal.
Seems a lot like he's talking about some irrelevant ass bullshit instead of keeping his focus on how this particular case is completely fraudulent. How odd of him to start talking about like, oh, well, the DOJ gave a sweetheart deal to Hunter Biden and also Hillary Clinton and all this other shit. Like, what's happening? Just talk about the issue. Talk about the issue, man. Where is the letter of the law not being evenly applied? Where is it not being fair for Donald Trump? Because you can't turn around and be like, Your Honor, there's murderers around, which is what Donald Trump was saying. Ben is supposed to be this brilliant conservative mind, right? And as a brilliant conservative mind, he could just like very easily rip through the arguments that the prosecution made. Right now, he sounds exactly like the fucking whimpering fools that we heard outside of the court. Ben's argument is particularly laughable when he, along with every Republican pundit and every Republican running for office, are literally like, we should fucking melt anyone who does crime and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. The logic is literally that Republicans who run on stopping crime, akin to Alvin Bragg running on prosecuting Trump-related crimes, should not actually be doing what they campaign on. Everything you mentioned is not illegal, and if you want to compare sons, look at Don Jr. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me because, like I said, Don Jr. is not running for president. I mean, not Don Jr., sorry. Hunter Biden is not running for president, so he's just like bringing up Hunter Biden is silly regardless, okay? And not only that, but also, in terms of Hillary Clinton's situation, the FBI cooked her fucking campaign harder than any other circumstance when Jim Comey, a couple days before the election, came out with a fucking second letter. An investigation that they concluded and found was no different than the prior investigation in any case. And I say this as someone who despises Hillary Clinton, okay? There's a reason why so many people fucking... there is no reason why so many people love Jim Comey on the liberal side. But it is odd. It is odd that that Ben is not sticking to the actual facts. If they are so easy to diminish, so easy to destroy, you can't just fucking turn around and be like, well, what about all these other instances that are totally irrelevant to the subject matter?
Brought by Merrick Garland's DOJ and said this is so obviously corrupt that there's no way I can greenlight this prosecution deal. As far as the political obviousness of the situation, remember that one of the big prosecutors in this case was a person named Matthew Colangelo. The DNC paid Matthew Colangelo $12,000 in January 2018 for political consulting. He donated to Barack Obama's first presidential campaign in 2008. He was the third-ranking official at President Biden's Justice Department. He then joined Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office in December 2022. And just a few months later, they launched this current investigation into Donald Trump. That indictment began in March 2023. So he moved from the Biden DOJ to Alvin Bragg's office And 3 months later, the indictment.
That's crazy, bro. I can't believe prosecutors switch fucking switch offices sometimes. They go from like DOJ back to like a district attorney. That's wild. That's wild. Except none of this talks about Donald Trump's 34 different counts. Like, the funniest part about it is that the sane, smart, intelligent conservative assessment on this matter wouldn't just be that, like, to obviously point out how this is political, but to basically say that these charges, albeit true, are not all that significant. Trumped up, if you will. So I don't understand why he doesn't just stick to that, and he has to be like, oh, guys, you don't understand. Brandon is a secret mastermind behind all of this.
It was brought against Donald Trump. And we're supposed to believe there was no coordination, that Joe Biden knew nothing about. This is just the workings of the gears of justice. That's all this is. Meanwhile, the judge, Merchan, obviously a partisan Democrat. He's donated small amounts before to the Biden presidential campaign in 2020, as well as to Act Blue, which is an activist group. His daughter is a Democratic activist as well. The reality is,
what does any of this... Bro, that's crazy. He's like... the judge's daughter is a Democratic Party activist? Okay. Yeah. I guess he's not capable of being an adequate judge.
That she serves as president of Authentic Campaigns, a firm that does digital campaigns.
Yeah, the funniest part about this is that, like, there are plenty of fucking Trump-appointed judges, some of which have ruled against Donald Trump. And it's like, even then, it's like, well, these judges are obviously biased. It's like, who's not biased? You just want someone who will say Trump is innocent. That's the only type of judge I want, okay? It could be an Obama judge. It could be a Biden judge. It could be a fucking Donald Trump judge. And it's like, as long as they are literally sitting there and being like, well, I'm going to be honest, like, he is actually, he is actually guilty here, or we're going to continue with this investigation. Then I was like, whoa, obviously they're biased. Yeah, the only difference between what Ben Shapiro is saying here versus the average nutter that you saw outside of the courthouse with the fucking microphone put on their face is that he seems better put together. He puts a professional face to the mania that has been demonstrated by both Donald Trump and all of his fucking supporters and loyalists alike. There is no difference between this and Fox News. He's just less unhinged seeming. He's just nerdier. He puts a nerdier face on the exact same shit that you hear from Fox News.
Campaign work like online fundraising, and they work with Democratic political candidates. Not only that, she was apparently the director of digital persuasion for now Vice President Kamala Harris's 2020 presidential campaign, according to CNN.
Also, he's making it seem like the judge independently caused this case and manipulated the judges or something. That's not how the court system works. Obviously, this dumb fuck graduated from Harvard Law School, or did he go to UCLA Law and Harvard undergrad? I don't know. I don't care. He went to UCLA and Harvard. He knows that it was fucking 12 jurors. It's not like the judge was like, you're guilty, sir. I've decided it, and that'll be the case. That's not how the American criminal justice system works. He knows that. Why is he not bringing that shit up?
So you have a partisan Democrat judge, a partisan hack prosecutor, and a set of charges that are just garbage. The Wall Street Journal has likened this to a turducken of a case. I've heard other people, including my friend Megyn Kelly, refer to it as Russian nesting dolls. To understand the charges in this case, you have to understand that, effectively speaking, it is an onion of charges, and at the center, there is nothing.
Judge can overturn the jury, but yeah, did the judge do that?
That is all. You actually get to the end of the Russian nesting doll, or the end of the turducken, and it's just a vacuum of space. Let's be real about this. Alvin Bragg brought a misdemeanor charge of falsification of business records that is past the statute of limitations. The only way that he could spin that into a chargeable offense and extend the statute of limitations is to charge it as a felony. The problem is there is no underlying felony. So the underlying felony that he actually ended up charging was a federal felony. State prosecutors do not have jurisdiction to charge federal felonies. Unbelievably enough, the same exact Biden administration that is insisting that states cannot enforce federal law because of federalism have no problem with the Manhattan DA enforcing federal election finance law that has been already investigated, and Trump has not been indicted on anything election related. They apparently are fine with a state DA, a Manhattan DA, going after Donald Trump on a federal election charge. He has no jurisdiction over these issues, none. Andrew McCarthy, who's been writing about this for, obviously, since the initiation of this mess, he says that payments that were made to Karen McDougal, who is a person that Trump stooped and then paid hush money payments via David Pecker to, or Stormy Daniels, or to a bellman at his building, because there was some sort of false allegation that Donald Trump had fathered a child.
Is Ben on our argument doing that he did everything right and they convicted him? Yes, that is what he's doing. And yes, the charges weren't federal charges, and Ben knows that already, so it doesn't fucking matter. Ultimately, Alvin Bragg charged Donald Trump with 34 counts of a New York State charge that is enumerated in a state statute. Further, if Trump truly didn't commit the felony charge that Ben is talking about, then the jury of his peers would not have found him guilty. Exactly. He's just mad about the rule of law. He's mad about law and order. Because right-wingers, and many people, like just reactionaries in general, only want law and order against their enemies, against they perceive as like doing wrong. So when someone that he likes, that he's literally personally campaigned for, remember, Ben Shapiro has done campaign fundraising events for Donald Trump this time around. I saw some people in the chat asking, like, wasn't Ben supposed to be a little bit more reasonable? Like he was the reasonable, level-headed conservative that wasn't super pro-Trump? No. This election cycle, Ben Shapiro has done fundraising events for Donald Trump. Okay? So, no, he is not, he's never really impartial. He just reads the room and recognizes that Trump is the future of the Republican Party, whether he likes it or not, and is a loyal servant and a soldier for the Republican Party, and therefore he will literally do fundraising events for him. He's doing what is good for his career. Exactly.
Child out of wedlock, which wasn't true, but they made a payoff. In legalese, says McCarthy, these payments were legal consideration for entering into non-disclosure agreements. NDAs are common, lawful, a staple of civil law settlements. Alvin Bragg claims that the NDA payments were illegal because they were essentially campaign contributions that exceeded the federal dollar amount limits. There's a problem with this. NDAs, paying somebody for an NDA, which is common practice. It is
I love Ben trying to fucking make this seem like this is a regular NDA for a staffer. Okay? It is not a regular NDA for a staffer. It is a hush money payment to a porn star that he had sex with, that he thought, whether it was correct or not, doesn't matter. He thought if the public knows about this, it might hurt my fucking chances of being elected president. That's it. At that point, it is no longer a regular NDA. Okay? If you personally murdered somebody and then tried to pay a fucking hush money payment to a victim, or not a victim, but a witness, that would still be illegal. Okay? And if you did it by way of your lawyer, paying a fucking and hit it as a retainer, it would still literally be under this exact same statute a crime. That's it. Now you might say this is fucking stupid. Okay? This is a fucking stupid thing to like care about this much. And to that, I agree. I don't think it's that big of a deal, right? Probably one of the unique part of this case is it's probably one of the only consensual instances where Donald Trump has had sex, as far as we know. The NDA was literally written up by the National fucking Enquirer. What's he talking about? The National Enquirer literally brought Daniels and Cohen together to make the NDA. Not a single part of this would be allowed, which is precisely the reason why the 12 jurors actually said that it was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that Trump was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for 34 counts. Oh, this is stupid. I should be able to legally bribe witnesses to my crimes.
Every settlement basically ends with an NDA. Every single legal settlement, from employment law to contract law, every single legal settlement ends with an NDA and money being paid. Whether it's hush money payments like this one, or again, whether it's in any other context, that doesn't make it an election contribution. Bradley Smith was the former FEC chairman, originally appointed to the FEC by Bill Clinton. He wrote, quote, a businessman candidate's intent to protect his public image before an election by settling a lawsuit or other potential legal claim, paying to have old divorce records sealed, settling up contested debts, none of which he has an obligation to pay before or after becoming a candidate, does not make these payments campaign expenditures. If it did, many more politicians than Trump would be in trouble. If the idea is that anything that affects an election is now a campaign expenditure, that would also have consequences the other way. You could literally label your gym workouts campaign expenditures because obviously how you look has an impact on the campaign trail. The idea that anything that has any impact on the election now becomes an election-related expense is totally nuts and unprecedented in American law.
Okay. I don't think it works that way. I don't think it works in the opposite direction. And also beyond that, I do feel like a lot of politicians do play fast and loose with campaign expenditure in general. And you're just saying that the law should be applied evenly, which I'm on board with for the most part. Yeah, like I think that's great. If that's what you want, like, sure. I think it's, maybe I'm crazy, but I think it's fucking ridiculous, like, that you could pay with campaign contributions someone hush money, regardless of what the situation was. It could be a porn star that you had sex with, or it could be any number of different things. Like, I think that that's a ridiculous way to use campaign funds. And if we would have the same level of smoke for others, I would be on board with that. Now, there have been instances where people have been prosecuted under similar situations like we talked about earlier. The difference was they were able to prove in a court of law that it was actually for other reasons and not not directly for their for potentially harming the election outcomes. Donald Trump, on the other hand, as a consequence of constantly doing crimes in the most open way possible and in the most corrupt and most incompetent way possible, could not do that. The reason why he couldn't do that is because he routinely would say, well, just pay her after the election. Who cares? And then we won't have to pay her at all.
But effectively, the judge allowed Bragg to bring these illegal charges. Not only that, the judge then...
Yeah, that part is actually, like, the role reversal shit is usually a stupid argument. And in this case, it's like, it's not, we don't even need to do it. But it is pretty funny to think about, like, Joe Biden paying a porn star hush money and how Ben Shapiro would react if he was criminally convicted by a jury of his peers for paying a porn star hush money by way of his lawyer, who went to jail, by the way. Like, can you imagine that world where Ben Shapiro would be like, dude, what do you mean? Kill him. Like, execute him immediately. What are we talking about? Let's not just throw the book at him. Let's throw the book at him so hard that he dies. Like, what are we talking about here? It's not even a fucking, it's not even a point of contention.
Stack the trial by effectively allowing Alvin Bragg to argue that Trump had already been convicted of some violation of election law, even though he hadn't. So how exactly did he do that? Well, Michael Cohen was brought forward, Trump's former attorney and convicted perjurer. And Cohen...
Once again, Trump's former attorney and convicted perjurer, yes, he was lying for Donald Trump. Just like the other guy, Weiselberg, also was lying for Donald Trump. It seems like Donald Trump pays a lot of people to lie for him, and then they get caught. Now, the difference as to why he's not bringing Weiselberg into the conversation is because Weiselberg is pro-Trump. He was lying for Trump, and he wasn't then turning around and actually throwing Trump under the bus. So that's precisely the reason why he's not talking about Weiselberg, and he's bringing up that Michael Cohen is a convicted perjurer when talking about Michael Cohen. Why? Because Michael Cohen did do perjury and lied for Donald Trump, but then, of course, was a star witness against Donald Trump.
Cohen had already pled guilty to campaign crimes because he thought that was going to allow him to cut a deal with prosecutors to go after Trump.
Very interesting stuff overall. Ben is flailing, not doing a great job. Kind of shameful, really. But in any case, let's get to what time is it? It's time for Brandon the Mac Attack, Jack. That's right. Joe Brandon came out today. He's having a pretty good day so far, I think. And in all of that good graciousness, he decided we have a new comprehensive proposal for a ceasefire. We're going to be talking about that right now.
And we're taking you live to the White House, where, as promised, President Biden is speaking now about the situation in the Middle East. Let's listen in.
Before I begin my remarks, I just want to say a few words about what happened yesterday in New York City. The American principle.
Trump was never actually charged with the campaign finance or influencing the election crimes, just straight bullshit. No. Trump was charged for defrauding the population, for falsely labeling retainer fees that were actually not retainer fees at all, but instead Michael Cohen's hush money repayment. Hush money that Michael Cohen paid porn star Stormy Daniels with the interest of engaging in the election. Hiding the truth from the public. Trump was charged for falsifying documents that were falsified in an effort to close off the paper trail of Michael Cohen paying a porn star hush money because she was about to come out with a story about how she had sex with Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his campaign thought that this would hurt his election chances. They were wrong. I don't think it would have hurt Donald Trump's election chances, but that doesn't change the reality that they still thought that and wanted to pay her hush money. And that's it. All right, let's move on to Joe Brandon. Don't worry. If you're upset about how much I dunked on Trump today, you are going to personally love when I shit on Joe Brandon.
That no one is above the law was reaffirmed. Donald Trump was given every opportunity to defend himself. It was a state case, not a federal case, and it was heard by a jury of 12 citizens, 12 Americans, 12 people like you, like millions of Americans who served on juries. This jury is chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen. It was a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of. The jury heard 5 weeks of evidence, 5 weeks. And after careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty.
He's like, nobody's above the law unless you're Benjamin Netanyahu, in which case you are absolutely above the law and we will defend you. Only Israel as a nation state is above the law, and all of those who are leading the helm on their supposed quote-unquote crimes of genocide will be defended tooth and nail.
On all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should, to appeal that decision just like everyone else has that opportunity. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict. Our justice system has endured for nearly 250 years. And it literally is the cornerstone of America, our justice system. The justice system should be respected, and we should never allow anyone to tear it down. It's as simple as that. That's America. That's who we are. And that's who we'll always be, God willing. Now to another issue. I want
His brain didn't kick in. I sped him up. So he sounds like normal.
to give an update on my efforts to end the crisis in Gaza. For the past several months, my negotiators of foreign policy and intelligence community alike have been relentlessly focused, not just on a ceasefire that would inevitably be fragile and temporary, but on a durable end of the war. That's been the focus, a durable end of this war. One that brings all the hostages home, ensures Israel's security, creates a better day after in Gaza without Hamas in power, and sets the stage for a political settlement that provides a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Now, after intensive diplomacy,
I like you a lot, but how can you say, I like you a lot, but you can say except Netanyahu, but how could USA possibly hold him accountable? Dude, you are not going to hold me accountable at the top of the hour, especially at 4:52, by thinking that this is a fucking adequate way to debate me at 4:52. Okay? That's literally 8 minutes before the top of the hour. At this point, it's such a fucking swing and a miss, dude. Okay? A swing and a goddamn miss. Yeah. Fuck is right. At least come at me with this fucking bullshit like 3 minutes after. You know what I mean? You got so horny to catch me slipping that you slipped and tripped and fell. Okay? Your dick's out now. You slipped out with your dick out. Don't come at me at the top of the hour with this bullshit. Here's a 3-minute ad break coming to you right now. Okay? I did not fail the QTE. Exactly. I fucking nailed the QTE. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Andrew Filer, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you now if you're not lucky enough to get gifted a sub.
carried out by my team, my many conversations with leaders of Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, and other Middle Eastern countries, Israel has offered a comprehensive new proposal. It's a roadmap to an enduring ceasefire and the release of all hostages. This proposal has been transmitted by Qatar to Hamas. Today, I want to lay out its terms for the American citizens and for the world. This new proposal has 3 phases. The first phase would last for 6 weeks. Here's what it would include: a full and complete ceasefire, a withdrawal of Israeli forces from all populated areas of Gaza, release of a number of hostages, including women, the elderly, the wounded, in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. There are American hostages who would be released at this stage, and we want them home. Additional, some remains of hostages who have been killed would be returned to their
Schadenfreude W, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Families, bringing some degree of closure to that terrible grief. Palestinians, civilians would return to their homes, and
it's so crazy because the 3-phase proposal, it might as well been written by fucking Ismail Haniyeh, okay, by Yahya Sinwar, because it is fucking almost identical. Biden's proposal, a permanent end to hostilities, reconstruct Gaza, Bibi's office, Israel will continue its war until all objectives are achieved. I'm not sure how to read this because about a week ago, Bibi explicitly told negotiators it's outside their mandate to end the war. Obviously, this wasn't really Israel's proposal. Either Biden changed the proposal's details as a maneuver to pressure Israel, or it's cynical bullshit. I think I'm cautiously leaning towards the former. Like this proposal, this 3-phase program, many people will look to and say, oh my God, how fucking sick. This is such a cool way to try and end the war, right? If you're like a Brandon fan, if you're a personal Brandon fan, you look at the situation and you say, this is relatively close, or this is a decent way to, at least in the short term, stop the fucking hostilities. When in fact, perhaps you would be shocked to find out Hamas proposes 3-stage 135-day truce and hostage deal leading to war's end. Where was that? When was that suggested? Oh, that's right, the 7th of February. How can you talk about this genocide so casually? Perhaps it is because I've been talking about this genocide for the past 9 months now, every single day, for approximately 5 to sometimes 8, sometimes 10 hours every fucking day. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? Does this mean that, like, this was a reasonable proposal when Hamas proposed it? Was this a reasonable proposal when Hamas proposed it, but people refused to recognize that? But now they're saying that it is a reasonable proposal when Brandon proposes it? Are there also some other scary implications beyond it? Well, I think there are some other scary implications beyond it. But just like on the broadest terms, this is literally an identical proposal, very close to what Hamas has suggested time and time again. All right, let's continue, though. Let's hear what he has to say.
In all areas of Gaza, including in the north. Humanitarian assistance would surge, with 600 trucks carrying aid into Gaza every single day. With a ceasefire, that aid could be safely and effectively distributed.
By the way, I think part of the aid problem, I've been thinking about the pier a lot. I've been wondering, why would they try to rebuild the pier when the pier itself is bringing in no fucking aid? Okay? And I think, personally, the reason why they built the pier was so that they could at least aesthetically claim something to counter the Leahy law. A law that dictates that no country in contravention of human rights laws will ever receive American weapons. And I think the reason why they built the pier was to at the very least say, oh, well, Israel let us build a pier so that we can actually have humanitarian aid flow through it, even though the reality is they're shutting down the crossings, the border crossings, so that they can significantly reduce the number of aid trucks that are going into Gaza. That, like, how can you say Israel is actually stopping the aid from going in? They let us build the pier and the aid can come in through the pier. And I think that's the reason why they like so desperately hold on to this pier. Many people personally think like, oh, it's just for aesthetics. I think there's a more nefarious reason for it. And I think that nefarious reason isn't that like they're sending, weapon shipments through the pier. That's silly. I think you're wrong about that. I think the real nefarious reason is that it has to be, there has to be something tangible that they can point to say Israel is trying its best to bring in aid. Okay? I think that's what it is. Because otherwise, there is no ass covering that you can give Israel in this situation. If there's no other way of entry, if there's no other entry for aid, and Israel controls all of the aid that goes in, then it's directly in the hands of Israel, which is a violation of human rights law. Not letting in aid is such a direct violation of human rights law and an act of egregious collective punishment that even the guy, the Holocaust survivor dude who created the Human Rights Watch, who was not only a Zionist, but also someone who was against the ICJ court case, okay, post October 7. He openly recognizes that he was wrong and has changed his mind on Israel's actions. Okay? The dude who created the Human Rights Watch, who said he was against the South African ICJ court case against Israel doing a genocide, said, no, now I believe Israel is doing a genocide. Why? Because Israel is refusing to send in aid to Gaza. Because that is a clear-cut, definitional violation of international rights, human rights, okay? There is no other way to go around it. And that is a direct violation of the Leahy law in this country, okay? We have a law in the books that if a country is in direct violation of human rights law, international humanitarian law, they cannot get weapons. And I personally think that's why they wanted to desperately hold on to the fucking pier so they could say, oh, well, Israel is trying to make an honest effort to bring in aid, actually. Why isn't anyone doing anything then if they're directly violating human rights? No, I'm saying like even they have to cook the books a little bit. Okay, obviously they don't give a shit about Israel violating human rights law, humanitarian rights. I mean humanitarian law. I'm not saying that they give a shit about the humanity of it. It's not actually about the morality of it. It's the legality of it. Okay? Anyway, for people who are still trying to bait me at the top of the hour, I already ran the 3-minute ad break, guys. So stop. I know it was because someone tried to debate me literally 8 minutes before the top of the hour. That really doesn't add up. The State Department already doctored a report saying Israel wasn't doing human rights violations. No. That report that the State Department came up with was specifically about American weapons being used during Israeli hostilities that may or may not violate international humanitarian law or may constitute war crimes. And that report in and of itself also said, well, we still need Israel to conduct personal self-investigations. They may have done war crimes with our weapons. What I'm talking about is something different. Obviously, there's a lot of rules in conducting yourself in war. There are rules about what targets you can hit. There are rules about what the civilian casualty to like enemy combatant casualty percentages need to look like. Israel's violating all of them. That's one thing. But there's also another side of this. When you are the dominant force, when you're the belligerent, you, for example, like safe zones, right? If you design a safe zone, there are very specific qualifications that you need to uphold for said safe zone, which is why Israel doesn't say it's a safe zone, but says it's a safer zone. Okay? Because a safe zone means there's clean water there. A safe zone means that it will not be attacked. Okay? Israel knowingly will not call it a safe zone because they know they're going to, eventually blow it up like they did in Rafah. Okay? Now, another major no-no is obviously refusing to let aid in. Because aid is going to the civilian population. Aid is going to a civilian population. And if you're stopping aid from going into a civilian population, then it's over. You are in direct violation of international human rights laws. Yesterday, it was leaked by Channel 12 that Bibi's NatSec Council head, Zahi Hanegbi, told the hostage, oh yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. The hostage family's conversation is going to be had as well. But let's continue.
All who need it. Hundreds of thousands of temporary shelters, including housing units, would be delivered by the international community. All that and more would begin immediately. During the 6 weeks of phase 1, Israel and Hamas would negotiate the necessary arrangements to get to phase 2, which is a permanent end to hostilities. Now, I'll be straight with you. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase 1 to phase 2. Israel will want to make sure its interests are protected. But the proposal says if the negotiations take longer than 6 weeks for phase 1, the ceasefire will still continue as long as negotiations continue. In the United States, Egypt and Qatar would work to ensure negotiations keep going. All agreements, until all the agreements are reached and phase 2 is able to begin. Then phase 2 would be an exchange for the release of all remaining living hostages, including male soldiers. Israeli forces would withdraw from Gaza. And as long as Hamas lives up to its commitments, a temporary ceasefire would become, in the words of the Israeli proposal, the cessation of hostilities permanently, end of quote. cessation of hostilities.
It's crazy, man. It's verbatim the fucking Hamas proposal all the way back in February. During the first 45-day phase, all Israeli women hostages, males under 19, the elderly and sick would be released in exchange for female and underage Palestinian security prisoners in Israeli jails. Israel would withdraw troops from the populated areas. Implementation of the second phase would not begin until the sides conclude indirect talks over the requirements needed to end the mutual military operations and return to complete calm. The second phase would include the release of the remaining male hostages and full Israeli withdrawal from all of Gaza. Bodies and remains would be exchanged during the third phase. By the end of the third phase, Hamas would expect the sides to have reached an agreement to an end to the war. The terror group, which governs Gaza, said in an addendum that the proposal sought to release 1,500 prisoners from Israeli jails, a third of whom it wanted to select from a list of Palestinians serving life sentences. The truce would also increase the flow of food trucks and other humanitarian aid to Gaza at a rate of no fewer than 500 trucks per day. Lebanese news outlet Al Akhbar, thought to have ties to Hezbollah, also said it has seen a counterproposal from Hamas, apparently including an addendum with far greater detail on the first phase of the proposal. If this deal that Biden is presenting to you if this deal that Biden is presenting to you seems familiar, it's because it's verbatim almost. Here's what Hamas said, by the way, after this deal. Hamas issued a statement saying it looks positively at what was included in President Biden's speech, mainly his call for a permanent ceasefire, the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip, reconstruction, and an exchange of prisoners. The movement affirms its position of readiness to deal positively and constructively with any proposal based on a permanent ceasefire, complete withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, reconstruction, and the return of the displaced to all their places of residence, and the completion of a serious prisoner exchange deal if the occupation declares its explicit commitment to that. So what happened in the time frame between February 7th or whatever and now? Well, thousands of more Palestinians were ruthlessly slaughtered. Hundreds of Palestinian homes were bombed into oblivion. Rafah happened. Hundreds of civilians in Rafah were mercilessly executed with American weapons. And during that time frame, domestic pressure increased, international pressure increased. The ICC openly came out with a court case against the war cabinet, or at least two prominent members of the war cabinet in Israel. Biden even suggested a red line that he never really enforced and lied about enforcing. So America coming out with this statement is pretty strong. It is kind of even stronger than the Biden red line, the Rafah red line, which he never really actually enforced at all. So one must ask, why is America coming out with this? This is the question. This is the question at hand. It's crazy because they've been saying they've been a million war cabinet meetings of Bibi being as clear as possible. Y'all do not have the mandate to end the war. We're not ending the war. It's not happening, guys. And it's all over Israeli media. In general, Biden is counting on that reporting staying localized. Once again, Brandon's coming out with a statement. And for the most part, as far as we've seen, the Israeli government has said the exact opposite of said statement. So we'll see. Not, I guess, in general. There was a statement made from Bibi after Biden's speech. Biden's speech, Prime Minister says Israeli proposal would bring about Hamas's end and the release of all hostages. In a statement issued immediately after U.S. President Joe Biden's speech calling on Hamas to accept the latest hostage deal proposal and Israel's leader to stand behind it, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office says the Israeli government is united in the desire to return our hostages as soon as possible and is working to achieve this goal. Except yesterday, the hostage family's working negotiator, this is from yesterday, or well, I guess this morning, Israel won't end war for deal to free all hostages, Prime Minister's aide said to tell families. National Security Advisor HasanAbi says it will be possible to free female, elderly, and sick hostages in the coming months, but warns effort to release remainder unlikely to succeed. So why is National Security Advisor HasanAbi saying this moments before Benjamin Netanyahu says, oh yeah, we will actually release the hostages? The current government will not agree to end its war against Hamas in exchange for the release of all the remaining hostages held by the terror group, he said. The message, made during a heated meeting during which HasanAbi reportedly rebuked and insulted the relatives of several hostages, apparently calling them drama queens and yelling at them, appeared to be the first time a top Israeli official was quoted making such an admission. That's really interesting because their actions are, in my opinion, way more powerful than the supposed quotes that they would make directly to fucking hostage families. Because Benjamin Netanyahu can wear the fucking yellow ribbon that means, like, you know, release our hostages, bring them home all day, every day. But his actions say something entirely different. He's trying to kill them for the crime of being next to Palestinians. And they've killed them directly. As we know, 3 of the Israeli hostages were begging for their lives, and the IDF shot and killed them. One of them literally escaped the shooting and was yelling at them like, I'm Israeli, please don't shoot. And they killed him anyway because he didn't sufficiently look Israeli enough, I guess. So it seems like their actions are in direct violation of the statements that they claim to care about, because hostages were never an actual thing that the Israeli government cared about, because Israel hates Arabs and Palestinians more than they love security for Israeli Jews. Okay? The quicker you understand this, the easier it is for you to make sense of it all. Where can I read about that? Which one? The fact that Israel directly shot 3 hostages, aside from bombing however many hostages that have been killed so far? Just Google it. Not only that, I don't understand what Hamas stands to gain with this. I'm going to explain that in a second. Not only that, but you didn't have to look that far. You didn't have to look for a month of Israeli siege on Gaza to start understanding this reality. You could have looked at October 7. On October 7, the first act from the Israeli government wasn't to immediately secure communities that are on the Gaza envelope. It was to start immediately bombing Gaza. That should have been a pretty clear indication that they do not give a fuck about the hostages. And then further reporting came out that Israeli helicopters shot at both hostages and also those with Palestinian, like directly Israeli citizens and Palestinians that had Palestinian resistance groups that had taken hostages. Israeli tanks rolled into kibbutzim and blew up houses full of Israelis that were sheltering from the attacks. This all corresponds to, of course, the Hannibal Directive, which dictates that a live hostage in the hands of the Palestinian resistance is far too valuable, and therefore they're better off dead, which is why Israel's own military objective is to kill the hostage alongside however many Palestinian resistance groups, individuals they can kill, because a hostage means there's a bargaining chip, a point of power to negotiate, because the family members selfishly will go and pressure the Israeli government to return the hostage. Just something to consider. The Hannibal Directive is an anti-Semitic hoax. This message is brought to you by the ADL. Yeah, totally. As far as the question goes, where was it? I don't understand what Hamas stands to gain with all this. Well, since October 7, they have very openly communicated their desires. October 7 was far more successful from their vision, from their perspective, than they ever thought it would be. That's number one. Number two is they thought they would nab a couple people in the forward operating base that they went into, or the surveillance base that they went into, kill a couple IDF people, and then quick in and out, maybe maximum 20 to 50 IDF hostages, and they're done. The security failure on October 7 caused tremendous commotion inside of Israel, allowed even criminal elements to enter into Israel proper, allowed random Palestinian civilians to enter Israel proper. And the death toll was far larger, including the death of 800 civilians. Okay? Nobody expected, Israeli citizens and Hamas and Palestinian resistance groups did not expect there to be no fucking security at the border whatsoever. This is why earlier in October, one of the major points of contention for me, something that I regularly talked about, was the arrogance, the hubris of the Zionist entity causing its own demise, both politically at the global stage with the amount of bloodshed that they've caused that they think will not help them lose favor in the international, in the sights of the global community and the international community, but also that arrogance and that sheer hubris, that dehumanization that they personally believed that the Arab mind is simply not capable of conducting military operations that could harm Israeli citizens' lives, caused them to remove protection from the fucking border, move them over to the West Bank to further dominate the West Bank. This was a major security flaw, which caused the death toll to be much larger. But as far as the Hamas goals goes, since October 7, they've openly communicated that their desires are to A, build a port in Gaza and engage in immediate cessation of hostilities, and last but not least, do a full-blown hostage release, a hostage swap for Palestinian prisoners currently being unjustifiably detained in Israeli detention facilities, including high-profile Palestinian prisoners, and also random Palestinian civilians that have been unjustifiably detained and held hostage. That was their three major goals. And they've made, I believe, around 30 plus, if not 39, negotiations since, calling for a cessation of hostilities and putting forward hostage release negotiations since October 7, including at certain points unconditional release of all Israeli prisoners for the cessation of hostilities, for a ceasefire. Israel denied every single one of them. And in that 8-month time frame, the hostage families and other Israelis started recognizing that, yeah, while we do want to kill as many Palestinians as possible, holy shit, you're killing all of the hostages. You need to fucking calm down. What? And now they have openly mentioned it directly to the hostage families, that they do not give a fuck about the hostages. How do we use this clear objection to rescuing hostage by Bibi to respond to Zionists who say all eyes on hostages, save the hostages, etc.? Like, how can we get Zionists to understand that you cannot both support Bibi's war strategy and to claim to care about the hostages? In the Western world, it's going to be impossible to make those who defend Israel understand that Israel doesn't give a shit about the hostages, because I don't think they care about the hostages either. I think that because they are not directly related to said hostages, or maybe some might be, they are far removed from thinking about the humanity of the hostages and care more about Israel's military objective. Why are we acting like all of Israel was on a day off and Hamas didn't do a thing to get over the wall? No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that the amount of security that normally is supposed to be on that border that people take for granted was definitely not there. Some of the troops had been directed to operate in the West Bank instead. This does not mean that there weren't any fucking military activity on the border at all. It simply means that they were immediately overwhelmed. Another goal, as is the stated goal of any sort of action against Israeli military or even civilians, is to make the occupation feel costly. Because anytime civilians die or anytime soldiers die, that creates political pressure for the Israeli cabinet, for the Israeli war cabinet, but also for the Israeli government in general. That is the political aim of all Palestinian resistance groups, is to remind Israel that you cannot keep maintaining this apartheid, which is inherently unjust and inherently violent, without incurring some kind of penalty for it. And the penalty being that maybe your civilians won't feel comfortable. Maybe your population won't feel comfortable. They'll have to run into a fucking bunker when the bomb sirens go off in Israel proper. That is the goal. The goal is to say, we're still here, you're still killing us, and you can't do it without penalty. That was the overarching objective of October 7 as well. And no, I do not believe that October 7 is an inside job. I don't. I think it's just hubris. It is just pure hubris. It is Israeli government officials and military officials thinking, or rather believing their own fucking propaganda about the inhumanity and the barbaric nature of the Palestinian Arab. That they are simply too uncivilized to be able to conduct a fucking real military operation that could ever harm Israeli civilians. They got complacent and comfortable with their surveillance technology. They got complacent and comfortable with everything that they had done to maintain the apartheid, thinking that no one could ever defy the apartheid. And I think that their reaction to October 7, the immediate reaction to October 7, was also out of that same Zionist project. The notion that you have one speed. You just don't even think about the Israeli civilians. You don't think about the babies. You don't think about the children. You don't think about anybody and anything at all. You only think about punishing Arabs across the board. I can only speak. That's just the idea of rules of engagement in urban areas too. When you enter a building, you go in shooting. You shoot anything that moves is genocidal. I can only speak from experiences with Israelis. However, many have this biblical notion that the military pressure will bring them home. It takes a lot of work to dismantle, and in a lot of ways, you need to have them walk through the logic themselves. Like, what interest does Hamas have in releasing the hostages if the war doesn't end? If they don't regain control of Gaza, the next best thing is the continuation of their political strengthening that comes with the war. There was a fuck ton of people in Hawara and very few on the border. The Hogwatch definitely won't, but some who aren't as dedicated to his cult of personality have still absorbed that logic, and you can get to them. Or you're 100% spot on. There is no other war, lol. There's only Bibi's war. Okay, stop talking to each other. No more sharing notes. You got to share it with the class. What is happening? Okay. Check link. Anyway, just something to consider. This is why I've been yelling about the nefarious, cynical, gross way in which those who defend the Zionist project have consistently talked about the motherfucking hostages as though they give a single shit, as the Israeli government's military actions in the Gaza Strip is shredding them by the fucking hundreds. Okay? If you gave a fuck about the hostages, you would literally be demanding a ceasefire instantly. Anyone who stands against that proposal does not care about the hostages. Israeli hostages, I mean. Oh my God. Breaking news. Gilad Erdan, to end tenure as UN envoy, declines offer to stay in U.S. as Washington ambassador. Oh no, all of our goats are gone. My goats. Mister, if you don't let me do genocide in Gaza, you are doing my own personal Holocaust. That man. All of our colorful personalities are getting dropped left and right. And now Erdogan? What the fuck? Bro. We lost Eilon Levy to a potato. We lost Jonathan Concuncrius. And now Gilad Erdan. Devastating news. In 2017, where Erdogan was NATSEC minister, he ordered his police to move in and demolish a Bedouin village in the Negev. The police were met with protesters and ended up murdering a 47-year-old math teacher while he was leaving because he couldn't watch his house get destroyed. Then they proceeded to claim he was in ISIS. No cops were ever punished, obviously. Bibi only apologized to the family 3 years later during his corruption shit, saying the man was falsely accused of his crimes. He just like me. God, Israeli politics is so insane. Here's what Ben had to say about this proposal, by the way. Biden's outline of the supposed hostage ceasefire deal as proposed is clearly trash. There's literally zero chance that the Israeli government proposed this deal from the Biden deal in the form Biden articulates. No Israeli government could propose leaving Hamas as the government of Gaza, as this deal does. If any Israeli government did, it would bring down the government immediately. Furthermore, Biden is a liar. The idea that members of the Israeli government don't care about the hostages is a vicious falsehood designed to throw support behind Hamas or to collapse the government from within, which is Biden's real goal. Biden saying that Israel must not pursue total victory over Hamas is absolutely outrageous. Those are the words of an imbecile and a moral coward. Stating that leaving Hamas in place somehow brings enduring peace is Orwellian in its evil. Let's get back to this Biden is Hamas guy.
Hostilities permanently. Finally, in phase 3, a major reconstruction plan for Gaza would commence. And any final remains of hostages.
What? Their message got deleted by Fossabot? I'm a Palestinian citizen of Israel, and there's something important to mention. Did you know that the girl from the Negev who was injured by shrapnel during the Iranian attack is now in the hospital? Her condition is very critical between life and death, and her house was also damaged in the attack while she was now in the hospital. An order was accepted to demolish her house, like a lot of the houses in the Negev right now. The only democratic country in the Middle East, my ass. Oh, yeah, we talked about this. Also, it's ironic because, like, this person posting this is like directly illegal in Israel. False about time them out, but like what they're doing right now, posting this shit as a Palestinian citizen of Israel, could get him in trouble with the Israeli authorities. It's not even a joke. The very same beacon of democracy, Israel, has arrested people for less.
Who've been killed will be returned to their families. That's the offer that's now on the table. And what we've been asking for. It's what we need. The people of Israel should know they can make this offer without any further risk to their own security because they've devastated Hamas forces over the past 8 months. At this point, Hamas no longer is capable of carrying out another October 7th. It's one of the Israelis' main objectives in this war, and quite frankly, a righteous one. I know there are those in Israel who will not agree with this plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. Some are even in the government coalition. And they've made it clear they want to occupy Gaza, they want to keep fighting for years, and the hostages are not a priority to them. Well, I've urged the leadership in Israel to stand behind this deal, despite whatever pressure comes. And to the people of Israel, let me say this. As someone who's had a lifelong commitment to Israel, as the only American president who's ever gone to Israel in a time of war, as someone who just sent the U.S. forces to directly defend Israel when it was attacked by Iran, I ask you to take a step back and think of what will happen if this moment is lost. We can't lose this moment. Indefinite war in pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will not bring Israel, will only bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel.
He's been the most coherent in a while. Bro, it's because I sped him up. This is what he actually sounds like.
Isolation in the world. That will not bring hostages home. That will not bring an enduring defeat of Hamas. That will not bring Israel lasting security. But a comprehensive approach that starts with this deal will bring hostages home and will lead to more secure Israel.
Bro, this fucking proposal could have been addressed early October. What changed? What changed, Brandon? Now, the real question is, what will you do to follow through if Israel says fuck you to this? Which it seems like it probably will. That's the real question. You didn't enforce a red line in Rafah. What will you do to enforce this proposal? His poll numbers are what changed. I mean, his poll numbers have been disastrous. He's just refusing to recognize it.
And once a ceasefire and hostage deal is concluded,
I think this will backfire on Israel again. Just like the red line. I've been covering this shit nonstop, super fucking close, as you guys know. And one thing I've been trying to figure out is what changed in the eyes of the American public that white women started posting about all eyes on Rafah, even if it's a fucking AI image, okay? And I think it's partially because Biden mistakenly said, I have a red line on Rafah, which caused a lot of the Democrats to jump early and basically turn around and go, oh yeah, Biden is doing something. And then they even went forward with with one ammunition deployment, stopping like one singular fucking ammo dump. So it caused people to go, oh wait, we can say no to Israel. Never mind. Not at all. We have eyes. Wait, what? What are you still fucking chirping about, generally speaking? You haven't shut the fuck up all day, okay? I already showed you Tulsi Gabbard is a relentless Israel dick rider. We see the genocide. No, my point is they didn't. Okay. Before Rafah, there was a genocide still. Okay. I know you agree with me on Israel, but it doesn't matter. Even before Rafah, there was a genocide. What I'm trying to say is what actually changed that, like, you saw another wave of support. And I think it's because Brandon said that there was a red line. Republicans started chirping at him. Americans immediately fell back into their comfortable political polarization, saw Republicans on television be like, no, we have to unconditionally support Israel. And for a brief moment, it felt like the Democrats weren't unconditionally dick riding Israel. Just for a brief second. We obviously understand that that was bullshit to begin with. But many people, for the first time ever, saw, oh, okay, you can do restrictions. Like, it gave people the permission to go, oh, yeah, we could restrict Israel a little bit. And I think the reason why Rafah changed the equation a little bit is because this dumb fuck said that there was a red line and stopped one weapons shipment. One! Which I think could have been done months ago. And I think that's the reason why you started seeing all the Barbers and the Deborahs fucking post about Rafah. And all of the content creators and all of the celebrities that you didn't hear anything from for months come out and basically lean on the crowd and go, oh, we are all united on this. Now we can actually say it. I think that's what it is. As someone who follows this shit closely, that's my only, this is a speculation, of course, but this is what I think. What I now think is that this additional move that Israel might violate again will cause even more people to get mad at Israel. Okay? Because if Israel does what Israel does all the time, and they have stated that they have an intention of staying in Gaza until 2025, at least January 2025, I think if Israel follows along with that agenda of total victory, even more Barbaras and Deborahs are going to get involved and say, that's crazy. We're done. This is over. It's done. Israel does not understand the power that the Swifties have. I know it sounds stupid to say it like that, but it's something that I've brought up earlier in this conflict, in this genocide, which many yelled at me about. But I understand the power that white women hold. Okay? This motherfucking government is going after Ticketmaster. When's the last time they actually effectively prosecuted a monopoly, man? Are you fucking kidding me? The only time that these guys actually work against capital is when the Swifties are on board. And now you got fucking Swifties saying Taylor Swift say something about Gaza. I'm half joking when I say this. So does Biden get credit for doing the right thing after people pressured him? We know pressure works. Doing this deal is good. I was happy when I saw it. Am I dumb? No, I mean, I'm not going to fucking give Biden any credit for this. This is 36,000 dead children on his hands. I would have given him credit if he did this in October. Fuck it, November. But I am not the average voter. I'm not the median voter. I'm not going to be the same person that might be swayed to vote for Joseph Robinette Brandon come November. Many people have a different calculation than myself. Disagree, it's TikTok who's causing all this. Man, TikTok has been chirping about fucking Gaza, and it's very powerful of a tool to motivate people and to change people's minds. I'm not discounting TikTok at all. I'm saying what changed between Rafah and before Rafah. Pre-Rafah, pre-tent massacre, there was a lot of buildup, a lot of momentum, but it seemingly went nowhere. Post-Rafah, post-tent massacre, something legitimately changed. I say this as someone who only has the capacity to view this from, my own personal framework, my own personal perspective. Do you understand? Yeah. TikTok has been literally up Israel's ass for the past 8 months, so much so that Congress moved to ban it and openly stated, we're banning it because we can't control TikTok, and the kids are pro-Hamas now. Student encampments didn't do it. The Flower Massacre didn't do it. The World Central Kitchen aid workers being killed didn't do it. So why did the Tent Massacre do it? That's my question. That's all I'm stating. I think it was the headless baby that did it, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if everyone saw the headless baby. I think that played a role in it. But I think the major role is that when, no matter how hard we try as a collective, both on TikTok, no matter how hard we try to mobilize grassroots, we still do not have a fraction of the influence that the government has and mainstream media has. Okay? They can, like, it's as if they fire on all cylinders. When they make a statement, it's far more consequential. That's why I think Biden's change of pace, even remotely in the direction of seemingly punishing Israel or seemingly demanding Israel dial it back a little bit, caused this massive sea change. I think Biden said it, Rafah is the red line. People saw babies being slaughtered in Rafah and we're like, what the fuck? Where's your red line now? Anyway, it doesn't really matter ultimately because things are really fucked up regardless. But the only reason why I talked about this is because I think Biden coming out with this statement is massive as well. And I personally think that this, depending on how Israel moves from this point on, if Israel does what Israel has been doing, will cause its downfall completely, like utter destruction of the Israeli political apparatus in its entirety. If Israel follows through on the proposal, I mean, Netanyahu is over no matter what, but maybe they can return to like some semblance of liberal Zionism under Benny Gantz's leadership. That's it. That's my take.
It unlocks the possibility of a great deal more progress, including calm along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The United States will help forge a diplomatic resolution, one that ensures Israel's security and allows people to safely return to their homes without fear of being attacked. With the deal, a rebuilding of Gaza will begin. Arab nations and the international community, along with Palestinian and Israeli leaders, to get it done in a manner that does not allow Hamas to rearm. And the United States will work with our partners to rebuild homes, schools, and hospitals in Gaza, to help repair communities that were destroyed in the chaos of war. And with this deal, Israel could become more deeply integrated in the region, including, it's no surprise to you all, including a potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia. Israel could be part of a regional security network to counter the threat posed by Iran. All this progress would make Israel more secure, with Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create the conditions for a different future, a better future for the Palestinian people, one of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom. This path is available. once the deal is struck. Israel will always have the right to defend itself against the threats to its security and to bring those responsible for October 7th to justice. And the United States will always ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. If Hamas fails to fulfill its commitments under the deal, Israel can resume military operations. But Egypt and Qatar have assured me, and they are continuing to work to ensure that Hamas doesn't do that. And the United States will help ensure that Israel lives up to their obligations as well. That's what this deal says. That's what it says. And we'll do our part. This is truly a decisive moment. Israel has made their proposal. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal. For months, people all over the world have called for a ceasefire. Now it's time to raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table, agrees to this deal, and end this war that they began. Of course, there'll be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal.
Wait, what?
Ready to deal? That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal.
Wait.
It says it wants to see, we'll do our part. This is truly a decisive moment. Israel has made their proposal. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal.
Where did he say it? Wait.
For months, people all over the world have called for a ceasefire. Now it's time to raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table.
Bro, what? Bro. Yo.
To raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table.
The fuck? Is okay. I mean, what the okay, dude? I mean, it's just you just accidentally said it, dude. He just stuttered, bro. He's not saying like I need to get over there. This is how we find out that Brandon and his team have been watching. Brandon and his team have been watching nonstop. Joe Brandon was an old school HasanAbi head.
Agrees to this deal and end this war that they began.
It's crazy that he's saying that like Hamas come to the table and end this war that they began. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? You are number one, directly verbatim proposing their proposal, like exactly the identical one since like February. 2, they've had numerous proposals from the jump since early October that Israel has said no to. What planet is this motherfucker living on?
Of course, there'll be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal. Past 8 months have marked heartbreaking pain. Pain of those whose loved ones are slaughtered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Hostages and their families waiting in anguish. Ordinary Israelis whose lives were forever marked by the shattering event of Hamas's sexual violence and ruthless brutality. And the Palestinian people have endured sheer hell in this war. Too many innocent people have been killed, including thousands of children. Far too many have been badly wounded. We all saw the terrible images from the deadly fire in Rafah earlier this week, following an Israeli strike against targeting Hamas. And even as we work to surge assistance to Gaza, with 1,800 trucks delivering supplies these last 5 days, 1,800, the humanitarian crisis still remains. I know this is a subject on which people in this country feel deep, passionate convictions, and so do I. This has been one of the hardest, most complicated problems in the world. There's nothing easy about this, nothing easy about it. Through it all, though, the United States has worked relentlessly to support Israeli security, to get humanitarian supplies into Gaza, to get a ceasefire and a hostage deal to bring this war to an end. Yesterday, with this new initiative, we've taken an important step in that direction. I want to level with you today as to where we are and what might be possible. But I need your help. Everyone who wants peace now must raise their voices and let the leaders know they should take this deal, work to make it real, make it lasting, and forge a better future out of the tragic terror attack and war. It's time to begin this new stage. For the hostages to come home.
I think the border incident with Egypt might have had an additional effect on top of the Rafah massacre. Oh, politically speaking, yes. I wasn't talking about that. I was only talking about like the public pressure and why it changed a little bit. And if you've been paying close attention since October 7, you probably also noticed a major shift happening, like far greater than even after the war, after the World Central Kitchen massacre, even after the Flower massacre, like far greater. Post Rafah, it was genuinely shocking how many Americans all of a sudden were like caught up to speed functionally, even if they weren't actually caught up to speed. I already talked about it. Hamas said yes to this and said, this is great. We're on board. They said that they look positively to this, of course. Why wouldn't they? The proposal is identically fucking ripped from one of their prior proposals. So I don't really understand what changed. Hamas states it views Biden's proposal for enduring ceasefire positively. Israel PM, we will continue the war until our objectives are met. Western officials, Hamas need to accept the ceasefire deal. Yeah. I wonder why they're doing that. It's just odd. How odd. They're the spoilers. I'm going to say how odd that Biden's proposal looks very close to the one Hamas made 4 months ago, and yet they still try to act like they're the ones not negotiating instead of Israel. There's a possibility. I'm confused. President Biden announced a peace plan he claims Israel agrees with and says the burden is now on Hamas to accept. Just a few hours later, Netanyahu tweets a very different plan. Was Biden blowing smokes again? The prime minister authorized a negotiating team to present a proposal to that end, which would also enable Israel to continue the war until all of its objectives are achieved, including the destruction of Hamas' military and governing capabilities. The actual proposal put forward by Israel, including the conditional transition from one phase to the next, allows Israel to uphold these principles. I mean, it's not like Hamas cares about how the U.S. rhetoric treats them, and Biden knows that. This move, if the U.S. is not bullshitting and continues being clear about ending the war, pretends to throw the ball to Hamas's court, when in pretty much every way, it's literally Israel's right now. It's always been, though. That's the problem. The negotiations, on the negotiations process, on the negotiation side, there's only been one instance before this Biden proposal where Hamas seemingly said no to a negotiation when they had a decent political leverage. And that was actually yesterday. I believe it was yesterday where Hamas said no to Israel's like counter proposals, saying, we don't give a fuck. You guys are not being serious about this. You need to stop bombing Rafah if you want to have this conversation. That was yesterday. It was one of the few instances where Hamas actually said no to the negotiations. I didn't even know how fucked it was in Palestine until watching you talk regularly about it last year, even before October 7. I just thought it was a regular old war and not literally Nazi shit going on. There are plenty of people who are exactly like you even at this moment. There are people who don't know that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. There are plenty of people who are just completely oblivious to all the fucking realities of the world. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. New low even for you. Listen, you don't even know how low I can go, baby. Remember in 2021 when Biden told Israel to stop it and they stopped rather than walking on eggshells bullshit? Yes, I do remember. King Henry the Fourth, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, going back to the situation. Most people are too busy with their own lives to care about what's going on halfway around the world. Sad but true. That's why awareness is important. Yes, this too much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Isn't this an American diplomacy and leadership W, though? Like, there don't seem to be any other world powers with the moral courage to step in. Wait, what? Dude, I think people are fucking, like, insane, right? Bro, Biden hasn't even actually enforced a ceasefire yet and merely presented it after straight up ripping the Hamas proposal from fucking 4 months ago, 5 months ago. We seem to be helping in peace. No, we're helping in genocide, chatter. Whose bombs are being dropped on the Palestinians for the past fucking 8 months? Are you out of your mind? What the fuck are you saying? The notion that other countries simply have not made serious political steps is ridiculous. The only reason why you don't know about that, I guess, even though you're in here and you hear me talk about it every fucking day at the UN General Assembly or the UN Security Council, is precisely because America keeps vetoing them. So no, America is the fucking major villain in this situation. What the fuck are you talking about? South Africa literally launched a massive genocide case at the ICJ against Israel. Every other country but the United States of America has actually complained about Israel's actions and tried to stop Israel from doing what the fuck it's doing, with the exception of America and its major dick riders. The U.S. has blocked every resolution, denied funding to UNRWA, given all of the weapons to Israel to continue its bloodshed. No, of course, but it's never been so clearly about ending the war. Last time it was mostly vague, sustained quiet. Again, this relies on the U.S. being serious, but pretending this is Israel's proposal and outwardly interpreting it as a permanent cessation of hostilities makes this much more serious than other instances, in my opinion? Yes. I think that's the major difference here. I don't know what the fuck they told Israel, but ultimately, the way that this is being portrayed in Western media right now, the way that this is being portrayed in Western media is Biden bravely is standing against Israel's genocide now. Enough is enough, is what he's saying. He's not saying that it's a genocide, but like libs will absolutely see this as like, look, Biden is doing the right thing finally, which is good because that will unironically add to the pressure that Israel doesn't seem to feel at all, but it will create more pressure. It is not about what Biden has presented, okay? It is not about what Biden has presented. It is about how it's being read by the public. And the fact that he said ceasefire, 3-point plan for permanent cessation of hostilities is fucking game over for Israel. If Israel's two options: follow through on the genocide and completely dismantle Israel, completely, or follow through on Biden's proposal, okay, slowly but surely, and try to retain some semblance of the apartheid that it had pre-October 7, which will also be relatively difficult to maintain. Israel's actions after October 7 started a sequence of events that genuinely changed its political trajectory and its history permanently. Do you understand? Israel's reaction to October 7 ended the Zionist project. Ended the Zionist project in the way that it existed, rather. From this day on, it will never be the same. Not this day on, specifically October 8. And that is why whenever people fucking ask me, Hasan, how can you be so cheerful when you're seeing all this death and destruction? How can you maintain your optimism in all of this death and destruction? It's because I know what things used to look like before October 7, and I know what things used to look like for those who recognize the humanity of Palestinians 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, in 2021. There has never been, ever in the history, in the 76 years of the existence of the state of Israel, there has never been this level of open criticism and transparency in the Western world in regards to what Israel is doing. You know nothing. No, people with similar problems are looking on. Greetings from Ireland. What? Talk to TVP Groiper. Talk to Nick JF. He's not the genocidal caricature you think he is. You know how much the media demonizes pro-Palestinian voices like us, and that's exactly what they've been doing to dissidents like him. Nick J. Fuentes, the Holocaust-denying, booger-eating Nazi? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you think my name is Stephen Bonarelli Destiny? Dumb fuck? You think I'll fucking align with a Nazi? What are you, insane? Go back to eating chicken and waffles with debate lords, okay? The very same reasons as to why I hate Zionism as an ideology is the exact same reasons as to why I hate Nick J. Fuentes. The only difference is he hates Jews with the same severity and dehumanizes Jews as a monolithic entity with the same severity that Israel and Zionists hate Palestinians and Muslims. which is ironic because I'm pretty sure he also hates Palestinians and Muslims too. He just seemingly hates Jews marginally more. Both of these ideologies are fascist. Barack Obama's tweet killed his mother-in-law. Jesus Christ. I do agree with you as a Palestinian that there has been no solidarity with Palestine as it is right now, but 40,000 is so much I can't bear that. No, I understand. But we can't stop the chain of events that unfolded. What we can do is make sure that the 40,000 ruthlessly slaughtered and their deaths are not in vain. Okay? That's why I try to maintain my revolutionary optimism in this regard. What I mean when I say that no matter what happens post October 7, Israel's political trajectory changed permanently. What I mean isn't that like the apartheid will be dissolved tomorrow. Okay? What I actually mean is that there will always be far greater consequences for Israel than ever before, even if they try to maintain a liberal Zionist prospect for the apartheid, even if they try to clean up and manicure the most violent aspects of its apartheid, it does not matter. You cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. Yes, you are correct, Chatter. Pandora's box has been opened in this regard. Because for 76 years, Israel has been doing this same shit. Not to the same severity, but all that needed to happen was for the Western world to start recognizing it. Okay? And when that dam broke and people started paying attention, they started going, wait a minute, what? What do you mean they have to have a Jewish ethno-state? The fuck? What do you mean they got a cum squad at the Israeli Defense Forces that just like sucks the semen out of the dicks of fallen IDF soldiers? What are you saying? What do you mean they got like fucking checkpoints over there in the West Bank and they got like the Jewish version of the KKK doing fucking pogroms and lynch mobs like we did in the South? What do you mean Palestinians have to collect rainwater and then the Israeli government comes in and takes their rainwater away because they want to fucking ensure that they only have a certain amount of water? Like, what are we talking about here? This isn't fucking things that we do in 2024. This is not a respectable Western adjacent country in the way that it conducts itself. All it took was for people to pay attention to what the fuck was going on. And once they recognize it, they can't get it out of their fucking minds. Verify this cum squad thing, please. Everything I say, you get. What are you talking about? Cum squad? The goon platoon, man. The motherfucking goon platoon. How are there people who have been fucking watching for as long as they have not know about the goddamn goon platoon? You've been here for 3.5 years, bro. You had to have heard me talk about it over the last fucking 8 months. Seaman Team 6? Bro, don't make me pull out the fucking beautifully made Goon Squad video. By the way, this is from the Israeli government's own YouTube page. Okay? Don't make me play this again.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack. But a gripping fear prickles through Shiley's entire body, and it's outside their bedroom window. Her husband, Yahav, fights the danger as Shiley runs, leaving everything behind to protect their baby, Shaya. She hides from the terrorist hunting her for 27 hours, terrified, praying that the love of her life will survive. She clings to hope that she won't need to raise their newborn alone. 4 days later, her heart shatters. She hugs Shaya tightly and knows she must fulfill Yahav's dream to create more life. So Shiley puts out a call for the unthinkable, to retrieve his seed and be able to continue.
I want to fucking explain something to you. This is the Israeli government. I'm going to reiterate it again. This is the Israeli government that put this fucking out. As in, like, what a wonderful thing that we're doing. Shiley said, I have 2 hours to get my husband's sperm sample after he sacrificed his life. Who can help?
Continue growing their family. She's in her own war against time, and the crowd leaps into action to complete her desperate mission. But it's too late. Shiley did everything she could to save her family. We still have time to save ours. Bring our children back now.
Israel's Minister of Communications calls on the IDF to cut off the foreskins of Hamas fighters as revenge, as David did with the Philistines in the Tanakh. I am not joking. This is a real post by a verified account of an Israeli cabinet minister. Here's the full account. Two questions immediately come to mind, though. What the fuck is going on with the obsession with penises and cum? First, we found out that there's a cum retrieval squad, okay, within the IDF. The Jork Squad, bro. Look, Health Ministry caused red tape for sperm retrieval from sons killed in war. The Health Ministry has set up a special unit that works 24/7 with the IDF to notify families of the option of PSR and set it up quickly as possible following the death of their son or husband. IDF that is doing post-mortem cum extraction. And now there's this newfound obsession with, like, what? Cutting off the circumcising the Hamas fighters. What this shows me is the hilariously racist Israeli government officials do not know that Muslims also get circumcised, because, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna cut off the forces of the Hamas fighters as revenge, and then what? Muslims also get circumcised. So what's going on there? Bro, stop sending me. Check this out. I'm not going to watch a Spotify podcast, brother. I'm sorry. Like, is it fucked up that I want to know how? We already investigated it. They can either cut your ball sack and, like, I think retrieve it that way, or put a fucking cattle prod up your asshole and force you to ejaculate one last time with electrical shock. Both are fucking insane, but also just nut before you go to battle. Like, if you want to do genocide that bad, just fire one off before you go do genocide. What are we doing? It makes no damn sense. Has to be farm to table. All right. Today, President Biden put forward a clear, realistic, and just plan to establish an immediate ceasefire and end the war in Gaza. A plan that ensures Israel's security, return hostages taken on October 7th to their families, increase aid into Gaza, and relives the suffering of Palestinian civilians and engages Israelis, Palestinians, Arab countries, and the broader international community in the whole process of rebuilding Gaza. A ceasefire alone won't ease the terrible pain of Israelis whose loved ones were butchered and abducted by Hamas, or the Palestinians whose families have been shattered by the subsequent war. It won't resolve the longstanding conflict. I like that, Hamas is butchering, but Israelis aren't even mentioned. Palestinians whose families have been shattered by the subsequent war. What happened? Is that not butchering? What is that then? It's just not butchering. You don't understand. It's different. Anyway, let's get into the nitty gritty. I don't want to read the rest of the shit.
We are learning more about Israel's proposed deal. It includes a ceasefire, the return of all remaining hostages, and next phases for Gaza once the war has ended. Hamas, on their part, has released a statement saying that they are ready to work with the new proposal. CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb has more.
Well, this is an extraordinary development that it seems, at least, that Israel has agreed to or is even putting forward this multi-phase process, which would not only see the release of hostages, but would also see an end to the war and a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. This is seismic, huge. The ball now in Hamas's court. Hamas will have to come to the table eventually and say whether or not they accept this deal. I will remind you that a few weeks ago, Hamas did accept a deal, which is not too
I'm losing my fucking mind that, like, the media is just collectively engaging in this very obvious consent manufacturing. It's just like, how can you say the two things at the same time? He's about to say, oh, it's very close to what Hamas accepted.
Similar from this one, although the Israeli government said that it, quote, fell far short of their expectations, and yet here we are. Now, I also want to point out the timing of this announcement from the president. Here in Israel, it is Shabbat, the Sabbath, in which many Israelis are at home. Many are not engaging with electronics. They aren't looking at their phones. They're not watching the news. And so for many of them, including...
Yeah, bro, Biden did this. Biden the anti-Semite. Yes, bro, he did this on a Saturday. He snuck this on him. You see that? Brandon, the motherfucking anti-Semite. He didn't do this because he wanted to drop it on a Friday with the least amount of fucking media coverage on it, when the least amount of eyeballs are on it. He did this specifically because Friday is actually Saturday in Israel, which means, many Jews are not going to be on their phones. Masterful gambit, dude. It's definitely that other thing and not the first thing that I mentioned. You're losing anti-Semitic of the week to Biden now? Yeah. Oh, 100p.
Israeli politicians, they will be learning about this in around 24 hours now, from sunset on Saturday, when they will switch back on their phones and read the news and watch the news and come to understand what this agreement is. And the reason I say this is interesting choreography is, from what it sounds like, is that the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has reached this agreement with the President of the United States. But we also heard from the President calling out, if you will, the extreme elements within the Israeli government. And it does seem like that whatever this deal was not with them involved. whatever the case, this is a potentially huge moment in this nearly 8-month war in which so many lives have been lost, 1,200 on October 7th, and of course, well over 36,000 in Gaza. Of course, the situation in Gaza is incredibly dire. The people there saying they just want to see the violence to end, and this appears to be the closest we've been. Lana.
All right, MTS tie up for us in East Jerusalem. Thanks, MTS.
If Nikki Haley's comments are made by a private citizen and therefore don't require any comment from you, why did this administration criticize people who spoke out in favor of those in Palestine demanding a ceasefire and were quite vocal? What's the difference?
When did we do that?
I interviewed the Israeli filmmaker this week, and the PR people behind the movie sent me a letter demanding we remove the parts he criticized the Israeli government. Lame. Bro, the Israeli government, many people don't know this because Israel is the most moral and the best democracy in the world, not just the Middle East, like literally better than anybody else. But many people don't even realize how fucking censorious the Israeli government is. Like, it came out recently, as you guys know, that Local Call 972 magazine and The Guardian released this bombshell investigative reporting about how the Mossad was actively threatening, blackmailing, and trying to fucking remove from power, or at the very least, like, infiltrate and subvert the investigation that the International Criminal Court was conducting against Israel. Then there's an addition to this story. It turns out a Haaretz piece and a Haaretz investigative reporting on this exact same thing, because this happened for 10 years, literally was written 2 fucking years ago. And they threatened the reporter. They were like, bro, you will go to prison if you fucking write this article. Here it is. Oh, wait, no, this isn't that article, but this is this the marker, not Haaretz, but the same thing? This is a different article. So Haaretz the other day got censured again. So then they just released it with the censures, with the fucking bars. This is a different one though, but it goes along with the same thing. They just they fucking straight up go nutty mode. Here it is. New twist on the Mossad intimidation of the ICC. Haaretz said it had the story in 2022. Israeli government officials used emergency powers to prevent the story from being published. Reporter told he would suffer the consequences of publication. Best motherfucking democracy in the world, bitch. This is what I mean when I say you show this shit to an American or anyone in the Western world, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? If I told you Israel's doing this shit 5 years ago in a progressive circle, you would look at me and go, that's an anti-Semite. Fuck, man. Your name is Hasan. That tracks. Okay? Right now, though, 8 months after Israel's genocide in Gaza, when you fucking hear about this, you're like, oh my God, this is insane, but it makes sense. It's par for the course. That's the difference. And it's impossible for me not to see that reality, that fucking genuine change of attitude. No, it's a different article that was recently censored. The thing you're talking about is the 2022 Haaretz sister outlet, The Marker. Yeah, Yossi Cohen being kicked out of the Congo. They wrote about it in 2022. The story included details but was censored. The same journalist wanted to publish about this after the IC thing came out, but was censored again. Look. Haaretz reporter had the story of the Mossad chief threatening the top ICC prosecutor, but the Israeli authorities said if he published it, he'd suffer the consequences and get to know the interrogation rooms of the Israeli security authorities from the inside. Gur Megiddo is the guy who was the reporter on this. How the Israeli security nixed Haaretz's report into alleged Mossad extortion of international court prosecutor. In 2022, Haaretz was about to publish the details of the affair, but the security officials thwarted it. The revelations could not have come at a worse time for Israel. It's just crazy. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I love that they basically threaten Israelis by saying, we're going to treat you like a Palestinian if you don't shut the fuck up. It is cartoonish evil. Is this chat in subs mode only? No. Anyway, this is Bassem Tamimi, which is Ahed Tamimi's father, I think, but they're not allowing that article to be written either. So Haaretz was like, "Fuck you," and then they released the censored version. Anyway, please make it subs only. No.
That? Well, do you want to talk about the number of times that they were described as anti-Semitic? Even any time there was a pro-Palestinian protest, it seemed to be that the administration was quite happy.
you were conflating 6 different things, and your question is a little bit not on the level. Let's talk about the facts here. Protests, whether they be on college campuses or elsewhere, they inherently are not anti-Semitic. There have been, of course, over the
Fat Sagar back at it again.
Course of these protests been imagery, there have been chants, there have been slogans, there have been signage that has been anti-Semitic.
He's the weakest out of all of them. Him and the woman, I forget what her name is, are literally the worst. Like, and the worst isn't like you could tell that they're fucking, that their heart's not in it. You know what I mean? Is it Sabrina Singh? I don't know what her name is. Whatever. Is you got pointy white guy, you got Kirby, pointy white guy Matt Miller, you got the lady, and you got Fat Sagar. No, not Karine Jean-Pierre, man. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about State Department spokespersons and like the NSC. Sabrina Singh and Fat Sagar are the 2 worst ones. They are just literally giving up. Matt Miller is also pretty bad. Matt Miller is also pretty bad. Nobody touches Kirby. Kirby is with it. Kirby is so fucking genocidal. He is literally like, I wish I was there. Just put me in a fucking, strap me to a JDAM and guide me directly into a Palestinian mosque. I am with it. Okay? He's like, guide me like your precision guided missiles. I want to kill as many Palestinians as I personally can. That's why I hate him the most. He is so evil. He is so fucked up.
Also, what we are talking about in those circumstances is protesters who, in some instances, have broken the law, taking over buildings, occupying certain areas within specific.
He's like about to cry. He's like, they've broken the law. They've broken the law. It makes me sad. Shut the fuck up.
Municipalities. Those are not expressions of free speech.
You are right. Asked yesterday if Netanyahu's policies put Biden and him in a more difficult position, Kirby said, I'm perfectly comfortable.
Prime Minister Netanyahu's policies put President Biden in more and more difficult position.
Watch.
And you also.
Me? I'm perfectly comfortable. I'm fine. Thank you. No, I mean, the president takes the weight of these decisions very seriously. He takes his obligation to Israel very seriously. And the responsibility that the United States has to help Israel defend itself against a truly genocidal threat. You want to talk about, you want to throw that word genocide around? Then read the Hamas manifesto.
Like, tell me there's not a fucking significant change of energy. Oh God, I hate him. I hate him so much. It's just like, he is so fucking smarmy and so invested personally in this genocide. I don't know what it is. I just like, I get real bad fucking vibes from him. I think he loves it. I do. Not to get all parasocial with this fucking dipshit, but I do legitimately think he is with it. He's like, this is the best. Oh, this was funny. Sorry. This is a funny moment, at least. Here, this is a real human moment.
Can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
Bro. Bro. It's weird, man. It's funny, though. Oh, God. Goes kind of hard, I fear. Oh, yeah, no. It's like... Yeah. Ori Goldberg had the Sabbath take as well, so maybe I'm wrong. Brief, more tomorrow. Thoughts about Biden's speech and the Israeli proposal. It's important to watch timing just before the Sabbath, which means the settlers of the Netanyahu government will face a 24-hour old narrative come Saturday evening. This is smart, but also reeks of desperation. The Biden administration is adopting the argument Netanyahu is preparing for the tribunals of the future. They made me do it. Biden is scheming with Netanyahu rather than drawing a line in the sand. This should be remembered. 2, only days ago, Israel's national security advisor told hostage families that his government will not able to reach a hostage deal. He also told the Israeli public that the war will require 7 more months. That's important. I mentioned that as well. This could simply be a response for Hamas' attempt to dictate the narrative by demanding that fighting cease and as an initial condition for negotiations. Israel is indeed that hard-pressed for any kind of strategic logic. It could be related to domestic Israeli policies. As Israel's economy takes a nosedive, his former friends now seem more threatening than ever. The EU examining Israel's Israeli association. Netanyahu may be beginning to realize that broad support for the war and to genocide may not guarantee his survival. Israelis are beginning, at the edges of their collective comprehension, to grasp the new status as pariahs and rogues. Good. They've been in a fucking psychopathic, bloodlust-filled bubble for the past 8 months, thinking that they're alone in the world, and for no good reason, and also because, like, the world is all anti-Semitic. This is no way to live life, okay? You cannot be normal and live your life like this. That is, by the way, unironically, the entire fucking point of BDS in the Western world. It is to create a fucking massive pressure valve that causes Israeli society to say, whoa, these places where I was like, these places where I thought like we were aligned with perfectly, that thought that we were like the most moral nation on the planet, the best liberal democracy, not only in the Middle East, but maybe all around, maybe is not being perceived that way. Why are my friends or people that I previously thought were my friends, why are they fucking behaving like this? Perhaps there's something to what they are saying. Let me investigate a little bit further. Let me re-examine. Now, will that actually cause genuine re-examination? I don't know, but it's good. They are not pleased. Remember that Israel's patented move is having our cake and eating it too. A leader under whom we face the music as a failure. Potential for slight optimism. Sometimes all you need is some respite. I've written here consistently, I don't think that Israel's hell-bent on a conscious plan to kill as many Palestinians as possible. Israel, I think, just doesn't care. What is the upside? Israelis, most of us anyway, are sheep. We will stop if stopped. We will stampede if driven. We had a 2-week ceasefire months ago. The entire country was transformed. Now we are dilapidated and decrepit, knowing and seeing nothing, waiting to be put out of our misery. It's a very funny way to bring this up. No, I get what he's saying when he says it's not about like killing all Palestinians, because the reality of the matter is if they wanted to kill all Palestinians, you know, there's not a lot of political appetite for it, but they could have focused more on killing as many Palestinians as possible instead of destroying all matter of Palestinian homes and civil society. It's about displacement, and it's about making it so that Palestinians voluntarily leave because there's nowhere to live. Are you calling them a moral army right now? Yeah, dude, totally. They're doing the most moral genocide they can. No, there's always an obvious calculation that the Israeli government has to fucking factor in. That calculation has been busted since October 7th. They want to erase Palestinian history. They want to erase Palestinian livelihood. They want to erase everything about Palestinians. But there is a number to the amount of Palestinians they can kill with one fucking quick sweep before the world goes, that's genocide. That number, as far as we understand, for all intents and purposes, is 36,000, as far as we understand it. It's torturing Palestinians. That's the overall goal, because like if they were to fucking concentration camp and Holocaust them in the same way that Jews were placed in concentration camps and killed by the millions during the Holocaust, then the rest of the world's going to go, oh, we know what that is. The problem, however, for Israel, for the Zionist project, is that there is obviously a number where like the rest of the world goes, okay, what the fuck? Some other important developments. The pro-Bibi Israel Hayom reports that after Gantz and Einzikot leave the government, it is expected that Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, Dichter, the agriculture minister, and Shikli, the diaspora minister, will join the war cabinet. This will be a sharp rightward break. Meanwhile, today's polls show Bibi rallied his base, stable at as high as 22 seats since the end of the war, while Gantz plummets 25 seats. Things are moving quickly, and Gantz's future as the prime minister isn't so sure. Great stuff. It doesn't help at all that it's done with American weapons and partially with the USD. Yes. I think what Israel doesn't understand, for some weird reason, maybe because they're so fucking hopped up on genocidal ambition due to multiple decades of hyper-Zionist propaganda and dehumanization of Palestinians, is that the more right they go, the less likely their allegiances in the West will continue as they have. Perhaps a part of the biggest reason as to why America is so aligned with Israel is because America and Israel are one-to-one. Israel is an American colony at this point. We inherited it from the English. And we have operated for the past 75 years with that in mind, the notion that Israel is a part of us in mind. Okay? Over the course of the past 76 years, America has given Israel $300 billion. And I've repeated this before, but there are more Israeli companies in the NASDAQ than there are Indian, Korean, and I believe Japanese companies combined. Okay? That's why divestment seems impossible in the eyes of so many people. Israel is a state, and not even a lame one like Wyoming, as I always say, but an important one. But if they go further and further right, as they have so far, obviously there are going to be more severe there's going to be more severe movement against Israel. And they just don't recognize it. They don't understand it because they're so goddamn hopped up on their own fucking propaganda. Do you know where Derry is? We don't have that issue here in Ireland. Shut the fuck up. Hasan is learning about Irish people. Holy fucking shit, you're so stupid. Dude, lay off the fucking sauce, okay? I'm speaking American English, which perhaps is too difficult for your Irish mind to comprehend at this very moment. If you personally understood anything I was saying, you would recognize that I am a firmly committed supporter of not only the IRA, but Ireland in general. Okay, put down the Guinness, dumb fuck, and listen to my words. You think Israel's a top 5 or top 10 U.S. state? Top 5. Easy. The only Irish I hate is Biden. I refuse to even recognize Biden's Irish roots. Let's hear from a different Irish man instead, a real Irish man.
And the pictures and the videos that come from there. And you hear the screams of people, screaming, as the Israeli government burned men, women and children alive. They burned them alive. And the world stands by while 15,000 children are being slaughtered. 35,000 men and women and children. And it's unbelievable, the genocide that's happening. A child with no head, and the Israeli government say it's a mistake. I hope that Benjamin Netanyahu burns in hell the same way them children and their families burned. I hope him and his generals and the far-right government in Israel, that when their God finally brings him to the resting place, that he deserves to burn in hell. Because what is happening now, not alone is it apartheid, not alone is it atrocity and a war crime, it's just horrific. It's just horrific what they're doing. Where is their soul? Where is the soul of the Israeli people that allows their government to do this to children? Where is their humanity? The Israeli people, the Jewish people, after everything the Jewish people have suffered down over the decades, that they would allow their government to do this to other human beings. Human beings. But in the eyes of Netanyahu and this far-right Israeli government, Palestinians are human beings. But today here, the Irish people say, we recognize Palestine. We recognize that they are human beings, just like every one of us. Shame on Israel. Shame on what they've done, and will never be forgotten.
It's great. Ynet confirms that the deal that Biden revealed is indeed an Israeli one from start to finish. Biden's speech yesterday, Friday, revealed the Israeli offer that had been passed to Hamas. Biden emphasized that the deal also includes a cessation of the war, despite denials published in Israel, among other things, for political reasons, and also includes negotiations while not under fire. Because remember, the Israeli proposal was denied by Hamas recently, 2 days prior to this. because I suspected it did not have a cessation of the war featured in it, which Biden took and then added. And now Israel as a unique situation. Israel finds itself in a unique situation. Bro, this is the funniest. Why are you promoting the IRA? You're the dumb fuck. Oh, this guy sucks. Wait, what? My country, Ireland, recognized Palestine as a sovereign state. I couldn't be prouder of my nation. Why are you promoting the IRA? You're the dumb fuck. Oh, gross. I'm banning you. He's a weird Irish lib. Yeah. Pick a struggle, man. Anyway. The Israeli offer definitely did not include a cessation of the war. Bibi was even imposing sustained quiet if it meant ending the war. He kept telling the team, you don't know how to negotiate, and rejected everything out of hand. Why is the president of the United States announcing the Israeli proposal to end the war as opposed to the prime minister of Israel announcing the Israeli proposal? Because it's not an Israeli proposal. It hasn't been approved by Netanyahu or the war cabinet, but Biden can't call it a Hamas, CIA, Qatari negotiated proposal because this looks bad, and it can't ever look like Israel's the one blocking an end to the war, so he's just vibing. Vibes. If Biden's speech was describing an Israeli proposal, then someone should tell the Israelis that because they seem at best unsure of this. Yep. He can seem to think all he wants. There's no reports of Netanyahu doing so, and no one argues the war cabinet has. Yeah, I don't think that Netanyahu approved a cessation of the hostilities and a direct, literally direct rip. Like this phase 3 plan with 3 different phases with timelines set was offered in motherfucking February. Okay? But a version of this, especially with a ceasefire and a permanent cessation of hostilities, has been offered by Hamas since October 9. So, like, this literally is, like, unless there's something going on in this proposal that I just, like, have not understood, unless there's something here that, like, secretly actually means, like, a surge in humanitarian aid actually means a surge on Palestinian lives or something, like, unless the fine print of this proposal is the exact opposite of what the proposal's broader lines are, this is verbatim identical to what Hamas has presented. And I don't know how you can propose something that is the exact opposite when you say a complete ceasefire as the first line on phase 1 and a permanent end to hostilities. And then the fine print is like, just kidding, actually, keep fucking killing, baby. Like, this is harder than Drake stole XXXTentacion's flow, tone, and bars verbatim. This is like the new Drake leak that just came out, the reference track. Turns out Mob Ties is a direct rip. Okay? It should be like that for you. You look at this and you're like, oh my God, Mob Ties was someone else's song? Drake just stole it? That's crazy. Anyway. I heard rumors of the proposal's forces withdraw. Doesn't mean a complete withdrawal, but there will be a buffer zone. Damn, you know that? Goated? Yes. No, it's more like Meet the Grams. Oh, meanwhile, I forgot. But we are inviting the fucking war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, that piece of shit, to the United States of America to address Congress once again. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Also, I want to give you guys an update. Breaking the Habit by E. Fartlow, May 30, 2024. Gotta do it to him. Goes as follows. I'm spiraling, so I'm changing my approach. 95% of my mental health distress stems ultimately from what social media has done to me. This is a fact. I was publicly shamed on Twitter 4 years ago and faced a tidal wave of abuse that I did not deserve. And it has impacted my brain, my reality, my bowel movements, and my life. And I really wish it hadn't. I've been farting. I haven't stopped farting. I've tried to stop farting, and I can't stop farting. I've become Fartlow. I've become more fat than man. Sometimes the farts turn into shots. Sometimes it's just a big old shite. It's violent. Nevertheless, I keep defending Israel. I'm Israel, I keep saying. But the farts never stop. Everywhere I turn, I see free parking signs. And I think to myself, is that free Palestine? The Jews are tired. Scotland forever! But it has. I really wish it hadn't, but it has. It took everything from me instantaneously. Which she wrote improperly, which is cool. This is the reality, and it's catching up to me now. I am, and we can't see the rest of it, but I suspect she says, Eve Fartlow. Also known as Batman. Oh, wait, there's more. Bro, she won't stop posting. There's something that happens to like the Zionist mind. Once you get like the Zionist brain poisoning, something happens to your mind where you personally just cannot stop posting in the saddest ways possible, like just consistently getting dunked on. It's weird. It's like turf brain, actually. Like, look at Brianna Wu. Our own version of E. Fartlow. leftists and progressives have been groomed for years by the Islamic Republic of Iran via all the social justice causes. That's why we look at progressive and see someone who is pro-Hamas, but they have made a distinction in their brain that they're not pro-Hamas. They're just anti-genocide. But in the past week, they haven't even been careful about that part either. Why? Hamas now thinks it's winning the war and it's dropping the charade. So they are too. Progressives have been groomed by masters of grooming. No, she's still posting. She's never gonna stop posting. Iran made me like gay people. It's so true. Does she not realize that her post like this will only cause people to hit her harder? Like, does she not personally recognize that the more she posts like this, the more people are going to keep dunking on her? Like, you will never be able to stop the dunks. Now these victims who have been groomed and have lost their real progressive identity are bullying other people into joining what they view as some kind of hardcore morality cult. But as we know from our history, they are agents of a force who are the opposite of moral. LeBron and I will be jamming. LeBron in yet. We gon' ball to the Trump news. LeBron James in the chat, folks and gokes. LeBron and I will be jamming on the hoops this evening if chatters want to ball up with me and LeBron James, the King Goat. Okay. Take your medication, chatter. Urgent, there's a 1970 Ford Bronco electric conversion for sale in Long Beach. I've been asked to share this information with you. Bait used to be believable, Megaphonics. At the top of the hour, nonetheless. At the top of the hour, nonetheless. You thought you got me after I was lost awash in a sea of Eve Fartlow. It's not even bait. No, I'm not clicking on it. I'm not clicking on it out of principle, to be fair. Hasan, is this Eve Fartlow?
Who are you laughing at? What? Who are you laughing at? Don't fucking laugh at me. You've just near crashed into me. Wing me.
Who are you laughing at? No, that's not a Scottish person. I think that's a. I don't think that's a Scottish person. That's a Scouser, I think. The Megaphonics thing wasn't a bait, actually. Wait, really? Well, regardless, at the top of the hour, nonetheless, there's a 3-minute ad break, right? There's a 3-minute ad break, right? That's a Scouser. Yeah, Liverpudlian. You're just a chatter in my life. Ever think about that? My meds are working. Thank you very much. I don't know if they are. You might have missed one of them. He's being for real. Or he took too much. I don't know. One or the other. She's a Scouser, spiritually Scottish. They hate Thatcher in the English. Okay, bro, I'm clicking on it. Oh my God, that's so sick. Wait, this is electric? classic electric 1970s Ford Bronco and an electric Land Rover. These are two of my favorite cars, dude. And electric. How much is it? I bet that's like at least 400 grand or some shit. There is no way that these are less than 250 a pop. 80K? You fucking wish. A perfectly restored Ford Bronco. These shits go for 250 easy. And it's electric too on top of that. There's no way it's 80K. Oh, the design sucks. You're insane. That's a 1970s resto mod with an electric battery in it. That's crazy. See? I fucking locked it. I said they go for 250K at the very least. What are you laughing at? Bro, the 2024 Bronco is 80K. What the fuck is this chatter on? Yeah. You done lost touch with the regular guy with your million? Shaking my head. Bitch, did I say I'm buying it? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. The Bronco restoration industry is massive. And has been pretty popping for years, honestly. I do love this. I do love this car, but no, I don't think I'll be dropping $250,000 on it. Especially considering that this, on top of everything else, if we all put in $1, we can take turns driving it. Technically, you have put in $1 by subscribing at the top of the hour. And the classic, the Land Rover Defender is also sick as fuck too. And it's electric. God damn, that shit is so sick. They're both so fucking sick. But yeah, I told you there's ones going for $500,000. See? I wasn't wrong. God, they're so beautiful. It's also really shitty because like not only are they this expensive, but also on top of that, because they're electric, like fixing these things are incredibly difficult. Electric vehicles still have a lot of maintenance issues at the end of the day. Obviously, they don't have the same amount of moving parts that a regular ICE engine has. However, there's still a lot of like electricity related issues. There's a lot of software related issues. And even my Taycan, I have to sometimes send back to the fucking shop, as you guys know. So then in this situation, you have to take it to a specific place. Not every shop can take it. You have to take it to a specific place. And you're cooked because I don't think that they have like I don't think they have like, you know, spare loan cars that they give you. And it'll be incredibly costly. Surely these will only grow in value over time though. Not the electric ones, I don't think. Unless you can like somehow modify the electric engine. Like the electric battery. But brother, no one is buying this as a daily driver. If they have another daily driver. Yeah, if I were to buy like a Resto Mod Bronco, I would probably get an internal combustion engine one regardless, and not an EV one. I think that that's probably a little bit more reliable than this. And also that will maintain its value and will go up in value as a matter of fact. Are you convincing us or yourself? I'm not convincing anything. I'm not fucking dropping $500,000 on a car. Are you guys on fucking crack cocaine? Like, let's say I have the money to do so, which I don't. But let's say I did, okay? Do you think I would get assassinated? Like, what are you talking about? I would literally get assassinated. I wouldn't even need to explain. I wouldn't even need to tell a single soul that I bought it. Some fucking anarchist would be alerted through like, I don't know, telepathic achievements and would come to my house directly, would teleport to my house only to execute me with scissors, okay? Yeah, I would get JFK'd in the fucking electric Bronco. They would smell a disturbance in the forest. Yeah. Yeah, let's get it for my birthday. Let's get Hossie a GoFundMe going to get it for his birthday. Let's do that. That seems like a good idea. Maoist third world is America KKK. Yeah. Yeah, the non-electric ones professionally done come around to the same price. I know. I'm saying if I were to buy a Bronco, if I were to buy a restored Bronco, I would buy a regular engine one rather than an EV one regardless, because the regular engine one is, one, probably more reliable, and two, will literally retain its value and not be seen as like a piece of junk when battery technology improves. Frick, me when HasanAbi says he's buying ICE. I mean, look, I already have the grid. I already have the fucking battery. I mean, not battery. Sorry, I already have the chargers. So there is no reason for me to ever go back to an internal combustion engine, except for the fact that the obvious range limitations are there for batteries, for battery cars, for EVs. We're learning EV batteries degrade fast now. Tesla's already at under 65%. You can change the battery board. They already did it once. Do you go anywhere though? You're stuck with us 7 days a week. Well, maybe I want to. You don't know. Plus, if you got a gas one, it wouldn't be gay. Yeah, that too. But I personally obviously don't give a shit about that because I do have an EV and also love my electric vehicle. I love EVs. I really do. There are many issues with it, and I wish that like one day it will get to a point where you can go 500 miles on one fucking battery and that you can have like faster charging and things of that nature. But like, I think my EV's great. Especially once you have, if you have your own house like I do and are capable of having a charging station at your house, or you have an accessible charging station, it's incredible. Someone in China did a 1,500 mile on a single charge. Ain't no fucking way. Reading this in a thick Slav accent, pretending like you mean he doesn't drive, Murat. You don't even drive, brother. Why don't you drive, brother? You should be driving, brother, more. Anyway. All right, that's enough for me today. Another short ass stream, just 8 fucking hours. The Lucid Air is actually incredible and very decently priced. No, man, I don't fuck with Lucid like that. Okay, stop trying to get me to get a Lucid. What is this? Yuck. It actually does look cool, but still. One less HasanAbi fan cam before going. What the fuck? That's old as hell. How did you find this photo? That's like Anna's feet. That's from TYT. That's crazy. Oh man, thirst traps always go hard. This whole thread. The Lucid is sick. I live in Miami. It's the new Tesla. Okay, bro. Well, you said you live in Miami, so I will never take anything you say after this serious. Apologies, but
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
oops. All right, anybody. All right, everybody. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow as always. Okay, we'll do some more fun stuff tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to do the basketball stream this weekend because we haven't been able to figure out proper accommodations. But who knows? Maybe I might do a little IRL tomorrow. All right, and maybe some Batman. Back to gaming. Peace.
To the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many